У твоїх руках час біжить як вода, розмиває мої береги. У твоїх очах світ, то моя біда. Я сама прилетіла сюди.
Hi rollers, how are you doing? So this was Hard Kiss, famous Ukrainian band, and I liked the song, though I didn't really get the music video. It reminded me of Chernobyl in the beginning, but in the end it has become, well, actually it might be a symbol of Russian invasion, right? Though the words, okay, so I just don't get it from the first try. I will listen to it again. This was recommended by Prometheus UA. Thank you, Prometheus. Good song, good music video, but I probably Hard Kiss is not my cup of tea. But what? But I think they are cool still. Okay, it is day what? 851 of the brutal invasion of Russia and genocide that they're committing. It's so surreal, you know, to stream about this. If we thought of this, let's say, 3 years ago, I don't think anyone could think of this, but I'm talking about myself probably. A lot of people could think about it. a lot of people who were conscious back then already, not like me. Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Kaplan, for 20 gifted memberships and for very generous donation there for rollers. $256.03 for those who need it the most. The tickets, I think you meant, Mr. Kaplan. So, guys, you have 20, let's say 20. I would love to give those 5 tickets, at least those 5 tickets to Mr. Kaplan. Let's do it, okay? Mr. Kaplan, deal? As always. Like, only 1/5 of all the tickets goes to you as you wish it, and most of them will go to the rollers. Greetings from Omaha, Nebraska, USA. I enjoyed the intro music. What's the name of the band and song? It's Heart Kiss. Guys, in the description of the stream, at the bottom of it, please update the page because I updated the description. There's the link to that song. The song is called Antarctica, which is Antarctica. And it is, it's the famous Ukrainian band. That video had 8 million views. So yeah, not only in Ukraine, probably around the world. So that has been, that has been them. And today, just 1.5 hours ago, already 2 hours ago, we had an amazing Free Azov stream. And today we need to work on the raffle. We need to work on donations a lot. I need to work a lot to get us to the weekly goal of $2,000, which means 200 tickets. For now, we're at what? We're at only about 40 to 45. Oh no, with Mr. Kaplan's $256 donation, the tickets, we have more of them. So let me go there and check this out. We will have Dylan Burns today with us, guys. Oh, I need access. I think I need to not show you the screen for now. Okay, request access, really? Like, what? Dude, come on. For some reason, it deleted my other account from this browser. I don't know what's happening here. What? I'm gonna relog in. I think it's still my account anyway. Come on. This is my password. Not this one too. What about this one? This one worked. Okay. 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 Now it works. Sorry guys, some technical difficulties. ++ password. Yeah. So we were on 47 tickets before Mr. Kaplan bought 25 tickets, and I gotta put Mr. Kaplan here and give him 5. Mr. Kaplan, you won't be able to say no, right? Well, you can, no problem. Okay, and this one is gonna be from Mr. Kaplan, and 20 more. And the last one, okay, 20. Oh, it's 26. Well, too much. I mean, too many. Now, so 20 and 5. So here's gonna be 10, and the last one for 15. No, 16. I think 1603. Okay, Amonsky sends the donation of $30 with no tickets, as always. Thank you very much, Amonsky. 30. These 37 cents are for me, guys. Just, how do you call it? just given some sense to make it a. Anyway, don't bother. Yeah, this was me sending that donation. There are no small donations, guys. Remember, even 5 cents will make a difference if there's going to be a lot of donations, and combined, they really make a difference. You know that. So, Mr. Kaplan, did you reply to me? Did you reply to my offer there in the chat? I don't see your message. I hope you're still there. Hey, Amonsky, thank you very much for 10 gifted memberships. Guys, I appreciate all the memberships very much. They are a part of my salary. So, before Dylan is here, he must be here in 15 minutes, but I asked him to join us at 9 p.m., so in 45, probably, if he's okay with that. If he's not okay, and he wants to come at 8:30, as we agreed, then I think he will join us in 15 minutes from now. So, there's a possible power outage in 45 minutes. I'm a bit stressed right now. I don't know why. Great news, guys. I don't know if you missed this or not, but for those who missed it, let's go to my channel, to my fundraiser report, which I've done finally not on Sunday, but on Thursday. And yeah, of course, I put my face in here, not because I love myself. I hate to put my face out there, but algorithm loves faces, and I just want to do that. I want to feed the algorithm. See, 601 likes. If not my face in here or someone else's face, it might be just 300 likes, sometimes below that. So to double the engagement, you gotta put the faces of people, and better the big ones, like, I mean, up close to the camera. So on the second page, there is a news that last 44K were finished by Lev Kostek. He's the Ukrainian journalist, and he works together with Chimera unit. Chimera, Death from the Sky, FPV pilots from the Steel Border Brigade, and Lev Kostek, let me show. They asked him for help too. So here is here's he in Twitter. I'm confused now. Sorry, guys. So here's Lev Kostek, 3,622 followers. He needs more engagement, I would say. Awesome. Dylan is going to join us in about 43 minutes. There's a possible power outage in 43 minutes, actually. So if you lose me, guys, then no, it's just for maximum 5 minutes, because I will rejoin from the laptop. I'm just gonna need to reset up everything, but it's not gonna be taking too much time, because I already know what to do, and this is not the first time. So what is Rick's email? I got a return email, bad address, probably typed it wrong. Yeah, my email, you can type on rick.carl@1842gmail.com. This one will work just like my PayPal. Yeah, so it's in the description of this stream. There's my PayPal, so my PayPal is basically my mail. You can mail me on that address. Thank you, Stretch. I need an address from you, your full name, and your phone number to send you the package with the patches for the membership. Rick, we will wait if needed. Thank you, Just Jimmy. Rick, please make your channel a bit more professional. I hate to criticize you, but you could be so much better for Ukraine. Oh, yeah. You know what? Join my team and really help me improve shit, because I work my ass off to make it as professional as possible, and to criticize me, you could offer also some help. This is going to be very appreciated. So learn some basic marketing and communication skills. Fuck off with communication skills. Sorry, but I'm not gonna be gentle. I'm a nice guy, but come on, communication skills, like, you actually reached something you wanted. You're probably a troll. Whatever. So you hate to criticize me. Yeah. So guys, last 44K finished by Lev Kostek, and this is amazing. So one fundraiser was closed by a fellow Ukrainian just during the week, and you're trying to help me. You know what? Please join the team and really give some real advice. It's like improve your communication skills. Really? Never gonna give you up. Thank you very much. Epitalk's never gonna let you down. Well, tickets for Silver Earth, 20 tickets. Thank you very much. Holy Oblation. Wow. Holy. Yeah. Thank you, Soul Keeper, Sandy Wolf. Well, this is not a suggestion. Improve my communication skills is not the real advice. It's just throwing shit at me, you know? I know that you love me the way I am, guys. Thank you. And when you guys don't like this channel, you can always go and join some professionals, which you always do, and that's understandable. But here, I provide something else. I provide the human touch. I provide the sincerity. I provide transparency, and also some... and also some genuinity. If you like some professionals, also go and listen to some... I don't know how to call it in English, but some glance... No, not glance. Well, let's call it ideal stuff. Anyway, I don't think the dude who was criticizing is still in a chat, probably. I hurt his feelings, or hers. Anyway. Reno Sky USA. Linda, this is around war and you will see the worst of people and the best. Linda, what is wrong with people? Well, anyway, guys. I like to get my steam off. I'm not sure, time to time. And we're gonna run around and desert you. Hey, Patricia, where are you from? How long have you been with us? I think I noticed you on Free Azov today or on Wednesday stream. I'm not sure where it was. Communication skills include good manners, which clearly anyone rude enough to criticize in such a manner is considered rude. Yeah, you know, he hates to criticize me, but they still want to do it. Why do I say he? Because it's the Ukrainian way to say things, you know. Rick, don't give them a second, though. I won't. I am myself, and that's what I love to do. To do me, you know, and to be myself. I hate being a fake, and that's what a lot of professionalism demands. It demands you to become a fake and really not express what you think and start to be glossy. I don't know, guys. Can I use the word glossy? Because I think it's something that you become when you polish yourself too much. Or well enough. I'm not sure. It works differently for other people. I know that my communication skills are good. This is why I said fuck you at that moment when I saw the communication skills. Because I know some shit about communication skills. And I can actually, how do you call it? I can, I forgot. See it in myself, and I won't be just forgetting that and doubting myself in something if someone criticizes me. No, this is not how it works in my case. Think of this of it this way, Rick. You're effective enough that you're attracting trolls. Well, yeah. Today we had some Slava to Russia troll in the chat on Free Azov, so that was also a good sign. Okay, by the way, Andreas Lach bought a ticket. Please send this to Hostomel Shelter. Thank you, Rick. Awesome, Andreas, I will. So you have yourself a ticket and we're sending this to Hostomel Shelter. Okay. Anyway. My nose is itching all the time because I have allergies. For those who are new here, why this dude is sniffing his nose all the time? Just because he has an allergies on cats, and he also has 2 cats. So yeah. Oh, Laura S. sent $200 tickets for the raffle. Thank you very much, Laura. Okay. I think even though I'm stressed out, even before the trolls joined in, I can manage it pretty well today. Rick, be yourself, my friend. The bots are getting worried as this is up and coming channel. Well, we're growing pretty well lately. So, by the way, guys, I forgot to congratulate you with the closed fundraiser. Hell yeah, we closed it. We closed bigger half of it. And then Lev Kostek joined in, the Ukrainian journalist. And he asked his audience to help. And they donated all the rest. And actually went over 100,000, the plan. So you see, it's on 107% now. So this is how it can be done. Actually, you can go over the goal, and it's just going to be some additional equipment for soldiers, or maybe some gasoline, because, you know, unfortunately, the command is not always pouring the gasoline into the tanks. Rick has told celebrity because he's from Donetsk, for starters. That in itself is rough. I'm not a celebrity, definitely, and I think I haven't done enough for my country, and I am no one comparing to the heroes who are now in Russian captivity, being tortured and really sacrificing their health and lives, and all of those who are defending our country. So please don't call me a celebrity. I am not one. I am just a simple citizen who is trying to help his country, and I am so fucking lucky to have you guys. Without you, it all won't be possible. You, kind people all over the world, make these results possible. Thank you, my friends. I don't know. We rollers are your biggest fans. I know. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being them. I love you guys. Hi, Raven. How you doing? Andres Lech is sending the awesome shatter jar emoji. Thank you for creating those emojis. You're amazing. And you're definitely, Andres, you're finding like the essence of it, you know? You're finding the shit. Hubert, hello, how you doing? It feels like a long time no see you here on the streams, but maybe last week you were already here. Dude, Rick, you are doing so much. Think of the lives you have saved by fundraising. Love you, brother. Thank you, guys. I've been reminded by you about those lives, and I try to really give it to myself, but it's hard. It's hard to realize that I saved some lives. It seems like I haven't. So 101 likes, guys. Let's please bring it to 150, okay? You're fighting the information war for your country, my friend. I do, and I feel like I'm too focused on raffles most of the time and on fundraising in general. So I just don't do enough good enough work fighting propaganda, really telling you the stories and my opinions about the news, sharing my experience. This is also important as a Ukrainian because there are a lot of Westerners there sharing their opinions, and that opinions like often is very important. But I would also love to bring you not my opinion, to be honest, but opinions of other Ukrainians, especially soldiers or some volunteers or activists. Their voices are so important, and I think hearing the opinion of the Ukrainians is very important because there is such a term as Westsplaining. You probably heard of that. So Westsplaining is something that Westerners do for the world and sometimes even for us Ukrainians, like what we should do, what we are feeling, what we are going through. You know, they've never been to Ukraine, some of them, and they do that. They know better than we. So I don't like that. We Ukrainians feel a bit. You probably can imagine when we are told what we should be feeling or how we should behave. You probably heard that of that term or that term. Yeah, so this is it. Hello, Philip Howard. How you doing? Rick, I've been going through some stuff. Missed this community though. We missed you too, Hubert. Welcome back. That's why I like your channel and your guests. Yeah, I bring more and more Ukrainians. You see, guys, a lot of people just dropped off because probably some of them like the Westsplaining and they were offended by this. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna share my genuine feelings, you know, about the stuff, about what I think of everything and everyone. Hi, Rick. I have a dog now for 1.5 months from Cancun. Hey, fixed traveler. That's amazing. She is doing very well with my 4 cats. Can you please also do a little promotion on adopting pets? It's also important too. Adopting pets is what Frank and Cohen keep doing or not? Tell me. Or is it some other organization? So I will know to, you know, what to promote. Yeah, Rick seems like a natural part of the art scene too. What art scene? What you talking about? That's what makes you you. Keep it up, Rick. Thank you, Holy Oblation. GG's Rick, Rick's NAFO trucks on front lines. Yeah, NAFO trucks on front lines. I've seen some of them, and I've been sharing some of them on Wednesday stream. If you missed that one, guys, please go and check it out. This was a good one. I shared a lot of reports from the soldiers with you there. Yeah, Zhenya, Fish, Starsky, Rick, Lettercat, you have the point. Exactly. Stretch, thank you for becoming Stinger. Oh, there was a membership shout out. You're a Stinger for 6 months. Amazing. Thank you for being a Stinger. And from Pat Chellen, Rick, we love you and we love Ukraine. Thank you, guys. I know that. Never gonna let you down. Jeff was a good use of my coffee time this morning. Let's do coffee again. Thank you, someone. Do you want a ticket for that? For those 10 coffees? Or, yeah, what are those coffees for? Please let me know. By the way, that someone is... you are hiding your name, but I can see it. Well, I need to go check the Buy Me a Coffee to see it, to be honest. But I will try. I'm going there, guys. I'm busy with that, and it tells me to choose the motorcycles. Well, at least it worked from the first try. not like choose motorcycles again, now broadwalks, now light traffic lights, now buses. Then on the 10th time, it only gives you the pass. That's crazy sometimes. Aha, so I know. Can I tell your name actually? Doctor? I will just call you Doctor. Yeah, Doctor. Do you want a ticket for a raffle with those $10? 10 coffees, sorry. Well, basically the same, $10. Mr. Kaplan, Rick, you are doing important things every day. We support you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kaplan. Good idea. I go fetch a coffee for me now, says Andreas. Yeah, we still need to stay awake for 5 or even 6 more hours. So there's a lot of work ahead of us. Also, RF from USA bought a ticket. $10 donation. Thank you, RF. One ticket, please, the comment says. So, guys, let me actually go there and give you some of the... Well, first of all, I need to mention the fundraiser that is still ongoing. It's on 50%. It's the bottom fundraiser progress bar. Here, the bottom one. Here it's the top one. So this one is what? On 50%. We need to raise 200,000 and we have 101,000. So 50% of it should be raised today. Good news, we have $940 from Buy Me a Coffee from previous stream. I'm going to be donating it today. Then what? Then we still need to raise at least 1,500 today, ideally 2,000, because we still need to send 300 to Helena. So to close this fundraiser and to send money to Helena, we would need to raise $2,000 on Buy Me a Coffee. That's what I'm talking about. So please, guys, keep sending your donations. I am very grateful for all the donations you're sending, but closing this fundraiser means the truck is going to be already bought. There's a big chance. Of course, there might some time may pass until it's going to be like physically bought and brought to the soldiers. But if it's going to be raised today, there's a big chance that next week they will not yet receive probably the truck, but they will get it into the repair station and they will have it completely fixed and ready for the front line, at least for some time. So let's please do it. We have a goal and I'm sure we're gonna reach it today. Rick, 3, there is nobody or any nation on this earth that can judge or tell the people of Ukraine how to feel and what to do. They have no idea how you're feeling. You're right. On Twitter, I'm on some important, there are some important West planers. I will share actually my opinion on one of them. Or no, I'm not sure. Do I want to get into the shit, like a feud between the different YouTubers and all that stuff? Yeah, I'm not gonna go there. The most important thing is Ukraine, and you will get what I'm talking about when you see West Planers, and you will judge by yourself. I am sure you guys have your own... I trust you on that. I trust that you will recognize those who are telling Ukrainians what to do, and you will not listen to them, because there are so many Ukrainians to listen to, guys. So many. If not me, we have Ukrainian Anna from Kharkiv. She lives in Kharkiv. She is struggling with all those incomings every day, and this has been so tough, and she's a superstar, guys. Follow her on Twitter. Huge shout out to her. And Dylan Burns is her friend. You have Dylan Burns. Yes, he's not Ukrainian, but I will say he's half Ukrainian. He comes here, he goes to the front line, he spends months there, and they actually... Well, sorry, guys. I got distracted. That's a beautiful patch that is meant. That is going to be sent to me from the 3rd Communication Brigade. I hope it's going to be 2 of them because I want to keep one of them, and I want to put the other one on this board because this board has not been receiving the new patches for quite some time. Only Ukrainians can speak on how Ukrainians feel and think and what they should do. Yeah, letter cat. I agree. Anna is pure fire. Yeah, she's so good. And yeah, please follow Dylan and follow Anna, guys. They are fan-fucking-tastic. So, no opinions. No more opinions from me. Let's go and actually talk about some news. Right now in Russia, in Dagestan, there are some shootings between the cops and some rebels are happening. Well, maybe not rebels, maybe. Well, but probably rebels. We're talking about Dagestan. So here we can see. Well, I haven't been showing this to you today. No, sending it to myself. That's what I meant. So, Anna is amazing. I see that. I see more of that, and I agree with that. She's awesome. Yes, Silver Earth. Starsky. Yes, guys. Starsky is a Ukrainian, and he knows a lot, too. He's not in Ukraine right now, but that doesn't mean anything. He has a lot of friends in Ukraine, and he is talking to them constantly. Of course, also his friends in the military. So, yeah, he knows a lot. Well, Starsky is very humble, and he says the same about himself. Mercado and Greg will be back soon to show us in person what is happening. Yeah, Lisa, you're right. And I really want to go there with Greg to the front line, and I'm gonna do that. Probably not on the first run again. I'm putting this, but I need to be on the handover event on 7th of July. And if I go with Greg in the beginning of July, I will miss it. And I need to pass the truck, and I need to film the unit. I really am attached to that, with my heart. I really want to be on every handover event because this is such a pleasure and such a inspiring day every time, every month. So I will be there this time. But in the middle of July, on the second run, maybe it's going to be the end of July, who knows. This will happen. I will go with Greg. And I really wish to be lucky. But I consider myself a lucky guy. I think everything's going to be fine. So, the news. Let's actually look at Kharkiv and what happened there yesterday. This is terrible. If you have kids with you guys, I recommend you to get them off the screen because on this video you will see how the glide bomb is landing in the middle of Kharkiv, in the very center, not the very, but in the center of the city, landing on the cars, and there are no military objects there. You hear the sound, and I'm gonna make the speed small, and you will actually be able to see. It was not a rocket, it was a glide bomb. It looks a bit like a rocket, like a missile, but it has the wings attached and the, how do you call it, the front pointy thing too. That's fucking terrible. And this was a Nova Post truck. You can see it there, an envelope. And the glass is falling. It keeps falling. A lot of dust and a lot of destruction. Civilian building. is partially destroyed there. Some floors are getting through. A lot of people in their cars have been wounded and a few have been killed. This is just terrible. This is Kharkiv. Today, multiple attacks, from Kharkiv. More glide bombs, I think, landed on Kharkiv today too. So this is happening basically every day. Kharkiv needs protection, and those patriots are still not there. So many promises, so many announcements, and it keeps being bombed every day, heavily bombed. Here's the look from that apartment in that house. You see, you can actually live in that apartment, and at some point it can turn into this. Your other rooms may disappear. You yourself may disappear if you will be in one of those rooms. This is the reality of living in Kharkiv these days. In Kyiv, not that possible, because Kyiv has much better air defense, unfortunately, and it's pretty much further from the front line. Kharkiv is too close to Russia. And Kyiv is much further. This is why it's easier to protect. It's not only about the self-defense. It's quality, it's quantity. It's also about the distance that you see. They cannot drop glide bombs on Kyiv because they would have to do it from Belarus, and for some reason they're not doing that. And okay, that's very good. And I think if they do that from Belarus, patriots that are located in Kyiv would probably shut down the planes. So obviously there's no patriot. There's still no patriot in Kharkiv or somewhere near Kharkiv, because glide bombs, they are traveling around. Hey Michael, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. They travel around 60 to 70 kilometers, and this will be something too close to the Patriots. Patriots have a range of 150 kilometers, so if they come somewhere near close Kyiv to drop the glide bombs, their planes will be shut down. Russell sent $12.12 ticket for the raffle. Thank you very much, Russell. Guys, I will ask you to give a plus in the chat to get the free ticket from Mr. Kaplan. There are 20 free tickets, so you can get yourself one. Yeah, we have 20, so give me a plus, and I will start filling that in. Okay, so what did we have there? Buy me a coffee. Fee? Oh, shit. Okay, 10 from Andres. $10, and it's for Hostomel. Guys, I think you can hear me again. So, yeah, AJ Lahinska plus. Check, check. I know that there's no sound again. I'm trying my best. I'm back, guys. I hope the sound is there. Check, check, check. I think you can hear me now. Sound, ASL. It is the fucking M game, guys. Sorry. So, Kraken Patch, please keep buying tickets, guys. We're pretty far from our goal right now. We need more tickets being bought, okay? All the money from the tickets will be donated to the fundraiser for the truck for 117th Brigade. They need our help, and we can provide it. The other thing these tickets will work for is this amazing flag. We're going to use all the tickets bought today and this week and the next week, because this flag is going to be raffled next Sunday in 7 days. So this flag is gonna... This is not just a regular flag. Many brigades, members of many brigades and battalions signed this flag, like 44th Brigade, 57th Brigade, 47th Brigade, 3rd Assault Brigade, 3rd Regiment of Special Forces, Special Operation Forces. What else do we have there? 57th Brigade, 36th Brigade, 57th Brigade, Kraken. These are the signatures of the soldiers who have been wounded, who already sacrificed his health, their health, guys, and they are there to, they have been in the hospital, and German volunteer Werner was helping them. He's a medical volunteer, and he was really relieving their pain. Like, can I say so? He was helping them with their pain, to deal with their pain, and they signed the flag, and he gifted this flag on one of the Free Azov rallies 3 weeks ago already, I think, or maybe 4. Probably 3 weeks ago. So here there's a video dedicated to this flag here.
English?
Meet Werner and Olenka, posted 1 day ago. Free Azov rally, June 9th. So it happened already. Well, not 3 weeks ago, only 2 weeks ago. Wow, time flies. June 9th. So Werner.
English, sure.
Here's Werner.
And my name is...
Here's the moment of how he was gifting the flag. So
I found Werner there.
here's also Olenka, my friend.
And you see, I did it again. I said
She was on the stream too. She's usually painting your face for the Free Azov rally. So yeah, here's the moment. Here's the amazing flag that you have the chance to win. And that's basically it. I need to put your names there into the raffle. By the way, guys, my tooth that has been turned off. It's first day today. I decided not to take the painkillers, and it hurts a bit, but not critically. I think I will manage to last without it. But yeah, it just started hurting. So okay, microphone works now. That's good. That's good. Let's go there, and I'll put your names there into the spreadsheet. That's what I mean. Tickets for you. From you, for you. Thank you, Nikki Hill, for helping me with the names. But I actually, I wanted to go there and get it myself. So no, I cannot do it from my phone. So probably, probably I need to use your help. Yes, so I'm going there and I'm gonna use it. Thank you. It's gonna be very handy. Your help right now. So what do I have here? First pluses. They were from Soul Seeker Sandy Wolf. I think that was the moment when the first pluses started coming, right? So I'm gonna be fast, guys. Soul Seeker. Dylan Burns is gonna join us in just 5 minutes. So I apologize, guys, but for 5 minutes I'm gonna be filling the spreadsheet, guys. Tonight at midnight, so in 3 hours and 5 minutes, the raffle is gonna happen. You gotta be present, because if you were gonna take a winner today, the rule that a lot of you may not like, it is gonna be. Sorry, I'm checking something out. Yeah, so. Yeah, you should be present, because if you won't be present, we're gonna give that ticket to someone else, someone next. We're gonna keep raffling it for until the person who's joining the chat. Sorry, get distracted. Oh, more tickets has been bought. Thank you, guys. Thank you. No sound again. No, that's. I think that's the comment from the past. So, Andres Gostomel Shelter. Yes, $10 to put it in here. Soul Seeker MS. After that, there was Mr. Nobody. After that, Pietro. By the way, guys, you may lose me at some point. That means I have power outage. I will be back like right after 5 minutes after that. Something about 5 minutes. Please bear with me. Stay on the stream. The black screen is gonna turn into the picture again. Okay? Thank you. So there was Pietro. After Pietro, there was Johan van Zanten. After Johan, there was who? There was Photograph. Just me. Pat Challen. After that, AJ Lahinska. After that, Lettercat. After that, Stretch. And who do we have there? Cheryl Waitley. Hubert. Adam Rounds. Thank you, Nikki. This is very helpful. But talks. Mario 123. Who else did I miss? Did we miss together with you? Let's go and watch or look. Yeah, I think. Huh. Guys, now I can actually get some pluses as the pluses for audio. So yeah, just Jimmy was plus in there. Who else am I missing? Mine is gone again, Lisa Van Valen, I think I didn't put your name there. Lisa Van Valen, sorry that I'm not using capital letters, it's just how your name's spelled in the chat. Yeah, so what do we have next? Who do we have? Plus, so it was for the sound, right? Guys, who am I missing? More pluses? Yeah? Russell? Philip Oward? Wizard of Oz? Guys, what is going on? Plus for audio. Too much pluses now. Yeah, guys, too many of them. So Wizard of Oz, I'm giving you 1 ticket, but if you want to buy tickets with the donation, please send it. I'm gonna be very grateful. Okay, so Wizard of Oz. We also have there are guys only 1 ticket left. I don't know whom to give it to. Mark Garcia. I want to give it to you. Sorry guys if I missed anyone or something like that. I am sure that rollers will be buying more free tickets for you. Just let us know in the chat, and I'm sure that rollers who can afford it will send another donation and buy a few tickets for you. So this one was for Mark Garcia. Awesome. Oh, I think Dylan might be trying to join us already, but I didn't turn on the collab cam. Yeah, so that's what I need to do. I need to send him a link. It's not closing. Here's the link. My friend, if you've been watching this, my plus was for audio. I don't need a ticket. Hey, Lisa, are you sure? You don't need a ticket? Then those who need a ticket, just tell us. Tell me who needs a ticket instead of Lisa. Lisa, thank you for your generosity. I thought the plus was for audio. Yeah, that's a lot of confusion. So those of you who don't want the ticket to be taken by you and give it to someone else, sort it out in the chat and let me know who gets the ticket, okay? Thank you guys. So after Andreas, who that was? Oh shit, my nose today is itching like crazy. Allergies, and I still haven't got a shot of the acid therapy, the anti-allergy one. It's going nasty after that every time. I mean, nastier. It might be nasty. I'm trying to log into my PayPal to check who of you has been buying tickets and to put them into the raffle spreadsheet. Jonathan Roberts. Okay, instead of Lisa Van Valen. Got it. Check everything. So this one is stream, yeah. It should be working. Should be working. I'm back from the laptop. Awesome. 63 people were not going anywhere. Thank you, Sekai, for $2 super sticker. Wait for it. Yeah. What else do we have there? 20 gifted memberships from Philip Howard. Thank you very much, Philip, for that. I'm back. Yeah, same room as he always streamed from, just with better flags. Yeah, same room. How long have you been away, Sator Arepo? Okay, welcome back, guys. Welcome back, everyone. So I need to turn on the... Okay, Dylan is trying to join. But laptop is giving him issues, as he said. So for 2 people, I need to actually start the collab cam there. Just give me a second. Yeah, it's the same link. Amazing. So I really hope that we will get back the people we lost because of the power outage. So guys, no electricity, but I keep streaming. And yeah, I've learned the ways. So it took me about 5 minutes to get back to you, right? Something like that, I think. Oh, 101 person is watching right now. That's great. Welcome back, guys. Dylan is going to be with us soon, but I need to keep working on the spreadsheet. Let's get back to the spreadsheet. So, the screen. Yeah, that's what we need. It should be a Firefox. And do I have the spreadsheet there? I have it there. Amazing. So, come on, update. What? Hey, it didn't save a what? Come on. Oh no, guys, it didn't save. Can you imagine? This is an epic fail. Was I like filling it somewhere else? No, please update. Come on. Come on. Don't do this to me. I will need to figure out all the tickets like back from the few days. Come on. I think that's the bug, and that thing didn't save it. But it should. Maybe I need to reload it. Oh shit, it worked, guys. I needed to reload it. Oh. Okay. Lisa Van Valen, there was supposed to be someone instead of you there, right? So let me check who that was. It was Jonathan Roberts. Awesome. Awesome. Jonathan Roberts. Hey, 1 ticket, please, Rick. Never gonna turn around and desert you. Shit. Everything's fallen. I'm not sure that it was bought now. I didn't have my earbuds on or in my ears. So yeah. It was not. Now what? I'm not showing you the screen. Sorry guys, just give me a second. Firefox, no, it's not working. Come on. I need to add the new one, I think. Okay. Window capture then. Some technical difficulties. I apologize for that. Now you see me, now you don't. It comes here. Wow, why it is so big. Anyway, making it smaller for you. Okay, I hope you can see it. I hope you can see it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Shit. It works. Eat, not eat. It works. Amazing. So, you can see the screen now. I can proceed. Put in your names there. Lisa said my screen wants me to play another video. Ah, got it. Patience, Padawan. Yeah, please, patience, everyone. Okay. The message from Dylan. Laptop is giving me issues. Take your time, laptop. Okay. I'm dealing with my issues too. So no problem, Dylan. And let's go and fill in those tickets. So Jonathan, why Onaton? Should be Jonathan. Andreas, after your ticket for her stumble shelter, who that was? Let me check. Whew. After you, that was Holy Oblation, 20 tickets for Silver Earth. Silver Earth, 20 tickets. 280, no, 93. 293rd, so 20, yes. Amazing. Here, we have 20. One more. After that, there was Laura S. Laura, you have yourself 10 tickets. Oh, not 10, 20. Wow, exactly 20. I have already an eagle eye for this, if I can say so. Okay, with Laura's tickets, we crossed the mark of 100 tickets. Amazing. We're moving to our goal of 200. And I'm sure we're going to be there today. Because this Kraken patch and this amazing flag signed by so many wounded Ukrainian soldiers, they sacrificed their health for Ukraine, unfortunately. Okay, so I need to check and understand where those coffees were bought. Okay, Dylan's still not here. Good. Fresh. I think you guys have some technical difficulties. Stream is down for some of you. Shit. This is very bad. Very bad. But we have what we have. We have the power outages here in Ukraine. And unfortunately, the situation is only getting worse. Yeah. So the ticket from Appa Talks should be here now on coffees. On Buy Me a Coffee, I mean. Yeah. She should be next. Why did I say so? Appa Talks. Not from Mr. Kaplan this time, from Appa Talks himself. $10 on the coffees. And after Appa Talks, we had who? Or whom? Appa Talks and 2033. The time, I'm trying to figure out the order of the tickets. So yeah, next ticket is also from someone, from Dr. Roland. Dr. Roland. Your ticket on Buy Me a Coffee. And the one from Holy Oblation not so long ago on Buy Me a Coffee. So it should be going after Slobodyan's. Amazing. So here I'm putting our F from USA as the next ticket. So Dylan is still not joining. I still have a few minutes. Amazing. Or maybe a few seconds. Who knows? We don't know when he joins. So RF from USA. Then Russell. Ticket for the raffle. Russell, you have yourself a ticket for $12.12. Then Willie Mad Glass, 5 tickets. It's not the first set of Willie's 5 tickets. Amazing, Willie. You're always going there consistently. So, another for Elvin Archer. Elvin Archer, 1 more ticket for you. Cheryl Waitley. But this time not... oh, come on. Come on. Control Z. No, come on. Why am I missing this on my keyboard? Well, this is not the professionalism. Yes, of course. But communication skills? Come on. Fuck off, you know? Those trolls. No, they are pathetic. Secular Sekai, thank you for $10. Super chat. Hey Rick, would a professional grade generator and Starlink terminal combo help you out with the blackouts, brother? Well, a professional grade generator, no, but Rollers actually fundraised me a big EcoFlow. Rollers, thank you so much. I am so grateful to you. Some of you sent enormously big donations, and I don't think, yeah, I feel like I don't deserve it. But you actually convinced me that it is, first of all, the care for me from you, and secondly, that's what I'm talking about. Well, that's the first time you guys raised me for equipment. I usually bought it from the money I'm earning from Buy Me a Coffee, and stream is disconnected. And Rick, this shit is... Yeah, but it says that it is reconnected, so don't worry. I'm getting back to you. Tickets. Come on, Rick. Work. Okay, Cheryl Waitley, you were the last to buy a ticket there. I mean, to be put into the spreadsheet. Shit, there's buffering again. I think this stream is doomed. Or maybe cursed today. You see, Dylan is also having some technical difficulties. Not joining us yet. So... And I keep having some troubles on my end. Great job, Rick Rollers. The power bank is going to help Rick a lot. Yeah, I think those things would help. We can fundraise for that. Guys, so an EcoFlow, the big one, could actually prevent us from this situation. When I'm losing power and switching to the laptop and we start getting some technical difficulties, I will be powering my PC from it. So yeah, approximately on 7th of July, it should be delivered already. Dima from 69 Sniffer Brigade, Dimitri, is helping me with that. Thank you very much also, Dimitri, for your help. So yeah, I'll be able to prevent the situations like this one from 7th of July. So in just, what, 2 weeks? Yeah, in just 2 weeks, we're gonna have more professional stream here, right? Okay, tickets. Okay, Cheryl, I put your ticket there. Andres Lach. Tune sends a message to the Rollers. Tell everyone hello. Slava Ukrainian. Everyone hello from Tune. And there's an announcement, guys. Tune agreed that I will tell it to you this on this stream. And oh shit, 83 frames, 83% of frames dropped. So it's not working for you guys, right? Or is it? I wonder. Extra batteries if needed. Well, 1 extra battery, guys. It's not just EcoFlow for 2 kilowatts. It's also an extra battery for 2 kilowatts. It's going to be 4 kilowatts in total. Pretty big one. So you Rollers helped me so much. I will donate for a power bank for Rick. Start one up, Rick. No, that one is finished. I also put some of my money into this, so it feels better for me. It feels better that not only you contributed to that, but me either. Me too, not either. Greg taught me that. I see more people are dropping off because it's been 83% of frames dropped. Fuck, that's a lot. So it's not working for you, right? Rick, thanks for the ticket. I have sent my ticket money to the doc from last week. Well, guys, you know what? Probably because we have technical difficulties, I need to really do next. I need to get down the rule, lift the restriction of being on the stream when we'll do the raffle, okay? So I think this should be it. I should not be. If you're not going to be able to be here because of the technical difficulties, it's not going to be fair if you won't get a patch, Kraken patch, because you're not on the stream. If you are not able to watch the stream, this is not going to be fair at all. So what do we have here? Collab cam should be working. Yeah, it is. And frames, they keep dropping. So yeah, cursed stream. No problem. They happen too. So I'm not being down, to be honest. We were able to get some Prosper system for Rick. Proper, not Prosper, sorry. It is an investment in his work for Ukraine, for us, with us. Thank you, Andres. Thank you. You also made a generous donation. Thank you. Better now. Video and audio is all good, but it tells me that it keeps going. I mean, the frame drop. Okay. I am trying to get there. Yeah, so I'm back to the Raffle spreadsheet. Andres, is this one for you or for Tune? What do you think? The Wizard of Oz 2 tickets. Okay, EcoFlow started yelling. Like, I mean, the ventilator started working. It's pretty loud. Wizard of Oz 2 tickets. You have yourself 2 tickets. Then, before Slobodan, there was Holy Oblation. 1 ticket on Buy Me a Coffee. You got this. Next, Slobodan. With $10 donation. Then Paul D. Paul D, 2 tickets. Kraken, please. You have yourself a Kraken. Well, not a Kraken himself, but the patch. But not the patch yet, just a chance to win it. Baltar, 2 tickets. Baltar, you was the last one to buy the tickets. So we have 133 tickets bought, guys. Amazing. We still have to get just 67 more tickets to get there to our goal of 200 tickets. That's the minimum goal, okay? We can definitely go above that. So please buy tickets for this beautiful Kraken patch. Let me actually... hey, I think Dylan is joining us. Let me add the... Dylan? Can you hear me? Dylan? I cannot hear you. Let me check. Oh, I can hear you now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
How do I sound?
Pretty good. I mean, we can still echo from the room. Can still hear the echo from the room.
Okay. I can change headsets if that would help.
I think it works fine. Not very bad. Just wanted to be like 100% honest with you.
Got you. Did my camera just cut out?
Yeah, it's frozen now.
Got you. Yeah. I think I'm using the wrong wire. Give me a second.
Awesome. I mean, not awesome, but of course. Mr. Squiggle, Rick, also consider Greg's streams are only 1 hour. Your streams are much more. If SBU watches for 2-3 hours, then has to go with what? Go with is as fair as SBU who just shows up for the raffle. SBU. Anyway, I know. I actually don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, we're raffling dispatch. Your camera is frozen again, Dylan.
My camera's frozen again.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay. Well, I'll see if I can go get the wire in a second.
It works. It works
It's
now.
working? Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Hopefully it stays that way. If it breaks, it breaks. I don't know.
Yeah. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing okay. I've been filming pretty nonstop for 2 weeks. This is like the first break I've gotten, but it's not really a break. I said it would be a break, but all I've been doing is going through all the footage, taking notes on the footage, editing the footage, and then come Monday, I start my stream schedule again. So I'm kind of skipping the break portion, but I'm keeping busy, and that's good. It's better to be busy than to be bored.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Oh, I totally agree. I cannot allow myself to be bored for the last few years at all, so I can totally relate. Okay, so last time you've been to Luhansk Oblast, right?
Yeah, no, this is the first time I've been to Luhansk. It's very difficult to get into Luhansk Oblast now, reporting on the Ukrainian side of the conflict, because like 98% of Luhansk is occupied. Very little of it is still controlled by the Ukrainians. And all of it that is controlled by the Ukrainians, these aren't like big populous cities or settlements. It's mostly just either like little patches of countryside or forest. And I went to the Serbinitsky Forest. It's also, I always pronounce it incorrectly, but it's also known as the Forest of Miracles. It's been fought over. It's near the Limon axis, and I went the Limon axis, and I went on a BMP mission with some local soldiers on Russian lines. But that wasn't all I did in the last 2 weeks. I also filmed some captured Russian T-80s. I filmed with FPV crews. I filmed with artillery crews on the Volchansk axis. I filmed with Baba Yaga teams. Some fixed-wing drone aircraft on the Chasiv Yar axis. Yeah, I've been keeping myself busy.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. A lot of footage to show after you edit all of that. Are you?
Yeah, that's the downside, though. I have to edit all of it and going through, getting every line translated, writing everything down. But it's important. It's important to be involved in the editing process. I need to know what I'm putting out.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, anyway, I also started using help of my moderators. Thank you, Nikki Hill, for editing some videos for me. And often I don't have time to even watch them fully, some of them if they are long. So I trust here, but it's like the parts of my streams mostly, you know, it's not like some pre-recorded material that should be properly edited, so that's different. And I understand why you have to be personally involved in all of that and review all of that, because there's also OPSEC, right, that you need to take care of when editing.
Absolutely. I mean, the BMP mission is directly on the Russian line. The positions with the FPV teams are, of course, important. The position with the Baba Yaga teams are important. The artillery teams I was with are important. On the Volchansk axis, I mean, I had seen multiple Ukrainian vehicles that were destroyed by Lancets and artillery positions that were hit by Lancets. And it's really important to make sure that the geolocatable information that is being put out is stuff that's already publicly available. So therefore, it's like not a security risk, like i.e. like big routes that everyone travels, highways, stuff like that. Or anything that is geolocatable that could be a security risk is either blurred out, cropped out of frame, or just not shot in the first place. When I was filming with air defense teams 2 weeks ago, it was early June, I just made sure that all my photos of them was just them looking at the sky or just the top of the tree line. And I wasn't taking them from every angle. I just had to make a lot of the work you can deal with beforehand and not have to complicate it later, but just thinking about the shots as you take them. Like, what can I use? Because if I take the shot, I'm not going to be able to use it. So might as well work on the angles I can use.
Yeah, well, there's going to be tons of blurring afterwards, and it's not an easy process if you have some dynamic picture, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the big news agencies, if you wanted to sell photographs, they won't even accept it if it's been digitally altered in some way, because they want to have just completely like undigitally altered photographs that they put out on their publications. And so the stuff that I would digitally alter, I will only use for myself, which is fine because most of the stuff I self-publish anyway. But I mean, when I was with the air defense teams, there were some cool shots that I was like, oh, this is cool, but I can't publish it, and I have a lot of those, and I just keep them, and they'll never see the light of day until the war is over, and there's no longer a security risk.
Yeah, but when the war is over, you'll have the chance to show them.
Absolutely. I'm really excited for when the war is over and I can publish, I don't know, like just a wave of like photographs that I thought were really cool, but I didn't get to share up to that point. It's going to be nice.
I don't know if you want to give us any predictions, but do you feel like this war might still be going for 10 or more years?
Will this war be going on for 10 or more years? Man, I don't like, I've seen from Mearsheimer and a lot of people that making hard predictions about what will and will not happen is pretty silly, and I have no interest in doing that.
Yeah, same.
And so I'm not going to do that for 10 or 15 years. What I can talk about, and this is what I always do, it's kind of a cop-out, but I think it's a responsible thing to do, is to talk about the factors that could extend it and the factors that could shorten it. And once you have an idea of the factors in your head, I think more people can try to come to a conclusion themselves after seeing the different puzzle pieces that come together, which I think is the better way to approach this question. I think one thing that would either extend the length of the war, shorten the length of the war, has to do with Western aid and whether Western aid is consistent.
Yeah.
If Ukraine has consistency from foreign supporters, so it can plan operations going into the future, and it's not just thinking about surviving day by day, week by week, month by month, then it can start looking towards pathways to end the war. If the Russians start having more aggressive sanctions placed upon them when it comes to microchips or secondhand buyers, where a lot of these goods you'll see right after 2022, Tajikistan and like German trade skyrocketed, or like Tajikistan and Taiwanese trade skyrocketed because they were being used as workarounds to get microchips and other things into Russia so they could use it for the war economy. If the United States is serious about hyping up the sanctions on these goods and is going to play the cat and mouse game more aggressively in chasing those sanctions, then I think that that's something that could either shorten or lengthen the war, depending on how vigorous they are with being aggressive on sanctions. I think that another factor that matters is how the Ukrainian government deals with the contentious issue of mobilization. If the Ukrainian government's numbers that are being talked about are true, and that the mobilization has increased in the month of May substantially and is going to continue to increase, then that is something that could either shorten or lengthen the war. And so these are the factors that I'm trying to gauge and look at. And recent signals for me when it comes to Western aid tells me that the aid is starting to arrive. From my conversations on frontline with soldiers, I'm hearing that the ammo shortage is not as bad as it was, especially back in February. I'm hearing reports from the front line that I went to training centers, that they are getting new recruits in. Now, a lot of these recruits are older. A lot of these recruits are people that probably would have been passed over on the first wave of recruitment, but they are getting recruits. And these types of people, these older individuals have been fighting since the beginning. I was talking to people who were fighting in the ATO back in 2014, 2015, or going on their late 50s now, that are now being called back up into service and now are going back into the firing line. Now, that's an issue for another day, but that shows that the government is taking the issue seriously. You wouldn't be seeing these people if the government wasn't going out and aggressively trying to mobilize people. Now, methods of mobilization can be debated, whether the way of the soldier grabbing you off the side of the street and loading you into a car after looking at your documents will go the way of the dodo, and it will all be digitized and dealt with in a different manner to be more effective. I don't know, but they are being more aggressive in mobilization. So I do think the government is starting to take the issue at least more seriously. So those are two factors in my mind that I think are positive for the Ukrainians. Whether that ends up lengthening or shortening the war will also depend upon what the Russians do in response. Does the Russian government do another wave of mobilization, knowing that another wave of the mobilization would probably make the Putin government a lot less popular? Because the one time Putin's popularity took a real hit was during the first wave of mobilization. Even the Russian state-backed polling seems to indicate that that first wave of mobilization took a real hit to the regime when it came to popularity. Now it quickly rebounded, but 3 years into a 3-day military operation, after one wave of mobilization, you now need to announce a second wave of mobilization with no idea if there's going to be a third, fourth, fifth after that. That's a different conversation around the dinner table for families that are, let's say, more politically apathetic, but are willing to, tolerate the nationalistic chest beating and drumbeat of war that the Russian government has been marching the public to for the last 3 years. Because there are a lot of Russians that are like passively supportive, but don't want to be actively engaged in combat. And once they're forced into that, I don't know if the Russian government is going to be willing to deal with the consequences or want to engage with that. And if they're going to have to, if they're going to try to go with some middle road with, well, let's recruit more prisoners, let's try to close some of the existing loopholes. So the Russian response when it comes to mobilization is also going to matter for either lengthening or shortening the war, whether they cut their losses and try to either find a deal that's more sweetening for them or eventually start pulling back and getting put in a more diplomatic, difficult position or military position. I don't know, but that's something that could affect it. Whether or not the Russians go forward with the North Korean deal or they react to the recent South Korean threats is also something that could affect it. I don't want to keep rambling on, but my point is, once you look at all these different varying factors, when someone comes out and says, "Oh, this war's got 2 years tops or 1 year's tops," they're selling you horse hockey. They're selling you nonsense.
Yeah, you're right. I totally agree with this. Also, wanted to mention that the Russian mobilization, they actually don't need a huge mobilization because they are recruiting 40,000 people every month, and it's enough for them to replenish their losses. And it is going successfully because the recruits keep coming because they are poor and they know nothing about this war. They are fantasizing that they are going to be used somewhere in the rear or just as a transportation, all that bullshit. I keep hearing it in the interviews of Zolkin and Karpenko. They keep being stupid and thinking that they come here to get easy money. So I don't think mobilization in Russia will be a big problem, and it is needed at all because they have this hidden mobilization which is really giving them what they want and in enough quantities. You see, they keep advancing on the new fronts and they keep they have enough people to do that. So
I don't know, because on one hand, it is true that the Russians obviously have a much larger population. There are still Russians, a lot, who are looking at the military contracts being told, wow, that's the amount of money I can't make anywhere else. We're in an economically destitute situation. I live in Murmansk. This isn't exactly the most thriving tech hub in the world. So I'm going to take this military contract and try to get myself ahead. I'm sure I'll just get a job driving a loaf around, and then they find out that loaf is getting targeted by FPVs or that they're getting reassigned to some unit they didn't expect to. But there's only so many times that they can basically lie to the same people over and over and over and get the same. I don't want to say you run out of gullible people, but eventually, even if there's still a lot more gullible people, stories spread around about pay, stories spread around about whether that's consistent, the conditions of the combat. This type of stuff tends to get out. It got out during the Soviet period about the war in Afghanistan, and it'll probably, with time, as it already has in many communities, get out as well. Recruitment numbers have been starting to trickle down. This is something that's even been reported by Russian state media, and they've been trying to compensate with by trying to beat the drum. That doesn't mean they're saying, "Oh, we can't get enough." They're just saying, "No, we don't have the same enthusiasm. Where are the people that there used to be?" So they seem to have the same problem that I also hear from a lot of Ukrainian recruiters, is that the enthusiasm has gone down. The enthusiasm of, that, "Oh, let's all get the money." But the problem is the Russians can dig more into financial incentives than Ukrainians can. The Ukrainian government cannot offer everybody $3,000 to $4,000 to $5,000 a month in order to try to mobilize people. The Russians also are recruiting, and I think this points towards the fact that they really do have problems with recruitment, a lot more foreign mercenaries, a lot more Cubans, a lot more Sri Lankans, a lot more Africans, Sudanese, Syrians, whoever they can get their hands on, telling them tales of big baskets of gold for very little work. And then they find themselves in forward operating positions, operating in active combat zones that they didn't think they were going to. Now, these aren't going to be the best soldiers in the world, but their job isn't to be the best soldier in the world. Their job is to die in the place of somebody in Moscow, which could have a political consequence for Putin, where if somebody from Sri Lanka dies, that dude doesn't, I mean, he's from Sri Lanka. He has no real influence in Russian politics. He has no influence in the body politic. He has no influence in his, even in, he's isolated. He doesn't speak the language, even better. So he can't tell anybody what the problems are. So I think that even though that does fill the manpower pool, it does show desperation, because no army would probably want to take people who can't even speak the language and have them go fight unless they were desperate for soldiers. The question is, I think fundamentally, whether or not through a consistency in aid and war planning and well-staffed Ukrainian positions, they can grind the Russians down enough so that they're put in a position where all these fixes and little plugs that they've put in the boat to try to stop themselves from sinking isn't enough, that the hole is just too big, that they can't fill it with, I don't know what word to use, but like the mobilization table scraps that they're trying to put together now to keep the
flow
keep
of the fresh
flow.
meat going, yeah. Going in. Got it. Sorry for interrupting you. I think we can just hope for that number of those holes.
Especially if they do what they did in Volchansk, with just, we're going to reduce the armored assaults. It's just going to be more and more infantry assaults. If that is a sign of things to come, that is not something that is endlessly sustainable for the Russian army. Just like the armored assaults are not endlessly sustainable for the Russian army, because they simply just can't even refurbish enough tanks to keep that up forever. And that's why we're seeing older and older model tanks out there. And that's why we're starting to see even some things that aren't tanks being used in a capacity to assault positions that haven't been seen in service since like the 1950s.
Yeah, exactly. So before the stream, I've created a community post where I asked people to ask you questions beforehand. So it's like Q&A stream. So we have a lot of questions already waiting to be answered. So let's go and read them. First one was, well, actually, first three was from Ara from USA. Questions for Dylan. First one, is Dylan concerned about American politics and political decisions stopping aid to Ukraine?
Yes, I think it was Viktor Orban said recently, after he made this deal with Mark Rutte, who is the incoming new NATO secretary, who it's agreed, it's not formally announced, but it's already agreed to, that the former Dutch prime minister will be the new big head cheese at NATO. And the deal is that Viktor Orban's government doesn't have to send any aid to Ukraine whatsoever. In return, he won't block any initiatives. And then when he was announcing this, which personally, I think that Hungary should invest in Europe's security just like everyone else. But if they're not blocking it, that's better than like the deadlocks that we were seeing. The idea that just like one country stopping Ukraine's defense through hostage tactics so they can get more aid for their unbelievably corrupt public sector, I don't like that. So if we can avoid that, great. But afterwards, he said, the only thing that can stop this crazy train to war now is the election of Donald Trump. And it's just kind of like this open, tacit admission that Trump is almost like a final Hail Mary to try to upset European and American support for Ukraine, when we're really starting to see a kind of rebounding of not only aid that is starting to flow back into the country, not only American aid, but also the Czech initiative finally flowing into the country. I've heard that from multiple soldiers and artillery teams on the front line, that the Czech aid is starting to arrive, on top of the American aid starting to flow into the country. So if they want to upset that crazy train, Trump would be the idea. I mean, the political decisions are rebounding too. We finally got the decision for Ukraine to be able to use Western weapons to strike over the border. And first it was Belgorod. Now it's being moved to anywhere where the Russians are attacking from. There's still restrictions upon it. Can't attack the air bases, can't use ATACMS. These restrictions now seem even sillier after we've seen that we've, crossed the red line, blurred it till obscurity, and it's still we're still holding Ukraine back in ways where they could stop these attacks on Ukrainian cities by striking these air bases. But I feel that this is going to be a painfully slow and drawn out process, but we're watching the steps being taken, and it's not in the other direction. It's in the direction that the Ukrainian government and Ukraine supporters have been asking for a while. And so as all the support is rebounding, it does feel like amongst people of Viktor Orban, maybe of a Robert Fico, the Slovaks, or those types, they're starting to put their hopes and dreams in Donald Trump being the one to finally turn the ship around. Seems like they're almost waiting for November.
There's actually, among Ukrainians, there's such a cope. Those so-called experts that speak on Ukrainian TV, those who say, oh, the war is going to be over once F-16s are here, and they are already almost here. They know nothing about that. No shit. So they have that cope. They are actually providing Ukrainians with the cope that when Donald Trump, if Donald Trump is going to become a president, no, he won't stop the aid for Ukraine. He will actually give more aid, military aid to Ukraine, because he was the first one to give any weapons to Ukraine back in, 2019? He was the first one to give us javelins, and they are really hoping for him. But I think it might be just cope for Ukrainians, for them to don't feel a threat from Donald Trump. Maybe it's also the play of Russians.
I think it's mostly cope. It's not impossible, because Trump is the type of guy that I remember when he decided to pull out of Syria in the middle of the night, the media kind of railed him for it, because it was a off-the-cuff decision that he made in the middle of the night after Erdogan gave him a phone call asking him to act what to all of his advisors would go on and say was against America and his interest. Now, people can disagree with that, but later, after Trump went in public and said, well, I pulled out of northeastern Syria because, well, the Kurds weren't with us on D-Day, so are they truly our ally? It was just ridiculous logic. He then reversed the decision. He then reversed it again, and then he reversed it again. And so sometimes it might legitimately matter what side of the bed Trump woke up that morning in making this type of a decision. Because a consistent foreign policy belief structure is something Donald Trump does not have. He has general vibes. Isolationism is a vibe he has, but he also said we need to bomb the families of terrorists. He's a devoutly supporter of Israel. So how isolationist is it if you still want to send tons of weapons to Israel? And so it's these things are not 100% solid with Trump. So my scenario was always Donald Trump gets elected, Zelensky gets down there, he's got the slickest suit, his hair slicked back, he's got all the breath mints, he goes in there with his charisma maxed out, and he's like, Trump baby, can you believe the opportunity you have to win the war? Biden couldn't. Could you imagine? And I could see something maybe that type of smooth talking, moving him maybe. But this is the type of stuff that it's Hail Mary. If we're talking about these scenarios, we're already in a bad situation where we have to play the Trump game in order to try to get him to support Ukraine. Try to convince Trump that there's enough in it for him to support Ukraine. That's the only way I think you can get Trump to support Ukraine. I think Biden has been more consistently supportive of Ukraine. There's never been a day he woke up and he was like, Ukraine's getting too much money. We're giving Ukraine too much. That wasn't the thing that he woke up and said. You could say that his support has been milquetoast at times, or it has been bland, but when you wake up, you know what side Biden's on. You're not confused about tomorrow, is Biden just going to 180 on this position. And the consistency and the stability and support is what Ukraine needs more than anything going into any negotiation, which is why not only is Trump, I think, bad for supporting Ukraine through the war, but I think Trump's also bad when it comes to supporting Ukraine through negotiations, because I don't think he's going to be seen as a steadfast opponent. For example, the big thing that people talk about is the javelins that were sent in 2019. It was the first example of lethal aid being sent to Ukraine. Before that, during the Obama administration, they sent radars so the Ukrainians could watch themselves get bombed with a big high-definition screen, which was very helpful. And it was a bunch of things that were not non-lethal aid. But in 2019, that wasn't Trump's initiative. We need to send lethal javelins to Ukraine. That was Congress's initiative. They then passed it, and it passed with a veto-proof majority, meaning Trump literally did not have the power to stop the javelins from coming to Ukraine. He could have done anything in the world. It was above his pay grade to do it because it was veto-proof. He then blocked it anyway, called Zelensky, and asked for information on Hunter Biden. So for me, this is Ukraine's national security interests being leveraged for Trump's personal political gain. Again, if you can make Trump feel that there's something in it for him, then maybe there's something in it for him supporting Ukraine. So I do not think this is a good example of Trump being like a great warrior for Ukraine, especially since if you're the Russians, how do you interpret that? Do you interpret that as, wow, Donald Trump just sent all these javelins to Ukraine? Or do you say the United States sent all those javelins to Ukraine? Trump stopped it until he could get some dirt on his opponent. What are the Russians good at? Hacking organizations, getting dirt on opponents, releasing it into public, that type of dirty politics. You don't think they could think that maybe they could offer something more than the Ukrainians could on that front with, say, Julian Assange, or, you get the idea. My point is, I think that Biden, despite his flaws when it comes to like approval on strikes on air bases, or when it comes to the dragging of the feet, Jake Sullivan's existence in the room. At the end of the day, this is someone where you know where he stands. It has been in Ukraine's corner since the start of the war, even if you haven't always agreed with how he stood in Ukraine's corner or how devoutly he was in Ukraine's corner. Trump, it purely depends on how much is in it for him. And so immediately once he thinks he can sell Ukraine down the river for a new pair of shoes, he will.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's a big difference. Secular Sekai, thank you very much for the super chat. I will ask the question from it after those two questions from RF from USA, okay? Let's go back there. Oh, by the way, I want to take the pause, a quick one, and ask you guys to keep donating, because there were no donations for the last half an hour, and we need to
donations? No donations. I can't believe that. I'm offended.
Yeah, Dylan's offended, guys. You gotta unoffend him right now. Please send donations. So we're raffling this insane Kraken patch. Battle worn. Yeah, you see in the frame with the real Fabrique flag underneath of it. This is not the picture. Real flag there. Red and black frame. Dylan, can you believe it? It's been put to the raffle, like put back to the raffle 2 times already. Today it's the last time. So last time Bjorn won it, he put it back on the raffle. I decided to do all the tickets that were bought before to actually use them for the raffle. So we went up to 1,000 tickets. It's $10,000. One ticket is $10. Can you imagine?
That has raised $10,000 for the Ukrainian Armed Forces.
Yes.
Already. My goodness, that is an expensive patch.
That's a very expensive patch. And people, can you imagine people stopped buying tickets for it, guys? What the hell? Come on.
Could you imagine if you not only got a Kraken patch, but you got the battle-worn $10,000 twice back to raffle Kraken patch?
Yeah. This is now it's above that. We already have today, let me check how many tickets we have. 133 tickets. So plus $1,300. Crazy. $11,300. Guys, we need to reach at least 200 tickets today. Please keep buying tickets. $10 for a ticket. If you're new here, to buy a ticket, go to the description of the stream and you will find my PayPal there. It's preferable. If you can't use PayPal, you can use Buy Me a Coffee, and buy coffees. 1 coffee is $1, so it's easy to count. 10 coffees for a ticket. Guys, also, all the tickets that you're buying this week are gonna give you a chance to win this flag, signed by many soldiers, wounded soldiers. I've been gifted it on the street, Dylan. It's been Free Azov Rally. Have you been to one?
I have not been to one, no.
I'm inviting you. Come with me next Sunday if you're gonna be here in Kyiv yet.
If I'm in Kyiv next Sunday, I'll come.
Awesome, thank you. So I went there on Free Azov, and I was just sticking to people, doing the street journalism, and the guy asked English, and I said, yeah. And he appeared to be from Germany. His name is Werner. He's been volunteering here in Ukraine, and he's been actually, I don't know how to correctly say it in English, relieving the pain of the soldiers.
Rehabilitation.
No, he has been. I think those soldiers, those wounded soldiers who are in pain, he was helping them with morphine and stuff like that. So he was, yeah.
Oh, pain relief.
Pain relief, yeah, relief in the pain. That's what I meant. But you cannot say it like this in English, right? Pain relief, but no relief in the pain. Anyway, he's been working in different hospitals, and soldiers were signing the flag one by one. The soldiers who he helped to. And he was just like, first we were talking, and I went to the next person to talk to, and he's coming to me saying, hey, you know what, take this flag, auction it, and get some money to the Ukrainian soldiers. And I was like, wow, this is very generous. So this flag was dear to him, and he gifted it just like that, not knowing me, like seeing me for the first time, and there are a lot of brigades there.
That's the type of passion people have for fundraising for the army.
Yeah. So this is a very cool story and a very nice flag. So guys, all the tickets that you're buying this week, so those 133 are taking part in the next week's raffle exactly in a week. And today in 2 hours at midnight Ukrainian time, we're going to raffle the Kraken patch. But next week at midnight, we're going to raffle this awesome flag. So guys, please keep buying tickets because 67 at least more to go. That's $670. Guys, for you rollers, it's not that much. You've been raising thousands of dollars on the streams. Okay, that's enough for the advertisement of my raffles. Let's go back to the questions. Thank you guys for your attention. Please buy more tickets. Next question from USA. How can average citizens from around the world help the soldiers at the front who don't have a media team? Interesting.
That don't have a media team. See, this is the difficulty. Is I was talking about this on the road recently, and I was watching all these different billboards because the military sometimes will advertise with billboards or advertise with video, and I was like, Azov, third assault, Azov, third assault, Azov, third assault. And I was thinking, like, I don't think I've ever seen a 40-second billboard, but I meant the 40-second, and those are great guys. I don't think I've ever seen a billboard for the 56th or 54th or any of these guys that are super cool. And in fact, when I was with the 54th, they were telling me how they wanted fundraising because they had to take their drone company and expand it. And through expanding it, they needed everything because now they had more people, they needed more gear for literally everything. And they were looking for fundraising, but they don't have the clout. They don't have people around the corner, like calling to get into the 56th or the 54th or any of these units that are less known, but also desperately need resources. Now, the main thing these units the main way they can be helped is on a scale that is not through us, which is on the national level, the United States providing more aid, or the government of Ukraine being able to sign more contracts, doing more deals with companies like Rheinmetall that can get a more sustained flow. Because the problem with a lot of these fundraisers, and I'm not mocking any fundraiser, is it's going to come with public attention, right? Sometimes you're going to be able to get 10,000, 5,000. Maybe there's a recent victory. Maybe there's a surge in attention. Maybe the algorithm changes and you're able to bring in a new wave of support. But then the tempo comes down low again. And maybe the mood goes down low again. And the people are maybe less willing to donate on another day. And it's not a consistency that would bode itself for like a solid support base being stable. As for donating directly to units, I would just say personally, if you're going to donate to a unit, what I try to do, and I'm not, as a journalist, of course, like I can't advertise any specific unit, but what I would say would make sense to me is look for units that don't have a gigantic media team. Look for units that when you look at their fundraising video, their camera's shaking a little bit, it's off their phone. It's not like with 360 view and HD 4K. Look for the units that are doing their best to make what they have work, and not the ones that already have all the resources they probably need at the moment, or that they have the vast majority of the resources they need at the moment. Because most of the people that come out and donate are going to go straight to the people who come out first in the search algorithm, the first ones they see on Twitter, the ones that have the media professionals got to put their teams out there, put their faces out there. Look for those smaller guys. As for like what way I could point you towards, I mean, all I'm going to do is like, hey, the 54th, they told me that they need help fundraising for their drone teams. So if anybody wants to help them, I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Good advice. And guys, if you want to actually support Dylan, his link tree is in the description of this stream, and also his website. On his website, you can make a donation. You can see information about him. He's Dylan, can I call you a war journalist?
Yeah, I think you can call me a war journalist at this point.
War journalist, yeah. And anyway, on the ground journalist. He goes there on the front line. He's a very brave man. I'm, for example, a chicken shit, and I never went there yet. And but I'm planning to do this this July. Gonna be a good experience for me. Gonna go there with Greg Terry. Well, I'm announcing this for months. I'm tired of this. I just need to go there. Anyway, guys, please support Dylan because I think he is amazing, and thank you for your work, Dylan.
Thank you. I just got remonetized on YouTube for the first time in 10 months. It was a really long struggle with YouTube. They said I was doing the hate speech. I was very hateful. They said I was doing the content safety policy violations. I don't know, all the horrible crimes. But eventually, after 10 months of demonetization, cost us about $30,000. So I would say a decent chunk of change for a small channel with 2 to 3 employees. They removed the demonetization with no explanation. But hey, at least I'm remonetized again. So the channel is at least returning to financial normalcy. And I appreciate everybody that, and I know some of Rick's viewers did as well, who brought attention to the fact that I was demonetized. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you guys. I know, I actually missed that. Yeah, I didn't support you in that.
You don't? You want me demonetized? Okay, I understand. You're against.
Sorry, man.
You want me to be demonetized? I understand. I'm a pretty hateful guy. I understand.
No, I actually just realized that I didn't help you with that.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Rollers did, but I didn't. Well, I have my excuses, but I won't say any. Sorry, Dylan.
It's okay.
just that. Okay, so people started buying tickets. First of all, there were 10 coffees from Hubert, and I didn't sing along with that. Never gonna run around and desert you, okay? So remember the notification here, Dylan, every time someone buys coffees?
You guys sing the Rick Ashley song every time
Yeah.
you give those donations. I couldn't commit to that. Eventually I'd get tired. Do you get tired?
No, never. I love to see them. I love the song. I love to do the blah blah blah.
Yeah, but do you love the song that much?
Not that much, but I think I got used to it. Like nothing. I think I'm that kind of guy who can sing one song for years. So, just that. Anyway, it's not on every donation. It's only on every Buy Me a Coffee donation. So that means like only 20% of all the donations, and that's not really hard. It's
okay,
like
20% isn't that bad.
Yeah, it's like what? No, 5 to 10, maybe sometimes 15 singing, and I usually don't sing when my guest is speaking to not interrupt the guest. Sometimes I do that.
Please interrupt me with your singing immediately.
Okay. Why?
Because it'd be funny.
It would be funny. Okay, let's do this. So after Hubert on PayPal, Fred Thornberry sent $30, 3 tickets for the Kraken patch, and I've already put you to the spreadsheet. You've seen that on the screen. And after that, Mr. Kaplan dropped a bomb on us of $512.05.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. Money for the pickup truck for 117th Territorial Defense Brigade. For me, 5 tickets. The rest to those who can't afford to buy them. Slava Ukraini. Heroям slava, Mr. Kaplan. You are so fucking generous. This is the second donation today from Mr. Kaplan. First one was $250 already.
So that's why he's almost donated $800 tonight.
Yeah, that's insane. Almost 800. Mr. Kaplan is very generous. Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. So I'm gonna give you 5 tickets. And guys, I will give you the command to start giving a pluses when you want the free ticket, and I will put your names there in the spreadsheet for the tickets that Mr. Kaplan just gifted. Thank you. So after that, Michael sent $40. 4 tickets, please. Michael, you have you have yourself those 4 tickets. Thank you, guys. Let me update my PayPal and see. No more. But we're really close to 200 now. Yeah, really close. So just about 10 to 15 tickets and we're there. Next, Yana is joining. Just a second, Yana. I need to switch to another scene. Okay, yes. Dylan, do you know Yana?
I think I might have seen them on social media, but I don't think I've met them ever before in person.
Yeah, I'm from Project Constantine. We spoke on Twitter, but you didn't know it was me because I was speaking as Project Constantine. You DM'd us
okay.
about
That would
something.
make sense.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay, so Yana, it's always good to see you. You rollers were saying that you like Yana as a co-host on the last stream. So Yana asked, do you want to see me today? And I said, absolutely. So Yana joined. But I said, let's do it in a few hours. And Yana joined in a few hours. So here's
I'm
Yana.
very obedient like that.
Thank you. Elvin Archer, thank you for the super chat. 2 Great Britain pounds, I think. Just so Dylan can hear you sing. Okay. Never gonna let you down. Holy Oblation bought a coffee. Make Dylan sing. No, laugh. Not sing. It says laugh. Okay, not laughing yet, but I think I needed to sing it for much longer time than just one line, So next time I'll try. Okay, more questions. Next one from Ara from USA, the last one, and then we will go to Sekai's question there. Sekai, I hope you're still there to hear the answer to the question. Anyway, you can watch the recording if you're not there anymore. Okay, the third one was, which projects Dylan working on currently? Anticipated time for release?
So the projects I'm going to be releasing soonest is I just went on a BMP mission with Ukrainian soldiers in Luhansk.
What's a BMP?
A BMP, it is a for the layman, it is a armored vehicle that has a small cannon on it, not as big as a tank, but enough still to do damage. It is not extremely incredibly armored, but if you look at these casualty reports, they make up a large percentage of armored casualties, and that's because these vehicles were basically supposed to be the backbone of combined arms warfare, mechanized warfare, that didn't end up really developing as it was supposed to in this war, but it's still all Soviet's armies usually have like huge reserves of these things, even though they are still pretty out of date and terribly, terribly uncomfortable.
Yeah. So BMP, sorry for interrupting you. You were telling a story there, but I know what BMP is, but some of the people might not know that. I'm wondering, what is a BMP mission? Like, you told us what's BMP. What's a BMP mission?
So a BMP mission could be a few things. It could be moving troops to a location, they then dismount and then try to do an infantry assault. It could be a BMP mission, could be a medevac, because maybe there's not another vehicle available, and so they end up having to use a BMP to go pick up somebody injured. But in this instance, they were doing an indirect fire mission. So what they were doing is they were getting relatively close enough to the front line so they could be within range of enemy positions. Then they would point their gun up and almost act like a mortar or a piece of very short, close range artillery. And then they fire on the position, and then they will correct fire through radio, therefore being told by command or told by somebody watching, say, a DJI Mavic, hey, you were off by 100 meters that way, 100 meters this way, move to the left, move to the right. Okay, you hit. Fire, fire, fire. Keep hitting that position on the Russians in the Srebrenicki forest, which is where we were filming in the Luhansk Oblast.
So that's the BMP mission. And now please continue talking, telling your story. Sorry, man.
Yeah, so we're gonna release that hopefully next week. I'm actually, once this is over, I'm gonna go back to working on that. I have a bunch of notes in front of me, writing about all the footage that I'm reviewing. Other than that, I did a bunch of embeds with an evacuation worker named Dima, who evacuated people out of Mariupol. And also I met him when I was in Kherson, and we were filming aid workers getting civilians, away from the floodwaters. And when we were bombed by the Russians, and they said that we were Azov and they had to bomb our aid mission, and they ended up hitting my good friend John Jones in the stomach, Dima helped drag him from the shoreline. And after interviewing him afterwards, because we were writing a story about the war crime, because a lot of these war crimes just kind of happen, and all it is like a line. It's like 3 people died, and that's the daily report. See you guys tomorrow. And I didn't like that. And so I wanted to give as much detail to just be like, nobody can dispute that this was the Russians that did this. And while doing that and writing that story, I got to know Dima, and I found he was a little crazy, but he had an incredibly gigantic heart. And his story, to me, kind of acted as the complete failure of Russia when it comes to its soft power in Ukraine, because he is a Russian-speaking guy from Dnipro who was raised by his mother to go to Russian-speaking school, who was told, Ukrainian school's closer, go to the Russian school. Because if you go to the Russian school, then one day you can go to Moscow and you can make it big, because the Russians have all the money. They're the center of the world. That's how he was brought up. Then the war happens. He sees all of this destruction brought upon his country, brought to his neighbors, brought to his community, goes to Mariupol, sees the worst things that let's just say the Ruski Mir has to offer, and he has to help pick up the pieces of these former communities that he used to, spend all of his time in, being with his friend in Mariupol, or going to Crimea when he was younger as a kid and spending time there before it was occupied. He hasn't been there since. And getting to speak with him as he communicated with those who would not leave even to now. Like we went to Chasiv Yar and talked to civilians there as the city was being bombed, and talked to people who were refusing to leave, and filming these difficult conversations from people within the Russian-speaking parts of Ukraine. It was fascinating, and I think he is an incredible and crazy person, and I'm really excited to release the documentary about him.
That's cool. So that's another project you're working on, something else?
Yeah. I've got a few other things, but it's going to be a bit before they get released. I just finished filming my drone documentary. We filmed with FPV teams on the Volchansk axis. We filmed with Baba Yaga teams on the same axis. Fixed-wing drone aircraft outside of Chasiv Yar. Filmed some training, and I even filmed a rave that was being used to fundraise for drones. Because a lot of people in Ukraine want to relax. They want to do the hobbies and do the things that they used to do before the war. But there's a sense of normalcy that descends upon these events that make people uncomfortable. And that's weird to say, that the normalcy makes people feel uncomfortable, but they don't feel comfortable necessarily partying and having a great time, and chilling with their buddies when they know that there's people across the other side of the country dying for their freedom. And so they felt that they could only host these events if the rave is a fundraiser for drones. And so the idea of people boogieing for weapons was very fascinating, and so I'm including that in the documentary. But yes, I wanted to document drone warfare because I think it is the future of warfare. I got another thing. I might release a piece just on the Volchansk axis, but that depends on me getting one more embed that is still in the works and I can't really talk about. But yeah, that's most of what I'm working on now. The rest of the projects probably won't be released for like another year, so I don't want to talk about it yet.
Okay, thank you. So now the question from Secular Sekai. I'm going back there, Sekai, if you're still there. Do you guys think that Orban's recent announcement of the new Hungarian military operations in Chad is an attempt by Russia to have proxy allies build a bigger pro-Russia network in Africa? So that's a question to you, Dylan.
To me, it's too hard to say. Number one, I don't know much about it. I've been distracted. This story must have gone over my head. But it is hard for me to picture the purpose of a Hungarian military operation in Africa. And I also do find it fascinating that the Hungarian government does not want to expend the resources necessary to defend European security on its own doorstep, but is very willing to expend money to go off to a totally different continent and do security missions that are much less connected to Hungarian security.
No, but they said that is to stop the refugee crisis. This is all like, this is all like, I don't know. I don't really understand. He's going like, the whole thing was saying like, they're getting a lot of refugees from other African countries, and if Chad also becomes unstable, we could witness a migratory floodgate that could send hundreds of millions more people on their way to Europe. And I'm like, yeah, but we also you're besties with Russia, so I think that is also a big thing.
Well, I'm hearing about it for the first time, so I have no comments, and I will say that Orban is a vatnik, and that's what we all got to know about him to judge his actions. Anyway, a question from Russell. What's the kindest gesture Dylan has seen on the front line or in Ukraine?
What's the kindest gesture I've seen in Ukraine? Man, that's a difficult question. I don't really know how to answer that question because people have been incredibly kind to me since I've come into the country, helping me like deal with stuff that I don't understand. Like when I didn't understand certain aspects of the train system, like immediately everybody will put down what they're doing and help me. And a bit to the point where they're like, they'll stop what they're doing, take 30 minutes out of their day, and be like, okay, I'm not going to tell you where to go. I'm going to bring you to where you need to go, see you get on the thing that you need to do to get on, and then see you off, make sure that you got the payments. And if you haven't got the payments, I'll chip in like half of it. It's like just going tremendously out of their way to help people. As for acts of kindness, for me, it's always just the lengths that a lot of aid workers will go to in order to try to help people always is sometimes kind of baffling to me. In Kherson, there's a million different stories of heroism after Novokhovka Dam blew up because those aid workers were getting shelled directly by the Russians. While I can't speak to intent because I'm not the Russians, I personally documented it. I spoke to others. I know a guy called Yannick that the day I got there, he had this gigantic gash on his scalp. And I asked him what it was from, and he said, I was in Kherson. I was out and I was trying to evacuate people, and the Russians shelled us, and this is the result. And it wasn't just him; it was a lot of people. But the next day, what did he do? He went back out and did it again. And so, seeing people just go out again and again and again, sometimes people who aren't even from Ukraine doing it again and again and again during the bombing in Kherson. To me, that was disregard of one's own safety, to be considered a military target and to still go, even though they're not military targets, and to still go out there and put their life at risk for people. That was, Kherson had a big impact on me, I would say.
Thank you, Dylan. Mark Sangaman, thank you for 5 gifted memberships, and thank you, The Weasel, for 20 gifted memberships. Next one should be from the Q&A from Community Post, because those in Super Chats have ended. Okay, next one is from Zlauri Out. Dylan, I'm the past when asked one of the things Ukrainians need most. You said demine and equipment to help Ukraine clear the way to get south to Crimea. Would you say that is still the case? Also wondering, did you hear about Jake Bro's birthday fundraiser?
Jake Bro's birthday fundraiser kind of blew me out of the water because it came out of nowhere. It just kind of he didn't like build it up as some like, hey guys, we're gonna do the biggest fundraiser. He just fundraised, and I think there was a bunch of conditions that created the perfect storm. He had his own pre-existing audience. People generally at the time knew that Ukraine was going through pretty bad shortages, and that the aid hadn't been, even if it had been sent, it hadn't been come over yet. And that was always my problem with the aid, was I knew that eventually someone was going to get scared or spooked by some event in Ukraine, and it would spur them into action. But by the time they'd be spurred into action, it might be too late. And that was the thing that always scared me about the Republicans playing footsie with abandoning the Ukrainians. But I think that that specific moment where people wanted to help because they knew of the shortages, plus his birthday and the fundraiser, it just all kind of hit with the algorithm, and he just did a beautiful thing there. As for demining equipment, yeah, I still think it's important. The thing that's important about demining equipment is this is going to be important for the next 80 to 100 years. 1/3 of the country is covered in mines and bombs. When I talk to deminers, they talk about a process that will take decades upon decades upon decades upon decades. So from my view, when it comes to demining equipment, there is never a bad time to send over demining equipment to Ukraine, because Ukraine is going to need demining equipment for the rest of our natural lives. And so as long as that is the case, I still think it is important. It also has a military benefit of being able to be used to clear out the way if they want to take back their territory. If Ukraine wants to deoccupy its territory, it's going to have to demine some territories as well. So it's helpful from an emergency services perspective, because CESU needs it. And I mean, a lot of times units can fundraise. Civilian workers, I've heard a mixed story. I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but I've heard stories of commanders not wanting their deminers to fundraise, because if they fundraise, that can make the commanders look bad, and the commanders do not want to look bad. And so it's also treated in a different way. And so I've heard that, it's not as bad as it used to be, but that was a problem earlier in the war that really frustrated me. So demining equipment is still something I would push people towards. It doesn't have the same strategic immediate necessity as it did during the counteroffensive, but it's going to be a necessity for basically forever.
Yeah. Thank you. Jana, any comment on that?
Yeah. I
Only
don't
if you
actually have a comment.
Yeah,
Just...
only if you have. Like,
mine suck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice one. Okay, so we have this one answered. Thank you, Dylan. Let's go to the next one. Next one says, Dylan the man. This is not a question, Dylan, just a compliment.
Affirmative.
This was said by Dave Grigg 8604. Maybe you know Dave.
I'm not familiar with Dave Grigg 8604, but I will never forget him. Close to my heart.
Wow. Action This Day asks, there are 1,000 of tanks, M113 vehicles in U.S. sitting in storage. What organization or individual can lead an effort to get surplus weapons to Ukraine?
I mean, it's something that's going to I think it's going to have to probably be led from Congress. It's going to have to be led from a legislative angle, because there are plenty of like Ukrainian Americans and pro-Ukrainian Americans who can like yell and shout. And I mean, there are protesters that have been outside the DC Capitol every day protesting in favor of sending aid to Ukraine. I've met them. They're great people. They want to bring attention to Ukraine's struggle. It's really good guys. But they're not the ones that go there and say, okay, send the weapons. It has to be congressionally approved. Now, there are other workarounds you could find for like short-term fixes and stuff. But at the end of the day, if you want the flow that's necessary for Ukraine to win, it's going to have to be congressionally approved. So this is going to have to be legislation sponsored by congressmen. And sometimes this pressure, by the way, can go around the president of the United States. When the first tranche of aid came to Ukraine in 2019, with the lethalate, the javelins. That was not Trump's initiative. That was Congress's initiative that passed with a veto-proof majority, so he couldn't do anything. That's why he got impeached, is because when he tried to block it, he did something that was unconstitutional. And so if Congress acts, it might not even necessarily matter who is in the White House. And it could also mean if an initiative is building steam, let's say there's an initiative to say, encourage the Biden administration to allow Ukraine to strike air bases with attack. This type of stuff can build pressure on the American government. Mike Johnson, funnily enough, after dragging his feet for so long, has started to say that it is not the United States' place to micromanage the war in Ukraine, and the Biden administration needs to take his hands off the wheel a little bit, which is funny because the main thing he could have done to support Ukraine outside of speaking and yapping would have been, prodding his party in the back after 6 months of delays that cost lives. But still, it just shows this. It has to start in Congress. So having legislators start initiatives to say, hey, we want $5 billion allocated for this specific capability that could be helpful, or these capabilities that the Ukrainians have come to us and told us that they need. But yes, it has. If you're asking where does this need to start, it has to start in Congress.
Thank you. Guys, start giving pluses there to get a free ticket for Mr. Kaplan. I've started putting the names. You can see it on the screen. Everything's transparent. So if you see me missing your name, also tell me. Next question. That was a good one, by the way. Great.
I want to know what shampoo and conditioner Dylan uses.
Whatever I can get my hands on. Usually back in the States when I was, it wasn't just whatever was on the shelf. It was Dove, and I like to use something, I forget the brand, but I can, if you're really curious, I can send you a bottle of it. But it's something like mixed with honey, and I like the smell tremendously.
Okay.
Got it. When you were speaking about that, your camera got blurred very much, and when you stopped, it focused again.
Yeah, it was like, this is OPSEC, can't talk about shampoo and conditioner.
What is
Shut
happening?
Shut it down. I can't release the state secrets.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the pluses, guys. I will start working on that. After shampoo question, there is another compliment to you from Mark Garcia. Great to see the next generation of journalists, YouTubers on the job. Go Dylan. I agree.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Great to see you there too, Dylan. It's from me.
Aw.
Okay, Paula W. I have long hair, and I have to wonder if his hair does not get in the way of the does get in the way or drive him crazy. I know it would bother me. I look forward to hearing about his experiences on the front line. Is it bothering you?
It can, it gets, sometimes when I'm taking off my body armor, it gets it gets tied up in all the Velcro specifically. Because it gets in between the Velcro, and that's really bad. And sometimes I'll get stuck almost like a cat or something, like a dog in a box of treats, and I'll be have to call my fixer. Hey, grab my Velcro. You got to pull it this way and that way. That's probably the worst, is when I'm taking and putting back on the body armor. And it can also, it can get annoying how matted it can get after a long day with the helmet on, which is also not great for cleaning the hair. But it's not a problem out in the field operating. It's only a problem for me afterwards, trying to preserve this so I do not go bald.
Got it. Thank you for sharing your pain. Okay. No, I won't read this one. Hey, Dylan. First of all, thank you for your service. This one is from Benzo Baby. How would you say this tour has shaped you, and do you feel hopeful for the future? Is there anything we can do to help further?
He says this tour. Does he mean just all my time in Ukraine, or this one specifically?
I think this one specific, because I was specifying that you just came back from one.
I'll just assume he means this, because a tour traditionally is a 5 to 8 month period, and so I would assume that he's talking about just the general last 5 months or 6 months I've been, last period I've been in the country. I would say when I went to the stabilization point, that had a pretty big effect on me. Because filming at a stabilization point is strange as a journalist because I don't really hope for content. It's very strange because I know what I need to film to show, but I don't want anyone to go through the doors because you don't know what's going to happen. And I've heard a lot of stories of people going to stabilization points on a quiet part of the front for 24 hours and then they sleep overnight and they get nothing. But within 10 minutes of me getting to stabilization point, I can't say the location for OPSEC reasons, but it was in Donetsk. It was in the Donetsk region. Within 10 minutes, we had the first injury come in. And within an hour of that, we had the next. And we had, over the 24-hour period we were there, we had 5 people come through, which it wasn't like a wave of people, but it meant that every few hours, including when I was sleeping, I was woken up with injuries. And I think just the cycle of violence, and the cycle of treated violence, or the cycle of just helping and trying to save lives and stabilize people during the most critical part. I mean, this is the critical point where you have to, get this person stabilized before they can get to a bigger hospital, bigger medical institution. Just the amount of weight on the shoulders of these people who work on these stabilization points is immense. The hours that they have to put themselves, definitely when their part of the front becomes incredibly active, is incredible. The hours I've heard of being awake for 48, 60 hours at a time, passing out for a few, waking back up because now somebody else is in there. And that's how combat goes. And that's how the Russians fight. It's by overwhelming pressure to the point of breaking everything. And that's also true for them. And so just seeing person after person after person after person in front of you, treating them, having them shake on your table in pain, sending them away, and having no clue how the vast majority of them did after you saw them off. I mean, it must leave the mind boggling. And once the war's over, when this is all said and done, are they going to be thinking back for the rest of their lives like, oh, that one guy, Dimitro, I met, who, lost his leg and he was in really bad condition. Did he make it? Is he going to go research that? Is that something he's going to be bothered with for the rest of his life? That's something that really left a big impact on me. Was just it became a cycle, a very clearly identifiable cycle after 24 hours there. It's they arrive, you strip them, you identify their injuries, you treat them, you give them whatever you can for pain, send them on the way in the car off to hospital within 15 to 20 minutes. And just that again and again and again. The cycle, I guess after a while would just numb you. But yeah, that had a big impact on me, this cycle.
Yeah, I actually have a question from that, because I'm editing some video from Pete from his body cam where he was at a stabilization point in Chasiv Yar, and we can say it because Chasiv Yar is no longer, it's temporarily been occupied now. But they didn't have pain medication for the guys, and you just hear the screams. So because the original stabilization point got bombed and they had a shortage of supplies. So is that something where you look at these things and you look at the wounds you've seen and the people you've seen and the things you've heard and you're like, how am I going to forget this? Or how do I cope with this in a way? Is that something that you struggle with, or have you kind of found a coping mechanism?
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I really want to talk about me. I don't want to make this about me. I'll answer a little bit of it, but I want to say something first because you said something about the screams. Something that really stuck with me was I didn't really get much screaming. I got a lot more shaking. People shaking on the table. And I remember the only time I can remember that I shook like that is when I got a really deep dark tattoo on a really bad part of my back where it's part bone. It's where the skin is the thinnest and the bone starts to protrude out. So when people get tattoos here, it's some of the worst experiences. These were the first places I got tattoos because I was a moron. But the shaking left an impact on me. And when I talked to the doctor about screaming, because there was there was a little bit of screaming, he said, sometimes the screaming is good because then you know where it hurts. Because then when you're grabbing for the wounds and you hear, then you know, oh, okay, there it is. There's metal probably embedded here. We need to find the hole. And then that can speed up the process. But to them, it was so normalized. They had dealt with it for so much. They had become a gear in this medical cycle for so long that it was just part and parcel of the trade. And so it became like, how can we turn their pain into an asset to save their life? Which is a weird thing to say out loud, but that is kind of the purpose of pain, isn't it? Pain is here, it's bad. It's
You know there's
basically
something wrong. Yeah.
It's a giant alarm. And so while for us, pain is something to be terrified of, it's to be horrified of, for the doctor and for them, pain turned into an asset to try to save their life. As for me and how do I deal with it, I don't know. I just I try to view it from as many perspectives as possible, and I think that if I try to understand it as much as I can, understanding it is a lot of dealing with fear. And it's the same way I've looked about the idea of dying. It's the same way I've looked about a lot of the horrific ways of this war, is that I feel like if I understand it and I let that information pass through me, then maybe I can deal with it. Now, that isn't perfect because, having to absorb that information in the first place, it can be some pretty horrifying truths or horrifying things that you see. But that's, the way that I've tried to deal with it is just if I push it back, I feel that all I'm going to do is create it. I'm going to build it up in my head and make it a worse problem. And so I just try to allow these things to flow through me. But you need breaks. I know so many journalists in this country that they get to a point where they just can't anymore. They shut down. And I keep telling some guys I know one person who's been like in comatose for almost like 3 years now with barely any break. Spanish journalist is crazy. And I'm like, you can't keep doing this. You got to give yourself some break or you're going to go crazy. And you start to see it affect people. And so time with family was certainly important for me. If I hadn't gone back to the United States for Christmas and saw my grandparents, I don't know how I would have dealt with it. So I would say proper rest and recovery, and trying to understand what I'm looking at, I think has helped me most, and not hide from it, but understand it.
Got it.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
We have a guest. We have another guest.
Yeah, I
We have
see.
another
Doggo.
guest.
Doggo.
His name's Casper.
Casper. I missed him. I was looking at the spreadsheet. Can you show him to us?
He already walked away. He can't be tamed. I bring him back, but he can't be tamed.
Okay, no problem. So it's a free dog. No taming. Got it. Okay, guys. I need more pluses, please. By the way, $20. Posse K sent $20 with a comment, Dylan and Heart. Yeah, so that's a donation
Thank you.
it's either donation to you, Dylan, or just to express love to you. So please specify there, Posse, or Passy. I can pass it to Dylan, definitely.
Or we could just not dispute it and you just donate it to someone who needs it.
Okay, to our fundraiser. Let's do it. So 2 tickets. Passy, do you want 2 tickets? If you don't want them, we can donate them to Rollers. But Rollers had already...
Sure, you can... 2 tickets is fine, I guess. Sure, why not?
2 tickets for you, Dylan, right?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Awesome. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do 2 tickets for Dylan. Awesome. So, but Passy, you can still have 2 tickets because we still have free tickets lying around. Anyway. Yeah.
Preston Reagan in chat said, my heart has been cold since Mariupol. Doggo! Rick, look at the doggo!
I'm missing the doggo again. Shit. I
Focus.
missed it. We cannot hear you now, Dylan. Oh, yes, the doggo. Nice one.
Doggo!
But you muted yourself. Oh, now we hear you. Now we hear you. Awesome.
Yeah.
I see more pluses. Thank you, guys. So, Pasi, are you there in the chat? What? Pacifist. Is it your? Yeah. Is it your donation? Love his work. Someone else can get a ticket. Okay, you don't want a ticket. Okay, no problem. Then those 2 go to Dylan. Yana, you also got one of the free tickets. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so 2 for Dylan. Just give me a second. What did I want to... Yeah, I can work on that while you're going to be answering the next question. So let's go and ask you one. Oh, by the way, there was another question in Benzo Baby's question. Remember, is there anything we can do to help further with your work, I think?
With my work
Yeah.
specifically. Well, I was demonetized by YouTube for 10 months. So that took a big financial hit, and I'm still trying to recover from that. And so if people wanted to donate, I have a website. They can go to dylanburns.tv. Every single dime of that money is going to go towards making the work I do here possible. It's either going to go towards editors, it's going to go towards just payment for transportation, payment for gas, payment for fixers, or payment for the people who just generally make the show work, or, you know, rent. I do also like to pay for things like that on occasion. But that's, I guess, the big thing. Any donations there would be great. Other than that, honestly, just, I don't know, donate more to the people who need it. You know, I love UA Animals. They're great charity.
Yeah, guys, go and look for UA Animals and donate to them too. Okay, so we got, yeah, I'm just kidding. No, I'm still not tired. Okay. Go Dylan. The comment says, next one is from Tune Odessa. Dylan, did you meet Pete in the forest? Do you know Pete from Project Constantine? You probably know him.
I have not met him. I haven't met him. Everybody tells me about Constantine, and I feel like I've met everybody who knows Constantine, but I've never met Constantine. At this point, I've like built like an image of him. It's like each time it's like, you know, at like the start of an RPG, they need to talk up like a bit bad guy, so everybody's like, "Oh yes, the dragon." This is what it feels like Constantine has become. It's just like I hear from everybody all these things about Constantine. Oh, Constantine brought this aid. Oh, Constantine's such a great guy. I've never met Constantine, but he sounds wonderful from everything I hear, from all the folklore and songs that have been sung by bards that I've heard.
You know
When you're
what?
in Ukraine, I'll let you guys meet.
You know, you actually met Constantine. You just didn't meet Pete, because meeting Yana means you met someone. You've met someone from
That is
Project
true.
Constantine.
That is true. I guess I've met. I don't know how many people are behind Project Constantine. So
We've got 3 directors, and so you've met 1/3.
33%.
You've met 33%.
Nice one. So guys, actually an announcement. Yana, I don't know if you know that as one of the directors, but Pete agreed to join the next Sunday stream, and he's gonna
no,
be the
he
guest.
did not tell me that.
He did not tell you. Probably he forgot already.
Yeah,
but
it's like
no.
literally I found out about something because we had a stream yesterday on our channel. We had our stream and then we went on the shows, and Pete was talking about something there, and I was like, why do I have to come on the shows to find out something? And he's like, I'm so busy, and I'm like, yeah.
That's
But
understandable.
it's really, yeah, it's really funny with us, because it's like, did we tell each other this? Have we forgotten about this? You know, so it's really funny how these things work. Yeah.
So
And I'm
yeah,
glad he's gonna be on.
he's gonna be on. You're gonna be on, of course. I will invite Halina. By the way, where's Mama Rose? Is she still here in Ukraine?
I don't know if she's not in Ukraine anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's back in SA. I know she also did like a pilgrimage to some other neighboring country. I don't remember which one.
Got it.
But I know she went there as well.
Awesome. I mean, like,
But yeah.
Having her in Ukraine is cool, but she definitely has to be somewhere safer, too.
Yeah.
Though it's
So
not
I think
super
she's back
dangerous in
in SA.
Ukraine. Well, it was dangerous in Odessa, to be honest. It is dangerous in Odessa.
Yeah, where she was, and before
Yeah,
that she was like
that's what I'm
where Pete was. Yeah.
So all of that was pretty close. Guys, another announcement. On Wednesday, I agreed to have a stream with Marco from Free Azov. Remember the guy from Netherlands? Very energetic one and very swearing one. I managed to get him on the stream on Wednesday, so we're gonna have a lot of energy also on the stream on Wednesday. Dylan, let's go to the next question. Who that was from? koala with a smile like that, like that first thing I thought was that a bloke to sit down with for food and a chat. Do you understand this message? Because yeah, it seems like a comment, not a question. But I cannot.
It seems like he's saying he wants to get a beer with me, basically.
Uh-huh.
That's how I'm reading it.
Yeah, that's what I'm also suggesting. But
And I agree if they're buying.
okay. Yeah, so that was, let me check who that was. Mr. Just Stain. Dylan, what have you been up to lately, and how are the Ukrainians doing? I think first question you already answered. Maybe you have some additions to that, and the second one is, and how are the Ukrainians doing?
I guess like I'm trying to think. I mean, there's like details because I did a lot of stuff, I guess, lately. So filming the captured T-80 was pretty crazy. I gotta say, because
Which camp?
It was a T-80.
T-80. T-80 camp. So there were
It was a
T-80s, the tanks.
Yes, the tanks, and it was wild because I didn't realize how much more logistical load it needed because the type that I was seeing basically requires the same fuel that helicopters needs, but it goes so much faster. Like the T-64 goes like, I don't know, like 65, 70. The T-80 goes like can go 110. One of them was saying they have gone in the vehicle like 107.
Kilometers
they can
per
go-
hour. You're talking
Yeah,
about
kilometers per hour. Kilometers
Mhm.
per hour. They can race down the highway. I was immensely impressed by how fast it was going. But also, like those units, it was with the 30th Mechanized Brigade. They have taken some. They have really sacrificed a lot for their armored assaults and for fighting for Ukraine. And they really do. They took a moment to specifically bring out a list of names of those who had died to show us. And I will say, their bunkers, from the ones I saw, their trenches, top tier. They had a fridge. I've never seen a fridge in a bunker before. I've never seen that in a dugout. They had a fridge.
We had
Nice.
when we were in Crimea Forest last year, we installed an extractor fan.
An extractor fan?
What's that?
Because it gets really hot and like you don't get a lot of oxygen in the bunker. So we had like basically a ventilation system installed. Yeah.
That's good.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really good. Wow. So I also started working on the spreadsheet again. Thank you guys for keep buying tickets. So we got to, let me say how many tickets. Those two for Dylan from Passy K. Guys, actually, the last two tickets that Dylan has is 199th and 200th. Can you imagine?
Wow, I got the 200th ticket. Oh my goodness. That's lucky.
Exactly. Dylan is on these tickets, but guys, we can go about 200. That's always very much appreciated. We'll have some money for our next fundraiser. Today I didn't prepare the next fundraiser. I understood that we can actually close this one today, but yeah, we can just keep the money on my PayPal for the next stream. That happened before. Okay, so next question. Let me get back there and then update the page because some of them might be adding up. Awesome picture. Yeah, Dylan, I've posted your picture without your consent that you've been posting on Twitter, the one that your face is all in the mud.
That's not mud, actually. That's not. I can tell you the story about that. Give me a second. That's actually soot. That's soot from
What's
the BMP. I was on the back of a BMP-2. That was from when I was on the BMP mission, and all of the exhausts were just going straight.
Shit.
I was in the worst position on the BMP, and the dust on top of it was hitting me. It got so bad that by the time I turned off my camera at the end of the operation, I went to turn it back on like 5 minutes later to take like one more picture, and it said lens not detected because so much stuff had gotten in the camera. And everybody immediately when I got off, I started looking around and my team was like, Dylan, what happened? I was like, what do you mean what happened? And they showed me on the phone that I was just covered in soot. And so I was like, fine, you guys are taking it on the way back. But on the way back, they got a little bit of sun, not nearly as much I did. And I was on the front next to the steaming hot gun, which was not great. And I was like, okay, let me move to the right. And then when I moved to the right, I was on the steaming hot engine that was sparking because it's an old Soviet war horse. So of course it needs to let you know that it loves you and just throw out some sparks. And it was an hour drive there and back both ways. So 2 hours on that thing, driving around, getting covered in soot. I took a few showers before I was completely like awash again.
But was it hard to wash that off your face?
It was surprisingly difficult to get it out of every nook and cranny because I remember we went to like the operation went into the night. I think we were done at like basically midnight. So we were out there for a while. And so by the time we had gotten back, like everything was shut down, but there was this one location where I was able to get food. I'll just say that. And when I went in there, they had a sink and I went to wash my face and I washed it and I looked I looked at the mirror and I was like, oh my God, I look like I'm a battered husband because I looked like I had black eyes. I looked messed up and I just looked depressed too. I looked very sad. I think I have a picture somewhere I can send. And the worst part is, you know, these phone apps where they make you combine your photos. Like, hey, I made a photo compilation without asking you, and I made a fake photo album. I don't know if that's just on the Google Pixel or if that's just an Android thing, but the photo app on my phone will randomly just make like, this is a year ago today. I know Facebook does something very similar. And it randomly got like a photo from like 2 years ago where I'm smiling and so happy. And it put together with this photo where I just look just absolutely depressed, sad, just covered in soot. It was like, wow. It said, what a year will do. And I was like, oh, what a comment. What a comment. Yeah. I'll send you the picture.
Right now?
Yeah, why not?
Let's do it.
I don't have you on Discord. It doesn't matter. You can imagine it. You can imagine depressed Dylan. It's not hard to imagine.
Yeah, it's not hard. Or is it? I'm not sure. Might be hard because you have so much energy usually, so I cannot imagine you. I've never seen you sad or depressed, Dylan.
Depressed people are much more excitable than you think.
Yes, exactly. Well, like, I don't know. For me, when I hear depressed, it's something either like the heavy depression when people cannot get off their bed for days, or just like they're being down. But yeah, usually depressed people don't show that. There's yeah, it's not like they want it or not. They just how it works. And of course there are different levels of depression. You can always get up that level or two. Okay, next question.
Oh, by the way, I got the shampoo bottle. It's Botanic Therapy Repairing Shampoo, Honey and Beeswax. There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
They don't have that in South Africa.
Probably they don't. Okay. Oh, by the way, did you answer the question? And how are the Ukrainians doing?
Just generally, how are they doing?
Yeah, what do you think? What's your opinion?
They vibing. I don't know what general. It's just a general question. It seems right now morale is kind of started to go back up because, to put it lightly, they like that they're those boys in Volchansk. You know, they feel that the boost of energy from the fact that they stopped them before they're able to take the city. They're still fighting over the city. Let me be clear. I think some people are already doing victory laps and need to chill out. Like the line is stabilized generally. The government's saying it's stabilized. General media reports are stabilized. I've talked to different soldiers on the front, and they can never say, because the question usually is asked to them is the front stabilized? Which they don't know, right? And if you take that and you post it, yeah, sure it is. They're either be saying what they're, to put it bluntly, they've been told to say, or they're saying their part of the front is stabilized, and they're trying to be honest, but they don't have a general, bigger strategic picture. But from my conversations with multiple people on the front, it is stabilized. And the Russians are getting hammered across the border. It is straining them logistically. And I hear some people trying to manipulate the numbers. I saw some Russian talking about like we're destroying more Ukrainian armor in Volchansk than they're destroying of ours. But the reason that is because they're basically using no armor and it's all just infantry assaults. And it's crazy that it's all infantry assaults. But I think, they're trying to see if they can take less armored losses. And they can concentrate that armor elsewhere in like the Donetsk region. So it sucks for the soldiers on the ground of Volchansk, but I mean, I was talking to FPV teams and they said that all the armor left within like a few weeks because they were hammering them at the start and then they just pulled out.
Wow.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Blonde Bombsheller, for 5 gifted memberships. Guys, we still have about 10 tickets, free 10 tickets. And I will ask those who still given a plus to give it, because there were some 2 or 3 tickets for some people, and some of you still haven't given the plus. And some of you still forgot to like the stream. Don't forget to do it. Please like the stream. Please also share it everywhere, because I really like to hear from Dylan, and I really think he is one of the best public speakers I've ever met. Dylan, really, like, yeah, no flattering. I really think so. You construct everything so good in your head, and then you're actually speaking it. So, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Stretch plus. Thank you, guys. More questions? Let me see. By the way, guys, I remind you that you have to be here on midnight or at midnight. What's the right version to say, Dylan?
At midnight.
At midnight, yeah. You gotta be here at midnight to win this Kraken patch. Yeah, pretty shitty rule. I understand. Not everyone can be here in 1 hour and 1 minute, but if you can be here, it will be perfect. I'm doing this just one time.
I don't think I can be here for 1 hour and 1 minute. So if I win, just cycle it again then. Okay, Dylan. Sorry. Sorry that you're not going to be able to be here. How much time you have for us? I can do another 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay. Then I will focus on the questions. Love from Randers, Denmark. To you, Dylan. Great pick. I know he was still dirty 2 days ago. That should be a great stream, Rick. It will be interesting to hear the questions. I'll definitely watch live or later. Have a good day. Thank you, Lord Farm, but there was no question there anyway. That was funny to hear. Okay, let me see if more comments has been added. I don't think so. Yeah, here in the community post, we've done it. Guys, I'm going to be doing more of these Q&As, so please check the community tab. If you don't know where it is, here on the channel, here, community tab. I think it's 6th tab. There, go there, and there are some reports from me, like weekly reports about the fundraisers, or some here's Janine had an urgent fundraiser for walkie-talkies, and I reposted it. Another report, raffle, and stuff like that. So yeah, Janine was asking me to shout out her new fundraiser on the stream, but I think I will do it after we ask Dylan questions, because I will spend 5 minutes on shouting that, and we have only 20 minutes with him. Okay, guys, when Dylan is going away from us today, we need to still be here to get to the raffle. Okay, just 59 more minutes. please stay here, because I don't want more disappointments. Of course, if you need to go, then go. But yeah, we need to try it at least once.
Rick is going to be like, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh, guys, another quick update before I ask the next question, because I need to still open the Discord. While I'm doing that, I will tell you that today, 2 days ago, I received the first... We have the electricity back on.
Power is back.
Amazing. So, no, I won't be doing anything now. Anyway, I just want to say that I got first payment from the shop, from the merch shop. We got a profit of $92.99, and 50% of it minus 5% of taxes I paid because I'm doing it officially now. I paid 5% taxes to Ukraine, and I will donate today 50% of it, so like $51.5 $51.50. So yeah, something good. You know, it could be much more if we didn't fuck up with the price of the cap, because we actually set the price that is lower than the production, and we went on minus. We actually paid more to produce it than we got the profit. So yeah, it was like minus $3 on one cap and plus
forward.
plus $1.3 on other cap. So there was basically no. So yeah, guys, unfortunately we're gonna set the price. It has an embroidered on it, you know, Rickroller embroidered, and this is why it's pretty expensive to produce. So we're gonna be lifting the price from 25 to 40 tomorrow. So if you want to get us some expenses, you can buy you can order one today. Okay, you can still order some caps. Yeah, so just wanted to share this news with you.
I love how
Thank
you're
you.
like totally here, like helping your community, but also shooting yourself in the foot. It's like,
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm doing time to time. Okay, so Christopher Bender, why isn't the Sambush tactic not working against the planes dropping the bombs? What's the Sambush, like SMT ambush?
Sambush. I think he's talking about ambushes, like anti-air ambushes, I assume.
Yeah, I think so.
I did a embed with air defense teams. That's actually, I think, what I talked the least about. But it was the 42nd, and can I just say, the 42nd were consummate professionals. They're also just really chill guys, really nice people. And
40 what? Sorry.
42nd, the 42nd Mechanized Brigade.
Ah, 40 seconds. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, they have the they have the helmet and the stone towers next to them. If anybody knows, like, have seen all the patches, but I went with them, and there seems to be about like 2 layers of air defense. There's a layer for drones that is there to shoot down drones, say 8 to 10 kilometers from the front line, vaguely, obviously, like it varies depending on the conditions. And then there's a other line that is there to shoot down and keep away the Russian jets, scare them, basically. And that's how it was explained to me, is that they have 2 jobs. One is actually shooting down the aircraft, and the other one is making it so they don't want to operate. Because if the Russian jets are scared to operate in a region because they lost one, like one got shot down, then they're going to be less likely to be dropping these bombs from real close. And that would help protect the soldiers on the ground. And so usually how it happens is the Russians will get closer and closer and do more and more frequent bombings, and then they'll lose a jet. And then after they lose a jet, the ratio will come down again, and then the escalation ladder will start up once more. They called it probing. The Russians are basically like probing forward with the bombings. That's the best way I could describe it. As for why it's not working, it's partially it has to do with an air defense shortage, that they don't have enough air defense systems. And when the Russians are constantly firing air rockets and drones and missiles at major cities, and it's hitting civilian infrastructure. We just saw the bombing at Kharkiv today, injured over 50 people, killed 3. Absolute tragedy. While that's going on, the Ukrainians like, okay, we got to get these new air defense systems to protect the major cities and protect our military production, which we're trying to get. We're getting all these big foreign deals with Rheinmetall and these other defense companies. You got to protect these assets, because the Russians immediately, once the companies are going to get started up, hell, before they get started up, they're going to try to strike them. So you want to protect these assets. But on the other hand, you want to make them uncomfortable to operate. So you want to put them in an offensive capability. And so right now I'm super blurry. I just noticed it. But my point is that they're trying to find this. If they put all of it into like on the front offense capabilities, it would put these assets at more risk and means that they wouldn't be back defending cities doing a defensive role. So there's a bunch of technical stuff that I could pretend that I know to explain a lot of the part of the problem, but a substantive part of it that I do know for sure is supply.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dylan. So yeah, I was showing the 42nd Brigade. I actually didn't see it. That's definitely not a media brigade.
Honestly, I tend to avoid media brigades. I've never filmed with Azov. I think the most media brigade I filmed with is Kraken. I think that's probably the most. And I did an interview with Kraken.
They are definitely very
Media.
brigade. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know why I don't know the 42nd Brigade? Because it was actually also formed only on 25th of January
Yeah, it's
2023.
very recent. It's a
Yeah.
year old. It's a year old.
It's 1 year old. Well, year and a half already. But anyway, that gives. Anyway, some brigades might have the bigger media even in this time, because like 47th Brigade was formed in the end of 2022, right? And look how famous.
2022, yeah, or early 2023, one of the two.
Yeah, look how famous they are now. Okay. Are the soldiers less important than mood of the civilians? What do you mean, Christoph Bender?
I don't. Are they talking about conscription? Maybe they mean like, is recruiting all these soldiers more important than the negative morale boost it could have to the civilian population?
Maybe.
I'm extrapolating a lot here, but that's the only way I can interpret it.
Yeah.
And to make a long story short, of course, the morale of the general public matters. Of course, how conscription matters, and even though it needs to be done fast, it cannot be done haphazardly, where you start grabbing a bunch of people that should not be grabbed. There's nothing can be more devastating to Ukrainian morale and the humanity of Ukrainians than watching somebody in a trench who should never, ever, ever be on the trench on the front line of a major war because they have some injury, or because, to be quite frank, they're just way too old and they shouldn't be in that type of position. And so it has to be done correctly. But if this war is going to continue, Ukraine needs soldiers to fight it. Russia is the largest country on the planet. They have 150, 60 million people, and they're recruiting foreigners. Ukraine has foreigners fighting for them too, but they're people here for ideological reasons. Not a lot here for that pay. Or on the other side, you've got people who are coming over exclusively overseas for money. They're mercenaries. And while there's a few of them on the Ukrainian side, they just can't afford it. And so they need manpower. And while there's an advantage that the Ukrainians have one front to focus on forever, and that's the Russians, they're not going to war with Poland or Hungary or anything like that. Well, okay, almost certainly not going to war with Poland and Hungary and the rest of them. The Russians have to divide their resources elsewhere. And so that's some advantage it gives them, but it doesn't make up. It doesn't make up for it all. And so they have to get more soldiers and make the Russians pay a lot more in their soldiers than the Ukrainians. And that's going to be that's the secret to success forever. But that's public knowledge. Everyone knows this at this point.
Another question. John Moy, 8276. Dylan, what's the talk of the ground about rotation and recruiting? Yeah, that's the first question. There are 3 of them there.
On the ground talk about rotation and recruiting. The big question is there's like a social unease about the conversation about draft dodging and people participating in draft dodging. People feel the people on the front don't like the idea, especially those. Not all of those got picked, but a lot of those don't like the idea that there are those who are staying way away from the violence and are able to just separate themselves from it and benefit from the security that they're not contributing to. There are others that feel differently and are like, I don't really know if I want somebody here who isn't super passionate about being here. And everybody makes their own decision. And they think like, I know what this fighting takes. This isn't for everybody. This type of fight. There are some people that if they came here, they'd break down immediately. I remember talking to one Ukrainian psychologist. He was working with an artillery unit with the M777 howitzers, about this one guy who said to him, I want to fight. I want to do my job. I want to liberate my home. But when the firing starts, I cannot control my body. And if that is true for some people, then it makes sense that they would want to stay away from violence. But there is an undercurrent conversation about this that is a real sticking point, and it's part of the reason I think it is just the general conversation around mobilization is very tense right now in Ukrainian society. But if you poll people, the data still states that the Ukrainians want to continue fighting, and if they want to continue fighting, they have to do what's necessary to continue fighting. Because if not, then you have to acknowledge that fact. If it's gotten to a point where you can't continue fighting, then you have to acknowledge. But nobody says that because nobody wants to accept it. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants to fight against that future, and they want to continue defending their country as long as is necessary. And so, if that's the case, then this conversation has to be had, and it has to be settled from a legislative angle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Second question there was, is the latest ammunition having an effect? Now, you already said that it is having an effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still an ammunition disparity. They still want more shells. They still need more air defense systems, but it's not as bad as it was in February, which still isn't it's not the biggest hip hooray. Like there's still a huge deficit. And so I want to emphasize that. I don't want people to get complacent because that's what I feel happened last time a little bit. But it is certainly better than what it was 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. And the third one here was, should we all just be buying drones? No, not just drones, guys. Not just drones. Dylan?
There's so much other stuff that's needed. Night vision equipment is necessary. Medical equipment, medical aid is always stuff that's needed. Demining equipment, like I've talked about a million times over, is always needed, not only for the military aspect, but for CESU and civilian workers. There's a million different things that are needed on the front. Starlinks are still needed, even though, not everyone loves Elon Musk. I don't like Elon Musk. But I mean, definitely now with the outages of batteries and generators and stuff like that is deeply needed, which also helps power Starlink, which helps keep the country connected. There is a need for more vehicles. There's a need for a lot of things. But of course, drones is one component of it. Drones is something where the Ukrainians have kind of a technical and skill advantage, I would say, at this point. After filming this drone documentary, and I'm basically done with it, I would say that they have the edge at the very least. But they're not leaps and bounds. They're not leaps and bounds ahead, mind you. But they have the edge. But they want to keep that edge. They want to expand that edge. It wants to be an area where people are like, Ukrainians are dominant in drone warfare. So yes, drones are one of those things where you buy the drone and then you see the drone used on the battlefield. It's like such a direct line. It's so easy to track. That's why people like it. And it's got that kind of it has the glory. I don't want to call it the glory of violence, but it has violence attached to it that you can visibly see, which is like here's the physical confirmation of your contribution to the war effort that a lot of these other donations don't. Like I saw a NAFO vehicle the other day, and I wanted to take a picture of it, but I couldn't for OPSEC reasons. And for a lot of the people who don't those NAFO vehicles, they're not going to get like every single month. Like here's NAFO, here is this vehicle out there at the front fighting. Like so I understand why people go for the drones. And they love the drones, but there's a lot of other areas you can help. UA animals, again, I'm going to keep plugging UA animals.
By the way, I started interrupting you there just because you asked. I was singing Never Gonna Get You, Never.
I like the backing track. It's good. It's good.
Good. Okay, next question, and that's a good one. This is from RF from USA. Does the Ukrainian military have to okay the final first cut from Dylan?
Always. Yes.
Always.
Always presume that. Now, that's not necessarily always true. For example, the DEMA documentary I'm doing isn't going to get okayed by any military organization because I filmed with DEMA. He was an aid worker. So I show it to DEMA and he's like, yee, and then it's good, But if it's anything where I'm filming with the armed forces, they will have to okay it, of course, for OPSEC reasons. And I remember reading this one listing from one of the units that was trying to here's the things that are available to film with us, and it said specifically, you will have to show us the footage before you release it. We do not want to control anything you have to say about the war. We don't care what you have to say about the war. All we care about is making sure our boys don't get killed. And that's the idea, that they don't want, because this has happened, some photos getting published that show stuff that wasn't approved to be shown. It's geolocatable. Russians track it. Then a bunch of people die. And these units, their primary goal, being on the front lines of the war, is going to be winning the war and getting home to their families. And so they don't want a journalist to be their opponent in that. And a journalist shouldn't be their opponent in that. A journalist's main job should be to tell the story. And you don't need to get somebody killed to tell the story. Now, that doesn't mean that sometimes they get shots and it's like, oh, this is a great shot, but that's geolocatable. And you got to do your best to work with it, because at the end of the day, that's not something you can take back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next one. Rick and Dylan, do you think Ukraine should begin an ROTC Weekend Warrior program for 18-24 years old? Olds. I don't know what is this like.
ROTC is I was familiar with like junior ROTC. I didn't really do ROTC in college, but it's kind of like Army juniors almost. I don't know how to describe it anything else but Army junior. It's where a kid goes to like do a bunch of Army stuff while not being in the Army, like getting pepper sprayed to run through like obstacle courses and other stuff. I don't know. I never did ROTC, so I can't really describe the whole experience. But it's basically Army Junior, where they prepare people to be in the armed forces while not being in the armed forces. And then eventually, once you come time to get old enough to join the armed forces, you would then be at a level where you could be integrated very easily, and you might be able to like get a position as an officer or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
But Ukraine already has programs like that to some extent. It's not. I don't know how integrated it is, but I've seen like junior warrior type stuff where they're training their kids to do. But a lot of it was is mostly like civilian led initiatives from what I see. But I haven't studied a lot into it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, my answer is going to be short. Yes, that's not a bad idea. Danab, shouldn't the West start detaining all those Russian propagandists and oligarch kids that are freely roaming in the West and threaten to send them to the front?
No. I just that would be like horribly. I mean, I'm a humanitarian. The idea of locking somebody up and sending them into the front line of a war because they're somebody's kids, like that's. I know a lot of shitty people, and the idea of me going after the kids for what their dad did, it's something that's like I think deeply immoral. And the thing is, it's not even like, hey, deport them, which would already be something I'm already uncomfortable with and would probably still say no against. But I can at least see like the humanity and like you're basically saying, no, you will not have your family gallivant around the world spending your stolen wealth I can at least see like an angle to argue for. But you're talking about like, what, you're trying to kill them for just being born to that? No, I don't feel comfortable with that.
What about propagandists? Because there
what
are a
about
lot
propagandists?
of there was a question. First, there was all those Russian propagandists, and then oligarch kids. So kids, yes, I agree with you. I also don't like this. Well, they should not pay for the sins of their fathers in one hand, but if they are really spreading the Russian world out there, then I think they should pay, because it's their doing already. But of course, you need to prove that. You need to prove that they are spreading the Russian world out there, meaning, hating U.S. and propaganda and invading other countries and wishing U.S. to be destroyed. That there are some Russians in U.S. that are saying there. But we're not talking about only U.S. We're talking about the West. I think the question is about the West. Yeah, so in general, what about Russian propagandists, not the kids of oligarchs?
Well, it would still be, I don't think that we can arrest them and then send them to the front line of a war that the United States is even formally fighting in. That, like, a bunch of legal precedent, a bunch of humanitarian precedent, it would be very, I don't know if that's his question, because his question was about sending them to the front, right? So I was like, so if we're talking about how to actually...
Not sending, it was and threaten to send them to the front. So
okay, well,
just threaten.
I don't know. That feels like a distinction without a difference. But yeah. I understand. as for the propagandists, I've been trying to figure out how we deal with this too, because I very much believe in the First Amendment. I consider myself a patriotic American. Okay, la-di-da, Yankee Doodle dandy, right? I consider myself all those things, and I believe that the First Amendment is great. The idea that the government, it's a protection for the citizen against the government. It's not about this is what the government has to do for you. It's about this is the power you have to keep the government back from restraining you. The government cannot restrain you. It does not have the power to do that. And I like those types of restrictions on the government. I want to preserve them as strongly as I can. But information warfare is part of warfare. It is a vital part of warfare. It can be used to destabilize states and destroy states, either by dealing with, like, for example, emergency health response. I was just seeing some stories coming up about a possible intelligence operations to get the Chinese public not to believe in vaccinations. Now, putting aside whether or not that story is real, not real yet, because it's an incredible story, but that shows how information warfare could be used to make a public part of warfare, their information intake, make them think, oh, the healthcare system doesn't work. Oh, I don't need to get vaccinated. Screw all this important health stuff. And then it can hurt the stability of the state. It can kill people. It can lead to real tragedy. And so trying to find a balance as Americans or as a country that feels like a freedom-loving republic, I want to find some way to, at the very least, have transparency, complete and total transparency when dealing with it, so that I know that the person I'm talking to is being paid by the Russians to do what they're doing. Scott Ritter is being paid by the Russians because he's a kitty diddler who could never get a job in American media, because most Americans, whether you believe it or not, think that kitty diddling is ew and disgusting, and we don't want it associated with us. Jackson Hinkle is going around doing state propaganda for the Russians directly. He's got paid by foundations that are funneled money by the Assad family. Like this is transactions that should be public and that should be known about. And that when they are reminded of this, they don't like it. They don't like it at all. They get angry. When I confronted Jackson Hinkle directly about the money he's taken from the Assad regime, he responded by trying to go after like my family and going crazy. He freaked out because they don't like that transparency, because the transparency breaks down their Jenga tower of lies, because their whole shtick is we hate the deceit, we hate the corruption, we hate the media manipulation and the establishment. And when they show themselves to be as corrupt or more corrupt than the political establishment that they are railing against, then it's shown to be about power, not about principle. And I think that type of transparency could be a useful tool. And I think it also empowers public discourse, not suppresses it. So as much as I maybe in the future will change my mind about certain restrictions, because I understand like information warfare is part of warfare. Like if somebody's spreading misinformation about a public health crisis that is of vital interest, like a vaccine that is literally needed to save everyone's life, maybe I'll change my mind in the future, but this is the one recommendation I can make right now that I feel is within my principles.
Okay, thank you. There was another good question. Do you think Hassan's following mass revenge reported Dylan? From Cheryl Waitley.
I don't want to say that. I don't think Hassan's followers got me mass reported. Hassan's followers are kind of all over the place. He's got such a gigantic audience that they're not all of the same ilk. I mean, they have a pretty bad toxicity problem, just the way they interact with other communities. But I mean, Hassan himself has a pretty bad toxicity problem. So I mean, I think, it's not pretty, it's a kind of one-to-one line there. So it could be that a few of them did, but I don't want to make any estimations or accusations without evidence. When I did my report on Hassan, I stick to the facts. I stick to statements he said. I showed video clips. I was transparent. When people misinterpreted him, I did my best to give the original context and stop the interview to be like, wait a second, I need to give you this because it's only fair as a reporter. I did my best to do that. He did not do me that same courtesy. And that is what it is, but I don't want to change that way. So I don't want to make accusations because I don't want to lower myself to name calling. But he is a bitch.
Yeah, he
I don't want
is.
to call him names, but
Okay, the one from Pat Chellen. Do you think the latest with North Korea and Vietnam will escalate the war on a global scale?
I think the South Koreans are about to show some ferocity on the foreign stage that we haven't seen in a very long time. I think that the South Koreans have the Russians by the balls, figuratively and almost literally, because it's so tight. Because
Mhm.
they put them in a position where no matter what they do, they lose. Because on one hand, from the proposal that the South Korean government's making, and I talked about this proposal before they even said it, because immediately I knew what was going to happen, because it just made too much sense. It was going, if the North Koreans are to continue to supply the Russians from their stockpiles, because now they've done it for a while, they're not going to endlessly do it. They're a starving junta based upon monarchy, communism, corruption, or the most unstable of foundations you can imagine. The most ridiculous, fantastical, like Looney Tune ass regime you can imagine on the planet. It's right there. It can't endlessly supply the largest war in the world when it's not getting some benefit. So it needs something. But the things it wants, number one, it's going to want things like being able to have its laborers go to Russia to bring in hard currency. That's something that Russia benefits from, because then they get laborers, foreign laborers, when they have a labor shortage. The North Korean gets import currency that they can use to evade sanctions. That's one benefit they can trade. But what the North Koreans want is long-range targeting technology. What the Russians have threatened to give them is long-range targeting technology. What the South Koreans don't want them to have is offensive weapons that can be used against them, like, i.e., long-range targeting technology. When they're strapping nuclear weapons to the end of it that can wipe out cities, not only in South Korea, but in Japan, in Guam, that is the United States territory, or West Coast America. They have increased the range of their missiles. They have increased it. This isn't like 2007 anymore. North Korea is a nuclear armed power. And they have all these sanctions placed upon them, but Russia is now helping them to evade them. They've been helping them for years, but in a much smaller window, much more under the radar, unmarked Russian transport ships bringing in limousines for the Kim regime, and you're bringing in all of the luxury goods so they can enjoy the comfort of the West while hating every bit about it. Jealousy? I don't know. It doesn't matter. What does matter, though, is if the North Koreans continue this path with the Russians, the South Koreans are going to start sending high-quality 155 millimeter shells to Ukraine in large number, which is NATO standard. And in Europe, there are a ton of guns that fire that standard, including guns that Ukraine has imported, like the M77 howitzer, which I've embedded with, and a bunch of other Western guns provided by the French, provided by I think the Danish, even by a ton of different people throughout Europe. And so that specific supply that could help rebalance, to not only talk about like, oh my God, look at, hey, we've recovered from February, and now the shell disparity is still pretty bad, but I mean, at least we're not starving anymore, to, oh my goodness, we're closing the shell disparity gap. That's how you really change the landscape of the war. And they don't just provide a few of those shells. They are one of the, I think that they're second largest arm producing country in the world. I think people don't realize how significant South Korea could be for changing the landscape of the war. And they produce a lot of air defense systems that could be of great use to the Ukrainians. It's like air defense and artillery shells. These are two things they do great and Ukraine is in desperate need of. And so when you're in Russia's position, do you keep importing these tin can ass artillery shells, you know, that, I mean, they still work, and at the end of the day, blow up, they still kill people, and no matter what, you can have the worst shell in the world. If it still kills a man, it still kills a man. It works. It helps keep their shell dominance. But are you going to take those shells and whatever else the North Koreans can roll out from the last 80 years of their repressive regime, from their old Soviet stockpiles, Chinese stockpiles, whatever it may be? So the South Koreans can give Ukraine the most up-to-date, like clean, modern produced shells that are going to have a much lower deficiency rate, that are for much more modern artillery systems that can shoot longer distances, possibly air defense systems, which then messes with a whole other part of the Russian war plan? Is it worth it for those shells? And if they say yes, well, then they have the South Korean problem. If they say no, well, then they just missed out on all that North Korean equipment that they could have had. So this really, no matter what, it's a lose-lose situation for the Russians. And for the South Koreans, if this diplomatic, attempt to scare them wins, then they have to contribute nothing to back the Russians off of North Korea through deterrence, which I think would be a huge diplomatic win for the South Koreans. And if it doesn't, then they get to have a justification for removing this longstanding South Korean policy on weapons exports and send this stuff to Ukraine and have a real demonstrative strategic effect on the battlefield.
Wow, that was a long and awesome answer. Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you. Can that be what I wrap up the show with?
Of course, there was also Vietnam there. What do you think about them?
Oh, Vietnam. Vietnam imports Russian weapons like RPGs, air defense systems, stuff like that. That hasn't performed too bad. I think they're probably going to continue to import those weapons, but I don't think that Vietnam is going to have really much of a demonstrable effect on the war in Ukraine. I think more people talk about it as in reference to Asia and the conflict between the United States and China. And Vietnam has much more history with feuding with the Chinese than they do with the Americans. And they have much more reason to basically be, all of their war planning is against China. None of it is against the United States in modern times. And so they have bigger strategic reasons to be close enough to the United States to have a working military relationship, which makes me certain enough that they're not going to start gallivanting towards getting either too close to China in a way that would be detrimental to the United States interests, or helping the Russians really at all in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you don't think Vietnam becomes an enemy of Ukraine like North Korea?
No, I think that because North Korea has no reason to have to keep the United States' favor. Vietnam has a big reason, and that reason is its upstairs neighbor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Let me put it this way. In Vietnam's capital, there is a war memorial for all of the struggles that they've had for independence and freedom, etc. And the United States, there's a little pillar that represents the United States war with Vietnam. It's 2 feet tall. Then there's one that's 10 foot tall. It's supposed to represent the French occupation, last a couple of decades. And then there's a 50-foot or 100-foot tall pillar, and it's China, because they've had so much history of conflict with the Chinese, and a time where China has controlled Vietnam. And right when the United States left Vietnam, China invaded. And they had a war then too. And so all of their defense planning is against China. So who is the main power in the region that has a strategic priority to be in Asia right now and is trying to build up its forces to confront the Chinese, that could be a partner to Vietnam outside of the United States? My answer, honestly, would be no one. There's no other person that fulfills that role. So they have a reason to be beneficial with the United States that keeps them from being too close to Russia to help them with the war in Ukraine. At least in my view. I still think they'll buy their weapons, especially since it's probably going to get a lot cheaper, and Vietnam wants to get their bang out of their buck. But I don't think they're going to help Russia outside of maybe some trade.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I believe your prediction, if we can call it a prediction. I'm not sure. Oh, someone just bought 10 tickets, I think. $100. Thank you for the donation. So guys, before I finally let Dylan go, I will remind you that in just 24 minutes we're gonna raffle this Kraken patch, and to win it, if you were buying tickets, you gotta be present for it here in the chat. So please don't go anywhere for the next 24 minutes. Christopher Hancock, $100 in memory of my old blind pup that died this week. I am sorry to hear that. And as many raffle tickets as it will buy. It will buy you 10 tickets, and I'm sorry for your loss, because I've lost my cat last year and it hurts. a lot until this day. Dylan, do you have some pets?
Yeah, it was terrible when I had to put my cat down. But I still have my other childhood cat from when I was a kid. I still have them. They're 14 years old now, getting up there, going on 15, gonna be 15 soon. He has one tooth that sticks out, and his tongue is always sticking out all the time now. He's getting real old, but he's still adorable. His name's Rascal.
Rascal. Nice. Awesome. Well, I wish him to live long and prosper, you know?
Amen.
Okay, Dylan, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, it was such an awesome talk, and I really like that we addressed a lot of questions to you. Thank you for answering them. Your answers are always very, as I told you, structured and very interesting. Once again, I want to compliment you on this. Always such a pleasure to have you here. And we always say that we gotta meet here in Kyiv, and we never do
Yes.
that.
Well, you know what? You want to get dinner this upcoming week? I'm gonna be back in Kiev.
Let's do it. I am here
Awesome.
all the time, so this upcoming week we're meeting. Awesome, Dylan.
Awesome.
Then
See you then.
Yeah,
Thank you everybody for listening to me for this little bit of time I was on here. Hope you have a good time. Good luck with the raffle, everybody. Hope you win. And if you do win, either congratulations or cycle it again. Cycle it again. Make it the most expensive patch in history. Let's see if we can achieve that.
Well,
Thanks so much for having me on. If any of you want to see my films, it's Dylan Burns TV on YouTube, dylanburns.tv if you want to donate and support my journalism work on the ground, and Dylan Burns Live for my coverage that I do like this.
yeah, it's all in the description, guys. Go check it out. Dylan's link tree is there. Dylan, man, thank you for doing all your work. Please keep. I don't even need to ask you. You will keep pushing and helping Ukraine. So thank you, my friend. Thank you for all that, and see you next week.
See you next week, man. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye, Dylan.
Bye.
Yana,
Yes.
how was your week?
It was good.
Dylan is amazing. I always love listening to him and
Very
talking to him.
insightful. Very
Yeah,
insightful.
very,
Yeah.
very. He's very bright and very.
Yeah, I feel like I need to take notes when he talks.
Yeah,
Like, I'm
same,
like-
same. Like, I don't know so much in this life that Dylan knows.
yeah, I'm like, okay. Can you repeat the part where you said that? Okay.
Yes. Okay. Also, I think Cats bought one more ticket. So, yeah. Hi, Rick. 1 raffle tickets, please, for Cats. I am using my other account for. Sorry. My other account, Foxy, I got a 1-day ban from YouTube for troll and vatniks. So I am in the chat. So you're the Foxy. Got it. Awesome. I see some people are dropping off, but we still see I still see 178 person. So don't go anywhere if you want this Kraken patch. I know a lot of you already bought tickets. So 5 more tickets, free tickets from Mr. Kaplan. So I need 5 pluses only from those people who still haven't given a pluses to get a free ticket for this Kraken patch. Please, guys, I still need some new pluses. Okay. Oh, by the way, Willie Madglass, I didn't actually recognize you in the chat because you changed the user picture for fuck Putin. I like it. Before that, you had your unique Willie Madglass user pic.
Yeah, Willie. It is chilly, but I am like not that cold like I was last week.
That's actually pretty cold. Wind, well, I would say air is going from that window, so I better go close it. Leslie Ball, you already got a ticket. 1. Blonde Bombsheller, you got one. I think Mark Sangaman wasn't given pluses yet. Jeff Fisher, you 2. And Jonesy, you 2. 3 of you. Oh, and Timo Ballon gets the ticket too. So 1 more pluses from those people who didn't get it.
Does Alvin Archer have a plus plus?
And the flag is partially fallen, but that's okay.
Does
KNKGG.
Alvin Archer have one?
Alvin Archer has one or two already. So the last one was KNKGG. KNKGG wasn't given the plus pluses yet. Mousy, Rick Sanchez. Guys, can anyone buy more free tickets for Mousy and Rick Sanchez? They didn't make it there. But anyway, let me check. Was it the one that I maybe missed? No, I don't think so. Okay, but hey. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. So, 20 coffees. Don't include me in the raffle for the patch or recycle it. You decide. Nechaj щастить. Who are you? Stranger. Stranger was named someone. Let's go and see who that was. I won't say it out loud, okay? I just check for myself. But who knows? Maybe I will. If you're well-known person here. Okay. Nechaj щастить in Ukrainian, so you could be a Ukrainian also. But maybe you just know Ukrainian. Okay, so here I'm not logged in. You guys don't see it? Yeah, you don't see it. So
Yes, because I do have a ticket. Someone plussed me some tickets. So I got a ticket as well.
yeah,
Thank
Yana
you.
got herself a ticket. Okay, so what do we have there? Bridges. Choose the bridges. Okay, this is not the bridge. This is the bridge. You know that fucking caption.
Yep.
Sometimes it's getting really nasty. Like you do it 10 times. I once on the stream I did it 11 times. Can you imagine?
Wow.
Yeah. During the stream, really, when I needed to be talking to people, I was doing those fucking captures. Oh.
Oh my word. It's
Yeah,
like the
that's
thing like, what makes us human? Being able to identify all the stairs in a picture.
yeah, exactly. When you say recycle tickets, you mean I can give it to other people, right? So I will do that then with your 2 tickets. I know who it is. It's Surfer Des. Yeah, he says it. It's me in the chat. So yeah, thank you, Surfer Des. Well, it's not death. It's Des. Des with S in the end.
Yes.
This. Yeah, I need to do it like snake, like a snake. So yeah, I will use them for other rollers. So let's go there. This one, I gotta check the chat once again.
I was talking to Helena the other day. Now that you mentioned like a snake, right? I was talking to Helena and we were discussing like someone being possessive because it was like the difference between apparently in Ukrainian you can say you're jealous of someone, but you mean like you're you kind of feel like protective or possessive of them. And we were talking about that and I was telling her no, but in English like you would use the word possessive more, and she's like, that's a lot of S's. You can tell it's a snake feeling. I'm like,
Nice.
yes.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Jonesy. Then we have Timo Ballon. Probably like this. But where are you from, Timo Ballon? How do I need to pronounce that name? KNKG. GG. Then we had $100 from Christopher Hancock. I think that's the same name there. Yeah, it's the same name here. So 10 tickets for you, Christopher. With your $100. Thank you very much once again for your donation. So it's 10 now. Yep, you have yourself 10 tickets. After that, there was 1 ticket for Cats. Oh, not there. What are you doing? Cats. You have yourself a ticket for $10.03. And And after that, there were those 2 tickets from Surfer Das on Buy Me a Coffee. Surfer Das, so it's from Surfer Das, not Surfer Das himself. Nice. So the one goes to Mousy, and the second one goes to, let me check who was given a plus after Mousy. Rick Sanchez. Sanchez. I think it's Z in the end. So these 2 were on Buy Me a Coffee. Yeah, that's it. What do we have next? Danab wants 1 ticket.
Can I just say something?
Of course.
To everyone who's been donating to Project Etjana, thank you so much. We are almost at £7,000. That is insane. Thank you so much, guys.
Wow, amazing. I also forgot to mention your fundraiser. Guys,
Oh, it's okay. Your mods have been mentioning it. Thanks, guys.
thank you, guys. So, guys, where the hell are you going from the stream? Like, we had 170 people watching. Right now, it's 145. The raffle time is closing in. Don't leave the stream. Only 12 minutes left when we raffle the patch. And if you're not here, we're gonna re-raffle it. That's the rule today. Sorry to be rude, but why are you leaving? I'm talking to those who already left. What the fuck? It's always like that. Anyway, what we have one more ticket for. No, not for. From. Let me check. Is it Paul Deberitz? Is it you, Paul? How are you doing? Yeah, Paul Deberitz is jumping in. Okay, now so we're almost done with the raffle. This is why I'm all in the work on that. Yeah, it's Paul Deberitz. Raffle ticket, please. Of course, my friend. Paul Deberitz, you have a ticket. Paul Deberitz. $10. Awesome. So, guys, there are still a few people who wanted a free ticket, but we've ran out of them. So maybe someone else buys more tickets for other people, like 2 of them, I think. Probably. You have a mental link with all the rollers. So you think I can just summon them like this?
I think so. Yeah, Michaels is asking me if I have allergies or a cold. I said it's allergies, but I do have to kind of clarify a bit. I'm actually allergic to cats, but I have a cat. And I got a cat knowing that I'm allergic to cats. So it's not super hectic. We're kind of okay, but I do have the runny nose from my cat. So it's
do you go through some treatment for these allergies?
No, I've never thought about it.
You gotta do that because I had allergies for cats and it started progressing. I live with cats for about 10 years now, and it's getting worse with every year. And you're gonna end up like me, constantly sniffing, rubbing my eyes, like being all inflated. There's an acid therapy, which is injections of small doses of the allergen. So it works like the what's the word? When you inject vaccination. Yeah, it works like vaccination. The effect is, of course, prolonged, and you're gonna have to go through it for a year and a half or 2 years, doing the vaccine every month. But people say it works. Of course, if you're contacting the allergen like I do, that means it will start working only in, let's say, 2 years. or 2.5. So yeah, it's a long process.
Wow.
But if you won't be doing that, you will end up in really bad shape. Believe me.
Yeah.
Like my allergies is affecting my is affecting my hearing. It's affecting my breathing. So it's becoming a big problem. I went to see the doctors this month. I went to the ear doctor and the nose doctor, which is the same doctor. Then I went to otolaryngologist, and it all is so connected, and I have so many problems for just ignoring this. So Yana, I care about you. I ask you to really start treating your
I'll
allergies, because it may
I'll do
lead
that.
you
Yeah.
to some much worse
Yeah. I mean, my
physical
cat is only a
conditions.
year old. It's not like I can hold on for like 2 more years and it's gonna be fine.
No, like it doesn't matter how old the cat is. It's just
Yeah.
so it's
Yeah, Michael's,
something.
I also like wash my hands and stuff. So it used to be that my eyes got runny, um, and scratchy, but it's no longer that. Um, but it's the stuffiness, and I think it might also be. I've You guys know I've got a golden retriever, and she just like it's just hair and dust everywhere. So, um, and also dust allergies. So, and I think they're building somewhere up the road. Um, there's some construction going on, so there's just dust everywhere, and I'm
Shit.
just like, yeah, just like. So I've got an air filter, but then I'm like, I don't put it on.
Well,
So I should probably just actually switch it on, and it will already help.
probably. Or most likely, I would say.
Like, yeah.
Okay. You up? Never gonna let you down. Obi-Wan bought 20 coffees. Hi, Rick. One ticket for me and one for someone who hasn't received one in the chat yet. Thanks. Thank you very much, Obi-Wan. You got yourself, but we also have 5 free tickets from Ann Hill. $50 donation on PayPal. Thank you very much, Nikki. Nikki, please. No, guys. Are we live still? Of course. Maggie. Okay, not Maggie. I'm addressing everyone. Please give the pluses those who still haven't given them. I remember that Danab needs one. Oh, I think I already given the one to you. Danab, let me see. Danab, where are you?
Wait, why did just
No,
Jimmy? Why
I
did
still haven't given to me.
why did the US ban Smarties? And why did they have to
Who?
Smarties like the chocolates?
Ah,
Do you know those?
no, we don't have them here.
No. It's basically like M&Ms, but different. Yeah.
Got it. So like Skittles, maybe no, not really. Skittles are totally different than
That's something
M&Ms.
completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Chillin'. I haven't tried taking 2 allergics. I've got Fexo. So Pat is also South African, so we can talk same brand. I use Fexo, but it doesn't really work. So maybe I should start using allergics for now. That's probably a good idea.
That's one thing, but that helps only with symptoms.
Yeah, with the symptoms, yeah.
To treat allergies, please think about.
To solve the problem is like the more important thing. Yeah.
So, the price of this allergy is allergy medicine, acid therapy. It is let me think, 12,000 hryvnias for 5.5 months. So 12,000 hryvnias is $300. So per year you gotta pay approximately $700. But per year, like it's not the small amount of money. But if you divide it on on each month, you're gonna pay around what, $90, right? Oh no, not 90, like 80. What 700 divided by 12 is? 700.
It's just below 6.
Oh, only $58 per month.
Yeah.
Like, when I was on a different stage of my life, this was a lot for me. So I could afford this only when I had my previous job. But anyway, that's, I think in general, it's not that much.
I'll have a look. I've never heard of it here in SA, so I'll have a look.
Please, please do. Okay,
I will.
so more tickets being
We're
bought.
talking about sweets in chat.
Now you're talking about sweets in chat.
Yeah, Jonesy, I agree with you. Like Smarties, I like Smarties better than M&Ms. But, and apparently the USA didn't allow the wax coating that Smarties use. But what annoys me about Smarties, so while, but I don't know if it's the same where you guys are, or if it's maybe just here in South Africa where they did it. But they now use no artificial colors. And the moment they did that, it took like it now tastes like the outside now tastes like vitamins. Well, not vitamins, but they obviously use like I think like so no artificial colors. Doesn't taste as nice. So now I no longer like Smarties that much. And it used to be my favorite.
Okay, guys. I see Eurobench. I see you. I've just given you a free ticket from Obi-Wan. We still have 4 tickets from Anne Hale. Guys, those of you who still given a plus for free ticket in the chat, you still have 2 minutes because we need to raffle it in 2 minutes. By the way, iBagam also bought 2 tickets with $22.76. Thank you very much for that, iBagam. I'm putting you into the raffle spreadsheet right now, and 4 more pluses from the people. LJ Boone, yes, you got yourself a ticket. You weren't given a plus today, definitely. LJ Boone.
Yes, Mark Sangerman, we do have Marmite in South Africa, and I love to have it on rice crackers. Like, love it. Like Marmite, well, butter and Marmite on a rice cracker. I love it. Weird thing that's nice is a sandwich, and then you put like butter and Marmite, and then, hear me out, you put golden syrup on it, like syrup on the Marmite, and then you make a sandwich. It sounds really weird, but like the sweet syrup and then like the salty taste of the Marmite, it's really nice. It sounds disgusting if you've never had it, but it's actually quite good.
Well, I would like to try it. Claudia David, plus. Foxy. You haven't been... You told us that you're cats, but you haven't been given us a plus as a... Blonde Bombsheller. I actually put you there, put your pluses, put your previous pluses there in the chat because... Yeah, I just used the other name. Are you okay with that? I used the name that appeared on Buy Me a Coffee, and then I bought you a ticket with the money from Buy Me a Coffee. Though I couldn't find your 5 coffees from... I'm not sure. Anyway, I gave you 2 tickets. One for Buy Me a Coffee, second one for the plus in the chat. I already done that. Claudia David, you're getting one. Okay, guys, it's midnight. It's time to raffle it, but I'm just putting the last few tickets. Just give me a second. So, Claudia. Claudia David, you have yourself a ticket. Who else do we have there? Foxy. Okay, I will give you a ticket. Oh, Greg C. You still haven't given a plus before. Greg C. Come on, giving you a ticket. Greg C. Who else? I really wish not to offend anyone by not giving you a ticket. Like Nate W. Yes. Foxy, are you okay? Rick Ukrainian. I can't use my other account, lol, till 2 a.m. Ukrainian time. Shit, sorry. But, you know, you bought yourself some tickets today. And so you have tickets. Hey, you're a bench. Thank you very much for how do you call it? The super chat with two pluses there.
What currency is that?
It's Israeli shekels.
Oh,
Not
okay.
Israeli, probably, right?
Israeli, yeah.
I Begam,
Oh,
thank you for
okay.
5 gifted memberships, and Eurobench, thank you very much for that super chat. Oh, we haven't got Dr. Duso dropping in with his bombs today, but that's understandable. He
Hey,
needs to rest someday.
Michaels. Yes, I do have a ticket. Thank you.
Yeah. Your bench, you're already there. So who did I put there? Nate W. I want to put Nate W. Sorry, guys. I just want to get more unique names, if you don't mind.
But do you have Janine? She gave a plus.
She gave a plus. No, Janine, but no free tickets. No more free tickets. Shit.
Oh, okay.
Guys, anyone wants to to give their ticket to Janine? What do you think? Frig, Janine, plus. Nowhere Girl, you're already there. I've put you there. I've given you the free ticket. Appa Talks, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. That's amazing. Jeff Fisher's already there in the list. I've put his name.
Blonde bombsheller.
Boy,
Thanks, OCT, for buying me the winning ticket.
you're so sweet. Okay, let's see if I'm not missing any donations to make it fair. Yeah, because it's been 3 minutes.
AJ Lohenska says Janine can have her ticket.
Take mine for Janine. Okay, so if you win, AJ Lohenska, then we're gonna give the Kraken patch to Janine, okay? Okay. Guys, I see 188 people. That's amazing. So, like, most of you decided to really come at midnight here. Hurt Brobaker, thank you. Oh, sorry, but we don't have any free tickets left. I bought 2. Rick, give her one of mine, says Russell. You're talking about Janine, right? I will be back with some more donations next week as my birthday soon. Amazing, Dominic Howells, but don't go anywhere. You guys are all gotta be present. Oh shit, 166 people left. So people didn't really wait long enough and gave up and left. Like, what, 22 people just left? Oh. Okay, guys, if you don't mind, I will do the raffle.
Raffle.
Yes. Oh, sorry, but Marino just sent a donation. So we're not doing the raffle again. Sorry, but you guys gotta stick with us. For 5 free tickets for the Kraken raffle, Marino says. That's amazing. So 1 for Janine. No one has to give up your tickets. Marino, thank you very much for this. And 1 ticket goes to you, definitely. You haven't taken one today, so you're getting a ticket. And this one is going to be from Marino. These 4 are going to be from Marino, guys. We're pretty close. Don't worry. Don't worry. Like, I mean, don't go anywhere. You may worry, but you need to stay here to take part. Okay, from Marino, 4 tickets. Let me just give them to people. 1 for Janine. 1 for Janine. 1 for... There was a guy who was given 2 pluses there in the chat, and I said, sorry, but we don't have any free tickets left.
Wizard of Ooze is going to put the kettle on. It might bring him some luck, especially if I give it a rub. Like, it's not a genie lamp.
It was Kurt Brobaker. Okay, Kurt, you're getting one. Kurt Brobaker. Who else needs to get a ticket? Come on. Lynn was given a plus. Mac Pigeon, you still haven't given a plus. And Phil H, plus. Awesome. Rep Tyree asks, who needs a ticket? Well, MacPigeon and Phil H. I'm putting your names there. MacPigeon and Phil H. Let me check if anyone else was sending donations to give the chance to anyone else. Okay, so I think we're done with that. I think that's it. I think we have given all the tickets. We have 230 tickets right now, guys. Great result. Thank you so much. Please behold the raffle. It's going to happen now. Okay, guys. So we don't accept more tickets. Sorry if you just donated or wanted the free ticket. So, yeah, I apologize if we offended you or something, but the rules are the rules, and we already crossed the mark of midnight by 8 minutes, and we need to do that raffle. So let me switch to... No, not this one. Hey, Yana is not here because Yana is using the different collab cam, so we need to change this one for this one. No. Like, it's me. You're back. Don't worry.
Got it.
You're on this scene. It's different scenes there, and you need to add different sources. Rick, I got 3. You can give one to someone who needs one. It's too late, Reptile. We're not giving any tickets to anyone anymore. Let's stop.
Rick is like, stop messing with my admin.
Oh yeah. Okay, so now we have a timer, we have number generator. Let's put numbers from...
Share the screen.
Of course, I'm sharing it. With you. Sorry.
With me.
with you. Okay, sharing the screen with you. Rules of rules. Let's go, yeah. Oh, Jeff Fisher. Was it you who I was given the ticket to, or was it another Jeff? It was the same Jeff, I think. You just changed your user picture during the stream. Maybe you wanted more tickets? Never mind. Good luck, everyone, says Spider Fate. Spider Fate, you can still send the donation. It's gonna go to our soldiers, but sorry, yeah. Not accepting the raffle tickets, but still accepting donations. So please donate if you wanted to. Anyone, not only you, Spider Fate fella, not just Spider. Okay, enough talking, Rick. Shut the fuck up and share the screen with Yana. Yana. Do you see it?
Yes.
The spreadsheet. Amazing.
Fascinating spreadsheet.
Yeah. Good luck to everyone. Good luck, guys. Donation to Rick's PayPal? Yes, donation to my PayPal. Okay. Timer. Let's put it on. And, okay, let's stop it. We need some music. We need some music that we're gonna be banned for. Right? Like the eye of a tiger. Okay? Something like that. What do you think, guys? What do you think? I think we should play something. Yana, can you sing Eye of a Tiger? Like you do toom, toom, and I will do...
Okay, I can do that.
Okay.
Doom.
No. Let me begin. This is too funny.
Dun dun dun. How does it?
Dum 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 dum.
I haven't listened to the song in a while.
Dum 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 dum. Rise it up, back on the streets. Did my time, took my chances. It was a great blah 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 blah. I don't know the words. Sorry. I know them, but pretty bad. So dumb. Just 5 seconds left. Okay, guys, the
Dum,
avatar
dum,
worked,
dum.
I guess. But 1, 0, and I'm pressing that wheel spin. Oh, I didn't put the 330 real quick, and pressing the spin.
That's
230.
230.
230 tickets
Okay,
from 1
cool.
to 230, and we have a winner on number 118. 118. Who
118.
was that? Let's go there. Let's go there and see. 118. 118. It's Willie Matt
Willie
Glass.
Matt Glass.
Wow, Willie Matt Glass. I hope-
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I hope you're there in the chat. Willie Matt Glass, are you taking it? Better watch out for a copyright strike, lol. No, I'm not that good at singing, you know. But I thought about that joke in my head. That's really funny. That last message in the chat was actually from William at Glass for me. But it moved. William at Glass, you need to accept it. Or we can raffle it right now if you don't want it. But I'm sure you want it because that's
I
an
can't
epic
tag
patch.
him.
You
I
can't
can't
tag him.
tag him. No.
He's here. He will reply. Look at this. He will do it now. William at Glass. Come on.
Willie Matt Glass.
Good voice, by the way.
Thank you.
Congrats, Willie. Willie, why aren't you done messaging us? Maybe
He's
you're
not
hiding.
here.
Maybe. I think Willie is here because he messaged. Yeah, Willie, you're the winner. Whoop whoop. Yeah, Willie. Whoop whoop. Congratulations, Willie. You've been taking part in every raffle for the last year. You've been winning some auctions, I remember. Have you been winning any raffles before, Willie? I missed by 1, said Russell. Russell, I'm sorry. You were like 117th. So.
Oh, now
yeah.
I know I couldn't tag him because didn't put the Mr. in front when I tried to tag him.
Yeah, Mr. It's Mr. Willie Matt Glass. I will, says Mr. Willie Matt Glass. You will take it, right? You just give me a full sentence, okay? I'm taking this Kraken patch, and we can move on and finally raffle the flag and stuff.
Raffle
okay?
something else.
And yeah, it's been a long time that we've been raffling, but that's a record. That's a record patch, and definitely epic. I think what we should do next is to have an Azov patch and raffle it for a month and set a new record, you know? We might do that. Claudia David, thank you very much for becoming a stinger. William at Glass says, thanks. So you're taking it. I will take it. Amazing, Willie. I'm sending it to you. Oh, by the way, yeah, tell me, have you been winning the raffles, Willie? Just give me a sentence. I have been winning some raffles on this sick channel already. Sick in a good way, guys. We're amazingly sick as a community. Willie said, give it to Russell. Really? He didn't say that. Oh, what was the grand total? Well, congratulations. Congratulations, Willie. William Glass. Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. So, Willie, what did you say there? Yeah, nice try, Russell. Says Mr. Willie Glass. Okay, well deserved, Mr. Willie. You've been taking part, and you've been sending those 50 bucks donations like multiple times per every stream. So you took some chances, but Russell was pretty close. I agree. Russell was pretty close this time to get the prize.
Oh my word. Russell says he'll buy it off of Willie.
So for how much? $10,000 or?
Man, you could have had an auction.
Yeah. Yeah, Azov patch is something that I think I will be able to get as we're gonna help the 3rd Assault Brigade unit, and they have some Azov patches. So yeah, we will help them, then we will get the patch, and then we will raffle the shit out of it, okay? That's gonna happen. Okay, I see people started dropping off. Thank you so much, guys, for waiting for so long or coming right to midnight to witness the raffle moment with us. 12K, yeah, 12K, 12,300, $12,300. That's insane, guys. Thank you so
Rick,
much.
did you see the video I uploaded on Project? Oh, you were already live when I uploaded it, but Pete,
Oh, sorry. Pete gave me what?
a shout out.
Oh, that's nice. Let me go. Where was it? On Twitter?
Twitter, our YouTube, our Instagram.
Let's
Our
go and
Facebook.
advertise your YouTube, guys.
Yeah.
Project Constantine. Here it is. Here's the video from Dear Salt of the Earth people. Who's Salt of the Earth people? Because I know Salt of the Earth here in our chat.
Yeah. So salt of the earth means like someone who's like good. Like a good person, like the best of the best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got it. Like the salt of the earth, the essence of the best of the earth.
Yeah.
Right? Got it. Thank you, Rick, Yana, and Mods. Slava Ukraini, Heroem Slava. Free Azov, Return the Children, and Vladimir Putin. Do fuck off. Exactly. Thank you,
Is
Hati.
that what it stands for?
Yes,
Now I
yes.
know what it stands for. Thank you.
VPDFO. Vladimir Putin, do fuck off. That's how you should say it. Got to run, says Baltar. Hope you all have a good day, night. Great job on raising 12K, everyone. You all kick ass. You do. Thank you, Baltar, for being with us. Thank you for being a part of this insane stuff. That's really cool. Rick, did you see your NAFO trucks in the video on the front lines? Mercado showed a video, and one of your trucks was in it. You gotta visit more of my streams. I was on Wednesday stream. Oh, you can just watch the recording, no problem. Timothy, thank you so much for 20 gifted memberships. And sorry
I'm back.
for being an asshole and saying you gotta watch more of my streams. Of course, you can miss it. That's okay, Stretch. I made a review of that video, of the whole video. I made it on the stream on Wednesday, so if you want to check it out. Yes, I've noticed something about half an hour it took me. Sorry, Yana, you wanted to say something.
Yeah. Ibak asked who Constantine was. So Constantine was a friend of Pete. They served together around 20, like start of the full-scale invasion. They served together. And then Constantine went back to, I think it was Kherson. He went back to liberate to fight there, and because his mom and sister were still there. And he died there. So to honor him, the organization was named after him. So
Yeah. I remember that story, and rest in peace, Constantine, and thank you for your service. We have so many good people being taken by Russians already.
Yeah.
Okay, let's watch the video. And guys, I'm gonna start sending the money from
while you're watching the video.
Yeah.
The video is 6 minutes long, so you get to watch. So you have some time.
But before I do that, I need to count money on the spreadsheet and compare them to the sum of money I have on my PayPal, so to be sure that I have everything there and haven't missed anything. So let me begin with that. And I'm gonna be fast, guys, don't worry, because I think everything should be fine. I should not miss anything. I need to start doing an American accent, not just. Okay, the one from Marino. Yeah, it comes here. Yeah, still haven't added those.
Oh yeah, good thing, Paul. Yeah. So for those of you, the mods have been posting it in chat. So thank you to the awesome mods. But we have a fundraiser going on at the moment with Project Constantine. Very ambitious goal, but the Pete's Brigade has now started a drone battalion, and they have basically nothing. So we're fundraising to equip them, and that is what, yeah. So that's like our priority. But because these guys don't have cars, they're all like borrowing PK vehicles. And I'm just like, which is cool. I'm like, I'm glad we've got vehicles for them to use and everything. But at the same time, I'm like, mechanic bills will come, you know?
Yeah.
So we've got this joke going on where we say, no, Project Constantine is just contributing to the pension funds of Ukrainian mechanics. That's what we do. But yeah, so yeah, so that's our current fundraiser. Yeah. And we also, I'm going to upload the video later this week. We've also, like, thanks to everyone who's been donating to like our general donations and everything, we were able to purchase some tourniquets because we're out of tourniquets. So we were able to buy some stitch tourniquets.
That's cool.
Which is awesome, yeah.
I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something that important should not be that expensive.
It should not.
Yeah.
I agree. It's a shame.
Yeah.
But that's how how this world works.
Yeah.
Capitalism, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So apparently I'm missing like $50. It didn't line up. Shit. But yeah.
Good accounting skills, Rick. Great.
Not 50, 40, but I will find it. Sure, of course.
Yeah, Russell saying all the famous battalions get everything, and it's not good, really. That is true to an extent, but the other thing that you have to understand is the guys who get the equipment at the moment, when there's a shortage of things, the guys who get the equipment are the guys who go on the offense, and the guys who actually, you know, actively attack. It doesn't go to the guys who hold the positions, like in the trenches. It goes to your guys who go out, and it's a big problem. So but I know the new guy from, I forgot, who did they get to replace Zolushny? I forgot his name.
Sirski.
Sirski. So Sirski did say that's something he's going to address, is a better distribution of supplies, but don't know if that's actually going to happen, or yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about Ukrainian politics to know whether it's someone who keeps his word or not.
Are you talking about Sirski? What did he say he will do?
Said, so one of the things I think he said was that they're going to distribute the supplies they get and the equipment they get, distribute it a bit more equally, that it doesn't just go to certain brigades and certain units.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope
yeah.
it will. Because, for example, all the Western weaponry, like Leopard tanks, Bradleys, then Abrams, it all went to 47th Brigade. What the fuck? Like,
yeah.
I mean, they are doing really good, yes, and they deserve it. But what about other units?
Exactly,
it's not
and
fair.
that's the thing. So you look at that and you're like, you know. And if you look at it, what it is, like, guys, what we're fundraising for is half of what this new drone battalion will actually need. Okay, and this is just one battalion in this brigade. Okay, and our fundraiser is for 320,000 British pounds. That's about 400,000 USD. Okay, and that's half of what one battalion needs. And this is just a drone battalion. This is not, well, not just, but you guys understand what I'm saying. But this is not an infantry battalion. And unfortunately, with the drone battalion, the drones are going to be a constant a thing. It's like a leaky faucet, basically, because you have to get drones and yeah. So
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately. Okay, guys, just $40 I'm missing. I think everything else lines up. I think I just didn't count someone's donation. 4 tickets.
yeah,
four
Leslie
tickets.
Boat. It would be awesome if Jake Bro could help. That would be amazing.
Yeah, but it's not easy to get
Yeah.
in. Well, that's just, you can't help everyone. That's the rule, unfortunately.
That's the thing, yeah. You can't help everyone. There's also that weird thing where, like, you feel like, can you really just go up to this person and be like, "Hey, we need your help," you know? So it's a very difficult situation where you're like, yeah,
guys, I also need to say, unfortunately, no, or please wait to some people. But
yeah,
and it feels bad every time, but you just
yeah.
cannot help everyone. To fix the accountant error and put in huilo. No, actually, it's not less money; it's more money. So I'm kind of Willie.
Now you have some extra money.
Well, Willie, thank you so much for $40. I'm actually, you're not fixing the problem. You're just donating. So you're donating 40 more bucks, and I will be donating it today. Thank you so much, Willie. And congratulations once again. So yeah, guys, it's $40 more. I'm not missing $40. I have some extra $40, and I just cannot find them in the spreadsheet. That's the situation. So don't worry, I'm not missing money. I have extra $40. So I will figure this out after. It's better than having less money than you
Yeah.
counted. So yeah, we have some extra 40. Now we have some extra 80 with your 40 Willie Metclass. But I'm joking. It's just another donation. So thank you for another donation. Guys, okay, guys, that's what I was about to say. Rick, how about right around the time of the power outage? How about right around the time of the power outage? What do you mean? I have electricity right now.
No, but the when you lost the missing 40. Maybe that's what
it
they
might be
meant.
that, but I think it was fine there. Anyway, I'll check tomorrow and I will do the accounting once again.
OZT says you can send them $40, they'll donate it. Then you don't have that balancing error.
Send it to me. Evil Nose Hair. One raffle ticket. I'm sorry, Evil Nose Hair, but you're talking about this flag raffle. Awesome. I'm putting you in. Guys, the raffle is going. Thank you, Evil Nose Hair. Yeah, just to remind you, these tickets that have been used today, have been bought today and during this week, they will be used for the flag raffle, so you will have a chance to win the flag. Evil Nose Hair. You have yourself a ticket with 10 coffees. Never gonna
Evil
turn
Nose Hair.
around. And yeah. The one that is always making you uncomfortable.
Got it.
Probably. I'm just assuming. But talks. Okay, guys. You're clever, Rick. You must be
Oh,
a
I
bit
hear you,
Dutch.
Adam.
Your money given
Understand.
skill is high. Thank you, Mr. William Class. So, what do you understand, Yana?
Adam said that if Jake pushes his fans, they'll drop off. And I asked him what he meant, and he said, if he pushes his fans for money, they'll drop off his channel, and that's just the way it works.
Oh,
So
that's how
I
it
guess
worked
that's
with me. I lost some people because I was too pushing. I'm just assuming. No one told me this. Actually, I was never hiding my primary goal for this channel. I need to raise money for the armed forces of Ukraine. That's the most important thing. So, people come here to donate also. I think
Yeah.
I have an evil nose hair on my bum, says Danub. Oh, those bums.
We're at that part of the stream.
Oh yeah, yeah. People are getting tired too, not just you and me, you know.
Oh,
Okay.
Lord.
So, amazing. Oh, by the way, before Willamette Glass's donation, there's a donation from Spider Fate Fella. $11.73 donation for any fundraiser you have currently. I missed the Kraken raffle. I'm sorry that you missed it, but you can actually... Oh, I can actually put these 11.73 for a ticket for this flag. Yeah, Spider Fate Fella. If you're still there, if you're watching, you have yourself a ticket for this flag. So, let me put your name there, and 11.73 from here should go there. 11.73 for Spider Fate Bella. 11.73. I hope you're still there in the chat. Hey, Foxy, aka Cats. Welcome to Stinger from this account. Welcome. Spider Fate Fella. Okay, the flag raffle is great. Thanks. Yeah, this flag is signed by a lot of wounded soldiers from different brigades. 60th Brigade, 47th Brigade, 30th Battalion, 3rd Assault Brigade, Kraken, 44th Brigade, 57th
Thank you
Brigade.
for the 5 gifted memberships, Foxy,
thank-
aka
Cats. Yes, thank you very much, Foxy. Raffle for signed Ukrainian flag. Thank you, Nikki, with...
Good night, MS.
Good night, MS. Thank you very much for being here. It was definitely a great stream. I enjoyed it a lot today. Thank you, guys. I did the exact
The
same.
video.
The video, yes. Thank you, Yana. I'm easily distracted. Thank you. I just wanted to mention all the donations. I mentioned them. Now I go and donate them. But the problem is with this. Oh, I can actually open this in the second browser and do the account in there. Let me put you the video. Watch it, please. Oh, Yana, I'm still displaying you the screen?
Nope.
No, shit. Let me do it before I do the presentation of the video. Okay, so here. Oh, UTV and Ham, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. How are you doing, by the way? I think you just joined the stream, or you were just... Did I miss your messages there or something? Yana, do you see the video now?
Yes, I do.
Amazing, let's go
Thank
and watch it.
Salt. I want to talk to everybody today about salt. Salt of the earth, people. And I'm talking to you.
You up, never gonna let you down. I'm just, I wanted to take a pause and sing and really see who bought coffees. It was Tracy. Late to live. No, late to the life. So hope this helps. Thank you very much for 5 coffees. Is it for me or the donation? Please specify. Because there are both coffees for me and donations on Buy Me a Coffee. Let's keep watching the video. Come on, Rick, focus.
And your 3 children who donate their pocket money to Ukraine. I'm talking to Adrian Wacker from Switzerland, whose health is not on his side, who runs 4 jobs just so he can donate monthly to Ukraine. talking to Ma Rose. And Dasha from Kharkiv, who's just given birth to a baby, who together with a couple of her friends donated $1,000. That should have gone to her child. She bought us an anti-drone system. I'm talking about the Greg Terry experience, Rick the Ukrainian, Andrew Mercado, NAFO, Ukraine's 5th emergency service. And of course, my good friend, Dick Dawson from the Shills, and all of the thousands of people that donate money and equipment through humanitarian agencies like theirs, and just straight to Ukraine. I'm calling you guys salt of the earth people because you are the fiber of what makes up the best of society. Salt is, none of us can live without salt. And I grew up in my religious upbringing, and I came to know what this word means, this term, salt of the earth people. It means you are the best of the fiber of what makes good people good. Ukrainian army is struggling. But I want to tell you all an undeniable fact right now. We would not be here if it wasn't for the salt of the earth people like yourselves. Some people say that, I've heard recently some keyboard warriors online saying this whole volunteer movement in Ukraine is just a farce, it's just a gimmick. It ain't, mate, it ain't. The thousands of vehicles that people like Tatiana, my co-founder of Project Constantine, she brought in dozens. Pierce Grundy, he's brought in dozens. John's Red Bus, he's brought in dozens. And NAFO brought in hundreds. We all need transport to get to our positions. We all need transport to move equipment. We all need transport to do a myriad of our jobs. And there's a list as long as the road from the east to Kiev. As buzzed by another drone. There's a list as long as can be of the equipment that you guys have provided. God save us from this one, please. This video is too long to restart. These guys are eating us alive, these drones. I'm in quite a somber mood today because we've just learned about 20 minutes ago another one of our dear soldiers was killed. Just a few hundred meters away from us. Yesterday I think it was 3. I'm not yet to cry and I'm not yet to bitch about the war. I'm yet to say thank you to you, the salt of the earth people, for keeping us going. Because if it wasn't for you, I really don't know where we would be. But to all of you thousands of people who are so good, you are such a shining example of what it takes to be a good human being, of what makes a good human being. How can so many thousands and thousands and thousands of people be right? But just a few people, just the 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 people of this world that run this world, that run the powerful governments of the world, how can they be so lax and so slow in helping Ukraine? I mean, I'm not going to get into the litany of it, but most recently, Russia's got $350 billion of assets securely locked away by us in nations around the world. What do they want to do? Give us a little bit of the interest of it. Please, man. You guys take your interest and shove it up your asses. We want and we need everything now. These people that are donating their children's pocket money and doing 4 jobs are who you should be taking an example of. They are the people that will sleep well at night. You guys that are drawing out this conflict for whatever ulterior motives you have, shame on you. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am ashamed to be a Westerner. Slava Ukraini, razon do peremohi. I hope
Heroin
this conflict
Slav.
doesn't reach your shores. God bless everybody. Thank you, Salt of the Earth people. From me, Project Constantine, the 67th Brigade and the Armed Forces of Ukraine, we love you, we need you, and we would not be here without you. And thank you to those countries that have given. I know there are some countries, small as they are, like Estonia, that are giving their all. But the big behemoths of this world that have got gargantuan stashes, sleep well tonight, man. Sleep well tonight. I hope you do. You've got to look your children in the eyes. God bless. Dziękuję bardzo.
Well, thank you, Pete. Thank you, Yana, for posting this.
Вітаю вас, друзі.
Hey,
Сьогодні під
Stirnenko,
ранок
should
росіяни
we watch him?
атакували Україну ракетами «Калібр».
Yay!
He's my role model.
He's awesome.
He's fantastic.
Did you see his tweet? Let me get it. He posted it a while back, but let me get it. Get it here. So he posted it on 3 days ago, but he said NATO is having discussions about the formulation of a promise regarding. Did you
just
see
a
it?
second, Yana, before
Yeah?
you start reading this, I was laughing hard. Before that, I want to thank Ken Patterson for gifting 1, 2, 3, 4.
20.
4 times 20, so 80 memberships. This is crazy, Ken Patterson. Thank you so much for gifting 80 memberships. Crazy. So Yana, now please a message from Sternenko.
Yeah, message from Stemenko.
Yeah.
NATO is having discussions about the formulation of a promise regarding Ukraine's accession to the alliance, CNN reports. Among the mandatory conditions for the invitation are being considered. Ukraine must defeat North Korea. Ukraine must defeat Russia, defeat North Korea, establish a security zone around Taiwan to prevent a communist invasion, demilitarize Iran, disarm the Houthis, stop global warming, protect the rights of national minorities on Mars, resolve border conflicts between India and Pakistan, learn to intercept asteroids in case of a threat to Earth. If Ukraine meets these conditions, NATO may attempt to formulate a promise of a possible invitation for Georgia to join NATO.
2. Yeah. I fucking loved hard.
It was hilarious. I was just like, I was reading it, and then I got to the end, and I was like,
Yeah.
because I thought I thought the punchline was going to be Ukraine, and then the punchline is Georgia, and I'm like, yep, that seems legit.
He's so good. So he's telling the blunt truth all the time. In his each video, he says that US's politics is weak, and by this weakness, they are actually bringing the World War III closer and closer. He's not so gentle in his speeches as I am, for example. He's
he's very, very outspoken.
Yeah, but that's actually something. Something good and something that makes him who he is. He's always telling the truth. He's always telling what he thinks. And if he doesn't want to tell the truth, he will just say, I don't want to comment on that. So that's it. Yeah, I think everyone in the chat now has a membership after Ken's 80. To Ken's 80 gifted. It's crazy. Okay, so another video from Pete. What do you think, Yana?
Oh, yes, another one?
No, like you've been posting another one a few
Oh
days
yeah,
ago.
I have posted a few videos. Yeah.
Yeah, the
You can
one.
pick one.
Which one do you think?
Yeah, pick the one where he's not wearing a shirt. That's a good one.
Sexy Pete. Let's
Please,
watch.
that's my boss. It's weird.
Well, it's your boss. Well, he's not my boss, you know.
Okay, you can sim for Pete.
I don't, to be honest. I just like to have fun.
No, I know.
Well, who knows? Maybe I sim for Pete, you know. Good to see everyone. Nice to see so many familiar names in the chat, says Ken Patterson. I agree. For me too. Let's watch the video.
This is why we need to equip our drone battalion with vehicles, Starlings, drones, generators, Bluettis, so that we don't have to sit here doing this. When that's happening 500 meters away from us. 400, 300 sometimes. Please. Now it's getting closer. Please donate to Project Tatiana. This is a very worthy cause. The drones are our new artillery. We need a drone. We need a fully functional drone battalion. Please, 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 I'm asking you nicely. I don't love this job, but I do it because it needs to be done. So do my colleagues around me. Please help us equip our drone battalion. God bless you. Razom do перемоги.
I love how well his Ukrainian is. How good.
Can you imagine going to work every day on the front lines of Ukraine in this?
How long this
Imagine you're a
one?
six-man
How long ago this one was posted? 6 days ago. Let's watch it.
Yeah, we can watch this as well.
drone unit, and you've got to load your vehicle with 4 soldiers, a Bluetti, and a couple of drones. This is what it's been reduced to, guys. This is the situation in Ukraine. These boys are blessed to have still one of their own civilian vehicles left. 67 Brigade. 3rd
They say they
Mechanized
can't hear
Battalion.
audio.
We are appealing for at least 10 vehicles.
No sound
I
apparently.
made an appeal about
Yeah, and on the
Months ago, we
video
were looking for
where
6.
he's not wearing his shirt, he was
haven't
whispering,
received
and I'm
them
like,
yet.
why? The guys are 500
Now
meters
let's
away.
put
They're
it
not
up
going to
10.
hear you.
And this is no joke.
But
Four-wheel drive.
he was whispering in that video, so I had to like turn up the audio. But if I, yeah, so that's why I added subtitles to the one. But yeah,
Got it. Okay, I'm sending the donation to Helena. I'm gonna make a screenshot for you guys, and $300. So I just wanted to say that people could not hear me because, let me see, my microphone is working. Everything is okay. Too low sound because it's 1 a.m. here, and I don't want to be too noisy.
no, I think
Okay.
they meant the video.
Oh, the video. They could not hear Pete or me.
I don't know. Let's wait for chat.
Let's wait for the chat. What would you guys say? Oh shit, I needed to do a bathroom break 2 hours ago. I totally forgot.
Oh, now the sound is fine. Okay.
Now
I think
the
it was with the
sound is
other video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that video was really
Yeah.
quiet because
Naked Pete is very silent.
guys,
He was wearing his pants. Okay.
yeah, he doesn't like to lie in the dirt completely naked under the
Yeah,
drones, you know, like
Not with all the piraras around.
yeah. I won't repeat that word, but I agree.
Sorry.
No problem, no problem. You can say that. Like, I explained that not even once, that we have a different sense for it. Okay,
Yeah.
so
I actually saw it got translated in some Azov videos. they translated it as motherfuckers.
Yeah, fuckers.
And I'm like, yeah, like that's a good translation.
Yeah, it's
within the
basically it.
context.
It's
Yeah.
basically it.
Yeah.
Fuckers. Okay, so the donation to Helena, guys, to Anton, actually, her husband. Here it is. Just sent 1 minute ago. You sent $300 to Anton Kristopin. That's it. So the comment was for IFAX for Helena. Heroям slava. That's what I put, the message. Okay. UTV and Ham, thank you for 5 more gifted memberships. And guys,
Do I? You know, he was wearing pants. Oh my goodness, guys. That is actually a good point. I am hoping he was wearing pants.
You're just hoping. You're just hoping. Guys,
Just
I
hoping.
bet he was wearing pants. But you know, these what do you call them? Straight white men, they like to go around shirtless, you know, like all that stuff.
It's extremely hot and where he is.
That's understandable. I'm just trying to make a joke out of it, you know.
People's just flexing.
People was just flexing. Was he doing this with his
No.
with his muscles?
I don't know if he
chest
can do. I'm
muscles?
gonna ask him if he can do that. Maybe we can do that for a donation. Every time someone donates, he needs to flex.
I think. I actually wonder if Greg Terry will go for it on his stream. Is it gonna be like something that is not? No, I think it's okay for Christians to do that, right? I'm not sure.
I think it is.
Yeah, nothing. It's not a pornography or something, like, right?
No.
Not like those dirty paintings, right? Oh, by the way, I heard our friend Dick Dawson has it now. He sent me the video. Shit, I forgot to watch it. When he's
it
where
was on the
his
shows,
son
yeah.
unpacking it. That one. He show the one that where this sorry.
Janine says she sees a lot of shirtless guys where she is. You get used to it after a while. Yeah, because you're in Ukraine, right, Janine?
Yeah.
At the moment, yeah.
Janine's
It's
in
really
Ukraine.
hot. I know the weather is insane. Because we're in the east. The weather
Guys.
it's insane.
At home, I'm always not wearing my t-shirt. Only on the stream I'm wearing it. So it's really hot in Ukraine these days. So I'm around shirtless only at home. Of course, when I go out, I never do.
You're
that.
lying. You're lying. We know that you actually the only time you wear shirts is when you're on camera, even when you're out in public.
Yeah, I'm just an exhibitionist. That's the ugly truth. Or not an ugly. It depends on what you guys prefer. Well, anyway, guys, good news. We reached 30,000 followers on YouTube this week. It was only yesterday, I think. 34,000.
Alvin Archer said she heard about the Scottish guy wearing a battle kilt, which he lost. So he was naked storming the trenches. When did that happen? Oh, I actually heard something that the thing about like this Scottish men, apparently they'll wear underwear if there's a queen. But like if there's a queen in charge, but if there's a king in charge, they won't wear underwear. I heard something like that. And I'm like, that's a very weird way of doing it.
I agree. Okay, guys, what I need to do is to actually put you some video. Yana, if you don't mind, for a long time I wanted to put on Timothy Snyder's, one of his lectures.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love his stuff. I love his
That's
stuff.
a good one.
I've watched it twice.
Nice. Rick,
Yeah.
donate the money. I've got to go soon. I will, Leslie, but I need to take a break, the bathroom break. And after that, I'll start donating. It's just like in 2 minutes. But first, I'm going to put you the video, so you will put up the video. Rick, the green screen shirt alpha male. No, not. So, to prove you, Hubert, I'm wearing pants. Look at them. I actually lifted my shirt a bit. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Just those exhibitionist urges.
Tendencies that you just can't get rid
Tendencies.
of.
Yeah. I did it quickly so people won't notice anything, you know?
Oh no, they're gonna go back and pause the chat.
Shit.
Pause the stream.
Okay, so the video. Let me find it real quick. I know where to look for it. Easy to do, definitely. Oh, but it might be boring for now.
Pigeon total Chad.
Total chat.
Like a Chad. Do you know what that is? You call someone a Chad.
Ah, Chad.
Yeah.
No, I actually don't know.
It's
someone
like-
a Chad.
I don't know how to explain it. It's like I'm gonna Urban Dictionary it because now I can't explain it. It's like good looking person, but let me see. Chad Urban Dictionary. Okay. Okay. That's not the one I was going for. Yeah, I don't know why they always start with the weirdest one. Okay. No, this isn't the one I was looking for. Okay.
Screenshots to Greg as we speak. Okay, Timothy Snyder is ready. Jana, tell me when you're ready.
A Chad is usually like a good-looking buff person. That's how it is nowadays. But it started off as like a slang, as an insult from people who are incels. They used it to insult guys who got to actually have girlfriends. That's what it was used as. But now it's like just like solid person, good person.
How do you call it once again?
Chad.
Chad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll send you the Chad GIF and then you'll understand. I'll send it in WhatsApp and then you'll understand.
Awesome. Do it now before I begin.
Wait.
I'm sorry, Leslie, that we're keeping you. Sorry. I will start donating soon.
Okay, I've sent it.
Ah, this guy.
Yeah.
I thought he's just like a bodybuilder or something.
He is, but he became like, people have started memeing him as like, that's Giga Chad. So he's like ultimate Chad.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Rick, go for a peep. Fuck's sake. Leslie, why are you being so rude?
Wait, the guy's Russian? I didn't know. I didn't know Giga Chad dude was Russian.
Oh, shit. That changes everything.
Changes everything.
Do you actually see the
Yes.
You see the Timothy Snyder, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Let's begin. I'll be back soon, guys. I'll be back soon.
I hope this will be rewarding. The basic idea here is that in a long war, we're going to need a longer story, a story which is true, a story which opens our imagination to possible outcomes, and a story which is faithful to the basic reality that there are many things that we just don't know about the past. And those things that we don't know about the past might be some of the things we need to understand to see where we might get to in the future. In the spirit of not despairing, I'm not going to be speaking chiefly about the sorts of things that President Ilves signaled, the 20th century. What I'd like to do instead is talk about the deep past of the lands that are now Ukraine. And I'm doing this for a number of reasons. One is that it helps us to understand why this particular conflict is unsurprisingly of global significance. Another thing that it helps us to do is it helps us to see what these possible futures, these undetermined futures, might be. Because I think part of our problem is that we're struggling all the time with a determinist story, which is Russia's story, Putin's story, that this was always Russia and therefore always must be Russia, which is not only stupid, but it's also the wrong way to think about the relationship between the past and the future. The right way is to have as broad an understanding of the past as possible, and then to see where all those lines might possibly go. Because there are always more possibilities for the future than we think, both for the good and for the bad. So I'm going to try to teach you some things that I myself have learned about the history of Ukraine. And I'm going to try to lead you through them and then back to the present, and hopefully in a way which will be refreshing. So one of the things which is very interesting about Ukraine is that Ukraine, the lands of Ukraine, I'm not, by the way, for all of you like ethnic Ukrainian enthusiasts out there, I'm not actually saying that there were Ukrainians on these territories thousands of years ago, right? That would be absurd. What I am going to be saying is that there's a huge amount of very interesting and dense human history on these lands, which in general we don't know about. And if we did know about them, the things that we argue about would probably seem less interesting. So one of the things that people generally don't know is that the oldest human cities, the oldest cities that we know of, are on the lands of today's Ukraine, older than the cities in Babylon. And more interesting, these cities, which are about 7,000 years old, are set up in a different way than the cities of ancient Mesopotamia were. The cities of ancient Mesopotamia, as you will know if you've had some kind of civilizational education, they had big walls, they had temples, they had concentrations of financial, religious, political authority. The old cities in Ukraine, Nebelivka, Marnetske, Talyanki, a few others, those are the names we give them. These places did not have centers of financial, religious, political authority. They were in concentric circles, suggesting an entirely different way of living, right? One that makes, this is not really a left-wing anarchist crowd, I don't think. I've seen a couple exceptions. But the kind that make the left-wing anarchists among us very happy because they suggest cooperation. These cities also left a very light ecological footprint, partly because of the fertility of the land around them, the famous Black Earth, but also partly suggesting that there might be a more human way of interacting with the environment. Second thing that people generally don't know about these lands, which has been pretty well established. By the way, although this is a very high-tech talk, it may seem like I'm just a guy in a Vyshyvanka talking to you about things that happened 5,000 years ago, but many of the things we now know about the ancient past have to do with very useful kinds of new technology, having to do with radar, or having to do with improved forms of carbon dating, or especially having to do with ancient DNA. So one of the things which now seems pretty well established is that about 5,000 years ago, pastoralists in what is now Southwest Russia and what is now Ukraine began to spread Indo-European languages around Asia and around Europe. So I realize I'm in Estonia, and there are some exceptions to this, but roughly half the world now speaks Indo-European languages. Most Europeans speak Indo-European languages. I'm speaking one of them now. And insofar as your native language or one of your major languages is an Indo-European language, you are in a world which was created in large measure by horse pastoralists coming out of the territory, coming out of the steppe of what is now Ukraine, beginning about 5,000 years ago. Whether you're a fan of ancient Greek or ancient Icelandic, pretty much whatever tradition you're coming from, if it's European, ultimately goes back to these territories. And this is also, by the way, a point about technology, because this is going to be...
I'm putting it on pause to tell you that I cannot increase the volume of this one because it's just a quiet video on YouTube, unfortunately. So I I've seen the message from someone to ask Anna to do some loud sounds suddenly. This was funny. Anyway, it's my network and my PC, yes, but I wasn't asking you guys. I was asking YouTube. So I will start donating money with. I'll begin with the previous week's buy me a coffee, guys. So the system of withdrawing money from buy me a coffee changed a bit. I actually now don't compensate the percentage of Patreon. No, not Patreon. Payoneer. So, like before that, I've been sending some money, but I changed the procedure and I just cannot do that. So, it's a bit less than $940 that we raised by 2%. So they take commission and they include it into exchange rate. So it's a much lower exchange rate. For example, we have 40.3 something average here, and they're actually setting 39.1 hryvnia for $1. So they actually get those 2% into the exchange rate. So $940 from the previous week from Buy Me a Coffee appears to be, let me tell you how much it is in hryvnia. Come on, Monobank, load up. So it's 36,726 hryvnias, $940. Though by normal exchange rate, it would be around 37.5, I would say. So yeah, Payoneer took part of the money for itself, but yeah, this is the only way to actually get money out there now, or when I do it all officially and report to the tax service about it. So this is it. I'm gonna send this sum of money, actually dividing it in two pieces. First one is going to be 29,999 hryvnias. This is the maximum amount of money you can send to the jar, to Monobank jar. So I'm going to send this one first, and in the second payment is going to be everything that will remain, and it will be 6,727. I'm gonna do it. Oh, I actually should do it on the screen and right now, and then I will put Timothy Snyder back on. So
I just want to say we have this really cool reply that someone gave to the video of Pete on Twitter. It's Jessica Rowley. That's her username, so I can say it. Okay. But she said, I pester my local MP and whoever is prime minister here in the UK so much, they no longer respond. But I know the letters have to be recorded as received. I will continue to do everything, including donating what I can. Thank you for your service. I'm just like, I love that she's annoyed them so much they've just stopped responding.
that's really cool. Okay, guys, send in 29,999. It's gonna be from Rick the Ukrainian's community, from Buy Me a Coffee, from it was what? 23rd this time, last time 16th, from June 16th. Okay. Heroям slava, I think. Slava. And I am sending the money. Okay, this is the right card. Yeah, everything is okay. Sending it, and the progress bar will update now. It just updated. 136,110 hryvnias. Guys, we're on 68% now, plus 18%. Oh, by the way, a bit less than that because someone donated 5,000 during the stream, 5,000 hryvnias directly. The only person who does that is KP. KP, are you still there in the chat? No, I don't think KP is still here, but thank you. If it was you, KP, or anyone else, thank you for that donation of 5,000 hryvnias. It's actually $125 approximately, something like that. Okay, Rick has sent you 1212 for a flag ticket. I've already put you into the spreadsheet. We'll get back to that in a bit. Leslie Bo, are you still there, waiting for me to donate? I really hope so. Cats, thank you for £2 super chat. I'm behaving myself now. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, I actually noticed that you bought another super chat there when I was on the bathroom break. Woohoo, I'm back. Lol. I better behave. You better behave, cats. Anyway, the progress bar just updated, so let me send another part. So it's 6,727. I'm gonna do it right now. Come on, no. Come on, where? 6,727 hryvnias. Oh, but before that, 6,727.
Leslie's still here.
Leslie, awesome. Thank you for being patient with this very disorganized man. Well, I'm talking only about myself, not about you, Yana. This is why I say men. Because you ladies are usually more organized than us.
Not
Hey.
me. Not me.
Not you. High five.
No.
Hey.
It's the ADHD makes it difficult.
Yeah.
No, but it's like one thing will be organized. So guys, like it's my pencils will all be color coordinated, like from one side to the left, like from colors of the rainbow from one side to the other. My pencils, okay? All my art supplies are perfectly organized individually. It's just the setup is a mess, but if you open the box, it's nice and neat. Every single box is nice and neat, and I know it's nicely labeled, but the table is a mess. So it's like specified chaos with random pieces of like Easter eggs of organization that you're just like, oh, where did this come from?
Yeah, Leslie Bo says, Rick, you just get distracted so easily. Yeah, that's me. Okay, guys, send in the second donation. It says from Rick, the Ukrainians community, from Buy Me a Coffee from June 16th, part 2, Slava Ukraini. I'm sending it now, and the progress bar will update. I really hope I send it from the right card. Yeah, I did it from the right card. Oof. It's just updated. We're on 71% now. And Alla Shahova, who actually brought in this request, says, Rick Rollers, thank you. No, Rick, Rollers, thank you for helping Alexander. He's actually the soldier we're helping with this fundraiser with the truck. Thank you, Alla, for also volunteering and helping them and for bringing this request. I'm happy to work together with you. Guys, if you forgot who Alla is, she is from St. Petrivci School podcast. And yeah, she's amazing. Alla, I'm happy to know you and to also work with you. It's pretty cool. So, as you can see, guys, I get easily distracted. But, I need to start sending money from my Buy Me a Coffee to close this fundraiser. Oh, not Buy Me a Coffee, sorry. From my PayPal. Yeah. Okay, so. Timothy Snyder. Yeah, we'll keep talking while I'm gonna withdraw money and donate. Thank you. Please enjoy.
So, like, I'm going to take this slowly. The big technological leap was that these people learned that you can ride horses. No, we overestimate how smart we are in general as humans. No, that's the premise of every conference, right? There's a certain overestimation of ourselves. But for most of the history of human beings, what we did with horses was we ate them. And only quite recently did it occur to us that we could ride them. But once that occurred to people, that created a much more profitable version of farming, pastoralism, but it also created tremendous military advantages, which allowed these people from the steppe to spread out again and again and again into Asia and into Europe. Third point, the rise of Greece. So if you come from some kind of Western civilization background, you probably think that 4th century Athens is an important place, and of course it is. But the interesting thing about 4th century Athens and that whole thing, the math, the myths, the architecture, the history, the literature, is that it did not arise in isolation. 4th century Athens only existed as 4th century Athens because of Scythia. And Scythia, of course, is another name for the territories of what's Ukraine and the Caucasus and also going further east. As the Greeks began to colonize the north of the Black Sea, the Scythians began to settle what people called then the Pontic steppe. And that was no coincidence. The Greeks and the Scythians from the very beginning in this part of the world existed in a synthesis. Those colonists could exist because of the fertile hinterland. And the most important thing those colonists did was ship grain back to Athens. So you probably wondered, or you're about to, why the Greeks could just live on olives.
Interesting question, yeah. But I need to donate now. So sorry, Timothy Snyder, I'll interrupt you here. Damn, that's an interesting lecture. I gotta re-listen to all of it tomorrow and show the rest of it to you on the next stream. Pretty interesting. So, hey, for the truck, let me update it. 142,000, exactly what we have there. Okay, so it's 28,313. It's $700, guys. Let me donate it. This is gonna be from Rick, the Ukrainians community. Next one is gonna be from Rick Rollers. I sometimes vary those two comments. I don't know why, but I like it. You have two versions, you know. Rick, the Ukrainians community.
And the Rick Rollers were like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the second one. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. And the progress bar will update now. And open. Update. Yeah, it just updated. 171,000 now.
I'm reading Serhii Plokhy's book, The Gates of Europe. I'm like, it's really cool, but I wish I could pronounce these names. You know? Of like, because I mean, it's like Yaroslav the Wise, that one I get. Okay. But there's like all the tribes going back, and I'm like, Timothy Snyder just mentioned them. I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch his stuff to get the names right so that I can pronounce them correctly in my head.
Okay, so guys, also a message from Andreas. He wanted me to read it, and I've read it. I just didn't mention it. Tuna asked to send those $10 also to Hostomel Shelter. So for Hostomel Shelter, we will have $20. But I think we can increase it with the money we raised today to $50. What do you think, guys? I think, yeah, I think we can do that today. So I'm sending another $700 to the card first, and after that, so okay, let me check the exchange rate. Not check, but actually put it in here. 40. Where is it? Sorry, guys. 40, 44, 78. Okay. That's done. Almost. Yeah, I'm not putting the Timothy Snyder back on, because I need to donate already, once again. 28,313. 28,313. Let me donate, and it's going to be almost all the sum of money. Well, I wanted to actually also donate the money from the merch shop. And if I will donate all the whatever, let me donate these $700, and then we'll see where those funds go. Okay, from Rick Rollers this time. From Rick Rollers, Slava Ukraine. And the progress bar will update now. I think we're gonna be, yes, we're on 99%, guys. Just a tiny bit left to send there. And it's, what do we have? Shit. I hate that on Mac you cannot open many calculators at the same time. You can do it on Windows.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't used Windows in so long.
I'm using Mac for only like less than a month, I think.
Yeah. So it's quite a steep learning curve for you right now.
Yeah.
Scat, it is 23 minutes past midnight here for me.
And it's 23 minutes past 1 a.m. here for me. Yeah, I'm one.
During winter time, Rick and I have the same time, and during summertime, he's ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you
Because
don't actually go to the
Nope.
summertime.
We decided we're not doing that for some reason.
I'm not sure if it's good or bad, because it's complex for me to understand.
Yeah, the whole thing came from during the war, one of the world wars, and they decided to adjust it to save electricity. And I guess we just generated our own power back when, so it just kind of stuck around.
Got it. Okay, so guys, the dilemma is where to send. You see, for this fundraiser, we need to send only 537 hryvnias to close it. Where do I send the rest of the money from those 50%? Okay, let me check. How much is it? 3,564. Where do I get another calculator? Come on.
Open Excel, and then you put it there.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. You're right. Okay, I have it in here. Let's put
Cheryl,
it in
my
here.
problem with Christopher Miller is he was actually one of the guys who really pushed the Ukraine is full of Nazis narrative. So that's kind
Christopher
of like,
Miller?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So if you ask Ukrainians, they're not his biggest fan because he kind of pushed that narrative quite a lot.
Yeah.
And they entitled his book "The War Came to Us," and I'm like, nah, fam, you handed them the propaganda win.
Yep. That dude, this is why I was surprised to hear his name when I had Jen Stout here, and she was saying good stuff about him. I was like, I mean, even his said it to her.
Yeah.
I actually said it to her. Sorry.
What did she say?
No, she was just saying that they might be friends or something. So.
Oh.
Yeah. So I actually don't remember, or either just colleagues. Yeah, maybe more like just colleagues. Yeah, But anyway, 1,782 hryvnias. This is the 50% of the profit of the first profit from the merch shop. And by the way, guys, we have a merch shop. Yeah, now we have Rickroller merch. If you were thinking about getting that 150% of the profit, will go to our fundraisers. Hey, someone just closed the fundraiser. Someone sent a less sum of money without.
Wow.
Who was that?
Cheryl, he did that. I don't know if I'm assuming, like you said, he didn't do it in his book, but it was like since 2014, he's been pushing it in his articles that he's been writing. So since 2014, he's been writing about it. And that's
Yeah.
kind of the thing. So when he published his book, people were like, oh, okay. So for basically 6 years, you were saying Ukraine is full of Nazis, and now you're publishing a book off of that.
Yeah. And so he was kind of supporting Ukraine, but saying that there are Nazis here. So playing with Russian propaganda narrative, one of the main ones, is not really helping Ukraine a lot. You can put a lot of good stuff in it, but of course everyone will be focusing on that you
That's the thing, yeah.
played. Yeah, so it just emulates all of that. By the way, Alla Shachova finished the fundraiser, guys. It's on 100%. Congratulations. Great job. And yeah, guys. Okay, so those 1,000... What did I have there? Yeah, the 1,732, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. Let me check. 82. 1,782 hryvnias is 50% of those profits. We will donate to the next fundraiser on the next stream. Okay? This, and also, guys, great news. $857.36 left for the next fundraiser of the money that you donated on PayPal today. So on my PayPal, there will remain $857.36. Let me just put it in the spreadsheet for the next week. And by the way, Willie Medglass, if you're still there, I bought you tickets for those 40 compensation, so to say, dollars donation. Remember the last one that you've sent? And Russell, I've bought you a ticket. You can see yourself in the spreadsheet there. What else do we have here? Okay. Yes, before Willie, Spider Fate Fella, and all of you guys will be taking part. Those fucking have.
You good?
That's a very unpleasant moment when something is falling and really tearing off the earphones from your ears. This was my phone falling, and the protection glass is not much more damaged as it was. It was severely damaged already. Rick, I can email you a picture of 49th drone unit patch, as I will try and get one for you. Thank you very much. Oh, you will send me a picture of the patch? I thought you will send me the patch. Okay, anyway, send it. Thanks, Rick. Willie, yes, you have yourself 4 more tickets. Talking to them earlier this evening. Got it. So you communicate with the 49th drone unit. Awesome. That's cool. Okay, guys. So we close this fundraiser. We have money for the next fundraiser being, $857.36. Great. And is your ears ejecting the earpods? Okay. So, yeah, that distracted me. I wanted to remind you guys that you can become a member of my Buy Me a Coffee and help me reach the goal of currently $2,000. Yeah.
Sorry, Paul D. The problem with DonorBox is to set it up. I think there's certain issues with setting it up for Ukraine. And you have to use the main way of getting money out of it is through Stripe, and like normal Stripe, not Stripe Express, like that's used for buy me a coffee. But Stripe is not available in Ukraine.
It is not. Yes.
Yeah, so that's why you see a lot of Ukrainians not actually using. Well, Ukraine is not using DonorBox. We're able to use it because we use, we've got another account that we're able to use it with. But yeah, that's unfortunately one of the things, and it's an accessibility issue.
Okay, guys. Add in $7 to the jar because Stretch has become a javelin. He was a stinger. He has become a javelin today. So plus $7. So I'm on 1,885. And it's 94% of 2,000. So please, if you were considering to become a member on Buy Me a Coffee, you will get a patch for that. Okay, it's hidden. It's hidden now. This one or this one. You have to choose also. So when you're becoming a member on my Buy Me a Coffee, send me your address and your full name and your phone number right away, so I would know where to send it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for becoming members, guys. I appreciate it a lot. At the moment I have, let me check, 113 members, and I actually messaged already each and every one of you to send you the patch. I'm gonna send 13 packages next week, and I still don't have the reply from 20 people. So those of you who are on the list of those people, my moderators will tell you if they see you in the chat. Stretch is, by the way, one of them. Stretch, you need to email me, okay, with your address. And that's it about Buy Me a Coffee. Yeah.
Adam, DonorBox is not. DonorBox depends on what currency you set the fundraiser up in, and then once you've set it up, you can set it up that people can donate in different currencies as well. So it should not be a problem with American debit cards, although it depends on what cards they've got. I know it works with like Visa and MasterCard, but I'm not sure about like all the other different types they've got. And then Cheryl Watley wants to know about book raffles. So Rick, that's actually something Cheryl spoke about. It's like we get some of Maxim Ristavi's Russian Colonialism 101 books. We have him sign it, like autograph it, and then put that on Raffle. And for that we have to buy the books. And I'm like, I don't have money for that.
How expensive they are?
Let me check.
People can actually donate to buy those books, right?
Yeah, so it's let's get the Ukrainian side one.
Okay, maybe tomorrow we'll also contact. Awesome, thank you, Nikki.
It's 15 USD for the book, but
How
that
many
excludes.
of them you want to buy?
I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there. This is a suggestion Cheryl made, and I think it's a good idea. But maybe we can. Yeah, I think I can do that. We can raise some funds, and then I'll speak to Maxim. We can raise some money, and then we can probably have a raffle for it. That could be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You got my reply. You told me, Rick. Yes, cats, and I actually replied back to you. And I'm gonna send the package to you this week already because it's Monday here in Ukraine now. Okay, that was a great stream today. Thank you everyone for staying here. Wow, 120 people are still watching after 6 hours. Great. Like, no, 6 or 5.5. I am.
Adam, if you have PayPal, you can donate through PayPal with the donor box. There's like a select your option thingy. And then you can go with PayPal. We also have Buy Me a Coffee, but that is in our YouTube. So on our YouTube channel, you can click like the info, and then all our donation links are listed there. But it's very weird because I'll have to check, because you're not the first person who says that you guys are struggling, that you're struggling with the donor box. But I also know, yeah, so not sure what's going on. Oh yeah, also the book is Maxim's book is no, there is a PayPal option. There's a specific way. If you look, you go to checkout, and then yeah, there's PayPal. But Maxim's book, you have to buy it through the publishers. So you have to buy it through the publishers because, and they're in Ukraine, so that is kind of the thing. So it's not sold in bookstores across the world. Basically, there are some other places, but yeah.
Okay, so
Sorry.
no problem. That's an important thing because Maxim's book is epic.
Yeah.
Everyone should read that.
Yeah.
I'm actually trying to put up the Raffle spreadsheet for the next
Danov,
week.
it is this book. It is Russian Colonialism 101. And yes, it is in English. So it is, let me get you. Yeah. So his book is awesome.
Oh, guys,
and-
I forgot to send money to Hostomel Shelter. Yes, $50 I wanted to send, so that's the one thing to do. That is left. While I'm doing that, Yana, you keep answering. I mean, like I feel like I interrupted you.
No, it's fine. So the book is, yeah, you can buy it in Ukraine or you can order it online. I'm just gonna pop the link to let me pop the link here. I don't know if I can post the link. Can I post in chat? I think so. Yeah. But he basically goes through, like, if you guys can check here, like, it's illustrations and then text. Okay. The book is, he's not going to make the book available as an ebook because he wants to, first of all, help the Ukrainian printing industry. And also there's a lot of, he worked with Ukrainian illustrators to draw things. Like, for example, this is this illustration, and then about Afghanistan. And he says it's the whole concept of the book is to have the illustration and the text next to each other. So the book is basically, it just details Russia's colonialism and their trends of doing it, starting from 1911 up until where we are today. He published the book last year. And yeah, it's his whole thing that he says is Russia has kind of got a formula of how they colonize and invade. And it's gaslight, so they tell some other lie, and then they invade the country, and then they exterminate. And the extermination they do is either, cultural erasure or genocide or whatever. And it's a really interesting book because it goes through literally everything. I mean, you've got this illustration, which I think is really, there are really good illustrations. He talks about all of this. He talks about, and it's short pieces because he says the book is not supposed to be like an academic read. It's supposed to be like just a chill read, kind of like to get you introduced to the thing. And he does give you all his sources are in the book. There's a QR code at the back of the book that you scan and you get access to all the sources he used and everything. So it's really awesome. It's a really good book.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to send those $50. So guys, for the next stream, not 857.36, but 807.36, because I am still donating money to Hostomel Shelter right now.
Cats, where are you based? Because like I got my trident necklace. I got it from the Ukrainian Association, and I think what they did is I think they bought a bunch of it in Ukraine and then resold it here. But they only sold the trident. I got the necklace elsewhere. So it was like at a market, and then like at the same market where the Ukrainian stand was, that I actually went to see because I know the people there. I went there, and then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go find it now. And then I just walked around and like found a jewelry stand there as well. And I got that. Oh, is it on Amazon and the Netherlands and the UK? Oh, that's amazing. The book. That's awesome. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Russell, you actually have the Azov steel bracelet. Oh my word, I am so jealous.
Okay, where's the jar? I mean, like, I'm looking for Hostomel Shelter's jar, as I have it on my PC, but not here. Okay. I will find it, no problem.
Okay, guys. So Danop says the book is on Amazon in the Netherlands and the UK and in Germany. I know Maxime has been doing some tours, like book tours as well. So if you guys follow him on like Twitter or Instagram or wherever you're at, you'll also be like, you'll know about or be up to date with these things. He's a really chill dude. He's really awesome.
I still need to invite him to my stream.
You haven't messaged him yet?
Not yet.
Oh my word.
So many things to do.
True.
That
true.
I just forget to message some people. Like you send me someone's number and I switch to some other task, then some other task, and it's getting lost there. From Rick Rollers.
Yeah, Cheryl, I hear you with like affording jewelry as well. Like there's a friend of mine Well, she's Ukrainian, and her sister makes jewelry, like makes traditional Ukrainian beaded jewelry on Etsy, and it's sold on Etsy and everything. And I so badly want to buy it, and then I look at it and I'm like, yeah, but money, you know.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, that thing that we kind of need. So yeah, it's always that thing of like looking at it and like this book of Maximus, actually it's not even mine.
Hmm.
It's my friend Olya's, and I borrowed it from her. She came up from Cape Town up to Joburg, and we were at an event, and she was like, "Oh, by the way, here, you can borrow it next time you see me. Just give it back." And I'm like, "I don't know when I'm going to see you next, but I'm keeping it until then."
Okay, 2023 is actually the sum of money I'm sending from Rickroller Slovenia. I've even added the progress bar for the shelter, so it's gonna update now. I've just sent the money. And yes, now it's 158,406. Awesome, guys. So everything's donated, and it's almost 2 a.m. in here, so I'd better go to sleep. And Yana too, because it's almost 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Adam Rounds, $5 super chat. Honestly, what does everyone think of U.S. Senate pushing Russia to be a state terrorist? Well, actually, a state sponsor of terrorists, but it's a terrorist itself. That would save us politics a bit in my mind. Oh, save U.S. politics, not us. In my opinion, that's a good call, and that might, but I doubt in this global interconnected
I don't think it's
world,
going to happen. It would be
Yeah.
cool, but I don't think it's
Yeah.
going to happen.
I also don't think it's going to happen because they are so connected to Russia in many ways. They still trade with Russia a lot. US trades with Russia, like goods and Europe. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah. But we can hope.
We can hope, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm finally getting hungry. That means I need to go to sleep. Well, eat something first because
Nice logic.
well, I need to eat something first because I usually cannot sleep when I'm hungry. Like I just can't fall asleep.
Aussie T says we should just have a power nap and continue streaming.
Exactly. Okay, Ayana, thank you for being here. Thank you, Dylan.
Thanks for having me.
Also, yeah, it's a pleasure and always a pleasure, and always also so tired. Guys, words. Let me also show you our merch shop, guys, so you would also visualize that because
Oh, also, hi, Barfly Chef.
token.
I haven't said hi to you yet.
Yeah, hello, Barfly Chef. I think you joined just a few moments ago. Okay,
Yeah, I want to see the merch shop.
Here's the merch shop. Rickroller's merch items. Here they are. Do you still see my screen? Am I still sharing it with you? So there are two t-shirts, like one with a big logo, but I prefer the smaller one. And it's not the whole logo, it's just Rickroller sign. We're also gonna be putting there the t-shirt with logo. And guys, if you've been attentive, you could see me wearing that t-shirt on Wednesday stream, if I'm not mistaken, if it was Wednesday. So there are two types. There's going to be a third type of the shirt there, and also a mug, which is $20. And when we were selling it for $13, we also did not get any profit. It was like for 2 cups, I had to go in minus and actually pay something myself. So yeah, so $20 for a cup. Unfortunately, guys, these are not jokes Etsy, and well, we're actually doing it through Printful. To produce this mug on Printful is around 12 to 13 bucks. So, can you add your patch? No, Cass, they are exclusives. I apologize. I know they will be sold pretty well, but I still need to get my goals in buy me a coffee memberships and stuff. Yeah. So I would love to do it, but someday when I feel like, okay, that's enough of memberships and all that stuff. And Rick Roller patch is something that I want to send you without doing anything. Like, just be a roller and I'm sending you that patch. That's my goal. So yeah, Rick Roller is just for being a roller. You don't need to do anything for it. Just be here, be active in this community, and you'll get one. Oh, thanks, Rick. Yeah. Can you add your patch?
Raven.
Raven said what?
Who's in the shells today? Are they hotter than Merc? Oh my word.
Okay, so the merch shop, yeah, you also see the roller cap, guys. It's the last chance to get it for 26 bucks because we actually get no profit from this. Even last time for the cap, I had to pay extra $3.26. So it's gonna become $40. So yeah, so guys, everything is kind of, I want to make it transparent. So from a t-shirt, we're getting around 15. Sometimes it's smaller, sometimes it's like 14, 13, 75, but around 15 maximum dollars of profits. So it's $7.50 donation. 50% of the profits is the donation, so $7.50 from a t-shirt. I think there's going to be the same from the cap. A smaller one from the mug, something like $7 profit and $3.50 donation accordingly. And as for the hoodie, I actually still don't remember. I need to check it and I will get back to you. We're going to make another version of hoodie with a smaller logo, of course, and we're going to be adding some new designs as well. You can find the link to this shop in the description of the stream. Also, yeah,
just ordered Maxim's book.
Awesome. Good job.
Yeah, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
Okay, so next thing to mention is this shop is not mine. I'm working with Ukrainian friend. He's a friend of Starsky, and now we're also, well, now we're partners, you know. It's his shop, and he has his own unique designs, Ukrainian designs here. If you go to all, you can see amazing like Putin Huilo, or this amazing fingerprint with a trident inside, or these amazing cats that are hugging Ukrainian flag color cats, and many other awesome Ukrainian. Not all of them are Ukrainian. Like, there are some animals on the pillows. Pretty cool stuff. I think we can. Yeah, there's so much potential in this, and we will. Yeah, that's actually, these are, let's say, the conditions of our partnership. I advertise his stuff. He's putting my stuff on his shop. So yeah, everything is transparent between us two. That's it, guys. We definitely need to finish the stream. I thank Yana already, and she keeps yawning because she needs to go to sleep. Me either.
Yeah, that's usually why
Me
people
too.
yawn.
Hey, 340 likes. That's really a good job, guys. Let's get it to 355 right now, because I'm sure some of you forgot to give a like. Please do it. And no, I won't wait for that. Of course, no.
I was about to be like, you're gonna wait on your own.
No. Yeah, of course. Okay, guys, thank you so much for all the gifted memberships today. All the super chats. Yeah, and I also want to thank you for the activity in the chat, for all the questions. It's very good. And a big shout out to our moderators, Nikki Hill, Kanti Ladden, by the way. Welcome to the mod team. I added Kanti as a moderator just yesterday. And did you just join the stream, or were you here before?
I joined like 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago. That's awesome.
More or less.
Anyways, it's good to see you here. Moderation is a voluntary work, so no one is obliged to that. Only when people can do that, they will do it. We're not. We just. Wow, my head starts spinning. I really need to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Uh,
I agree, because I also want to go to bed.
yeah. Rick, I'll take a patch if you want me to have it. Oh, now we need to stay for a bit longer because Dr. Tuso's memberships are needed to be given to people. Yana, I can definitely let you go because I think if I end the stream, they won't be given to everyone. Like, so
Okay.
just need to wait for 2 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Tuso. You're very generous.
Damn
as
it, Dr.
always.
Tuso.
No, Yana, you can go to sleep.
No, I mean, thank you. Okay, but I am going to go to bed.
Just go.
You can stay.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Yana. I was happy to see you. Live long and
It was
prosper,
fun.
my friend.
Bye.
Good night. Okay, guys. Dr. Tuso, how are you doing? Thank you, Rick and Yana, for all that you do for Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Heroям slava. And it's an honor to do this work, to be honest. Rick just gave me a wrench so I can collect all the nuts in the chat. What do you mean by nuts? Okay. Yeah, Dr. Tuso is an amazing person. Very generous. You see, they keep being gifted. Wow. Slept a total of 16 hours today. Wow, I'm happy for you. It's like, wow. Remember the meme? My new mattresses work. Finally, I can recharge myself. Fucking awesome, my friend. I'm so happy for you. 16 hours of sleep. Mattresses are doing the magic. I really dream of a mattress because I sleep on a couch. I won't say it's shitty, but not that good as a mattress. It's a good couch, but still, I wonder how wonderful it is to sleep on the good mattress. Thank you for 50 more gifted memberships, Dr. Tuso. Whoops. Well, for this, I can stay longer, you know. No problem. Thank you. I'm very grateful. Oh, shit. You know, guys, let's go watch some news and discuss some news while we are waiting for the memberships to be gifted. Because there are a lot of news that I keep saving for later to show you, and I never have time to do this. I hate this. But we gotta talk to our guests. This is also very important. I think it's even more important than showing you the news because so many YouTubers do that. You have great observer Jake Bro, and analyst. You have Andrew Mercado, who is on that for like a lot. You have Greg Terry, guys. So can't let the Sunday end without some gifts. Thank you, Dr. Tuso. Rick, how do you call that closed balcony you are on? balcony. I call it balcony. Well, also my office, of course. Basically, it's a balcony. Balcony. So, what news? Oh, guys, let's talk about the Ukrainian Don Corleone. There's a guy whose name is Hennady Trukhanov. This bald fucker. He's a gangster. He's the mayor of Odessa. And this dude has been mayor for decades. And this dude, actually Sternenko put up the list of the facts about this guy. This guy ordered killing Sternenko a few times, I think 3 times. Fortunately, Sternenko survived because he was protecting himself. He is good at self-defense, and he even killed one of the attackers. And the trial actually ended last year, or maybe in the beginning of this year. I don't remember exactly, but Sternenko won the trial. Self-defense was proven, and he was pronounced not guilty. So, this bold fucker, is still mayor of Odessa. And let's actually go through the facts. But for that, I'll need to log in to ChatGPT. Just give me a second to translate it properly. Okay, I don't even need to log in, really? Please translate. I always say please to ChatGPT. I don't know. It has intellect. I want to be nice to it, because someday it may remember that when it's going to be killing humans and choosing who to kill and who to keep, maybe it will remember that I was always gentle to it. Sure, I'll be happy to help to translate. Awesome, then you gotta be fed with this. Where's the text? Here it is. Hey, Russell, thank you for £5 super chat for some coffee, Rick, as it's going to be a late one. Skynet, yeah. How hot is it right now in Ukraine? It's cold outside, but hot in this room. Definitely hot. Okay, so the translation. Just give me a second, I'm finishing up. Okay, let me read the text translated out loud. So the facts about Hennady Trukhanov. Listen closely, guys. This motherfucker is bad. Let me display it to you on the screen, the facts, so you can read it also later. Let me do it like this. So yesterday he was presented an award from the general, who's another. He's a butcher, that fucker. That general is a butcher, and he's now commanding one of the directions on the front line. He doesn't care about the soldiers and sending them to death just to get some medals and promotions. Here's the photos from that event. So here's gonna be the text. The fact. He's a member of an international mafia that sold Ukrainian weapons in the 90s. The film The Arms Baron is based on the activities of the criminal organization he was involved in. That's the first fact about him. He is a citizen of the Russian Federation, guys. This is proven. This dude has a passport of Russian citizenship, and he's a mayor of Odessa. And we are really mad on Zelensky and his team for not doing anything with it. And on our government, on every fucker that is at power in Ukraine. Because mafia can just go away with anything. Let's see. Another fact. He supported Russian aggression since 2014. Yes. This fucker was constantly saying the Russian narratives about Nazis and stuff. He's a Russian dude, guys. He's a member of Russian mafia. Attempted to rename Heavenly 100th Avenue in honor of Butcher Zhukov. Zhukov, the general in World War II, the Stalin's general. Together with accomplice Galanternik, organized the seizure of part of Sukhy airfield in Odessa in 2017. Also attempted to destroy Odessa city garden. Ordered more than 10 attacks on civil activists who opposed him. Sternenko is one of them. He ordered more than 10 attacks. Accused in cases involving the creation of a criminal organization and embezzlement of city budget funds. Yeah, that dude is officially accused of that, but I don't think the cases are moving anywhere because he owns that. He paid everyone. Next one. Opposes the decolonization of Odessa. Yeah, that fucker was rooting for Catherine's you remember Catherine the Great statue. On June 2022, yesterday, 2024, he was awarded the commander of the Joint Forces Best Played for Service and Victory. Can you imagine? His friend, I think another guy from Mafia, gifted him this award. Fuck off. Trukhanov. So yeah, guys, this is the story I wanted to share with you. I see some of you dropped off. Most of you are still here. But yeah, I really wanted to share the story of this traitor and the criminal and a real thug with you. And he is a mayor of Odessa. And Ukrainian Vlada is tolerating this shit. Yeah. You gotta look at him once again. Here's his award, by the way. That's how it looks. And here's Trukhanov himself. Let me show him closer to you. Gennady Trukhanov. I'm sure that dude killed someone too. That's his fucking face. You see with the fucking Georgievska ribbon, the symbol of Russian aggression. Yeah, now you know his face. Now you know one bad Ukrainian. Not all Ukrainians are good, guys. Well, this dude is Russian. He's a citizen of Russia. He has the Russian passport. Mykola Tyshenko, another political No, he's a thug. He's a thug, sir, for Des. He's just like Trukhanov. Just a mafia, you know. And he's getting away with it too. So yeah. We have this shit. Oh, someone sent a donation. That's cool. It's support sticker from UTV. 27 sorry, 20 it's already an address? What do you mean support sticker? What are you talking about? Please message me somewhere, okay? So I could understand what are you talking about. So it's $50 donation from UTV and Ham, if I'm not mistaken. But it's with an address and what surprise sticker? Actually don't understand it fully. I apologize. UTV and Ham. Do you want 5 tickets for the flag raffle? For this beautiful flag? With these $50. Are you still there in the chat, by the way? Yeah, the donation came in just 2 minutes ago. That's it. Okie dokie. Now we can finish the stream. All the gifted memberships were given. Okay, guys. I thanked you already a few times, but thank you once again. Raffle, who won? Willie Matt Glass won the patch, the Kraken patch. Yeah, he was here in the chat. It was, yeah. So congratulations, Willie. Once again. Okay, guys. I love you all. I wish you all a great week. I'll see you all on Wednesday stream. We're gonna have Marco, amazing dude from Netherlands, who swears a lot, and I like it. He's angry. He's angry at Russians and at partners who delay the aid. And thank you, AJ Lahinska. Thank you so much, Rick. You are a true human angel, and we all love you very much. No. I'm not an angel, guys. You have some dark sides, and that's normal, because humans are not black and white. There are no angels. And just consider me a good human, okay? No angel, okay? Nice guy. We can say it like this. A skinhead thug too? You mean the Trukhanov? Probably he is. Ricky the man, thank you. Adam. Thank you all, guys. I love you all. Please, let's keep rolling together. I'm gonna be sending a shitload of packages next week. Well, already this week because it's Monday now. 13 packages. No, with a patch 14 and still flag from Michael Bissig. Michael, you have one more week to get in touch with us, because after that we're gonna re-raffle it. These are the rules. I really hope Michael Bissig will show up on the stream. Guys, if you know Michael Bissig, please let him know that he won an amazing flag from the group of the Blackbeard. Have the skins and transmerged, or am I in Kiev? What you talking about? Okay, guys. I finally need to finish it. Thank you so much for everything you do for Ukraine. We will win this war eventually. I am 100% sure. Please stay strong together with us. I send you hugs. And I just want to celebrate another day of living. Have you heard this one? Some awesome funk from 70s, I think. Might be newer than that one. Okay, UTV and Ham, have you replied to me in the chat? You're not there anymore, I think. Anyway, much love to you all, guys. I know that you won't be silent and that you stand with Ukraine. See some of you in Kyiv this summer, some of you already super soon, and Slava Ukraine. Thank you, guys. Live long and prosper. I'm now pressing that end stream button.